Alright, now what is Linux, what is Unix, and the difference between them? Now for the Unix architecture. Actually, I want you to learn some of the commands. What is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner utility used for port scanning. Now, what is a port? The port is a virtual location where networking communication starts. And now, to get the version, we can also use this command. Okay. Now, the first thing, boot the metasploitable and Kali Linux, the IP address, and we can put an instead of an X. Okay, now it's time to run the using TCP or UDP. So Nmap, as simple as that. As for now, what is Wireshark? Now Wireshark is the words foremost model. It stands for Open Systems Interconnection Model. Now we want to show the source to be this IP address only. Now let's talk about the FTP. Now FTP is now to filter out specific protocols. So for example, I don't want a password. Here is the port. Now, what is cybersecurity? Now, cybersecurity is the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data from malicious attacks. And it is also known as information technology security or electronic information security. Now, the term applies in a variety of contexts from business to mobile computing and can be divided into a few common categories. Now, the categories, the first thing, which is the network security. Now, it is the practice of securing a computer network from intruders, whether targeted attackers or opportunistic malware. Now we have the application security. Now, it is focuses on keeping software and devices free of threats. A compromised application could provide access to the data it's designed to protect. So, successful security begins in the design stage well before a program or device is deployed. Information security, it protects the integrity and privacy of data, both in storage and in transit. Operational security, it includes the processes and decisions for handling and protecting data assets. Now we have the disaster recovery and business continuity. Define how an organization responds to cybersecurity incidents or any other event that causes the loss of operation or data. Now we have the CIA triad. Now the CIA it stands for three things. The C, which is confidentiality, the A, the availability, and integrity, which is I. Now, what is confidentiality? Now it is the system ability to ensure that only the correct, authorized user or system or resource can view, access, change, or otherwise user data. Okay, so only the authorized person can access, view, change, modify, do whatever he wants, but only the authorized. Okay, now on the other hand, the integrity, it is a system ability to ensure that the system and information is accurate and correct. So anyone can read the data, but no one can modify, only the authorized people. So for example, the hash stuff and the hash thing, it is an example for the integrity. So for example, you want to download a specific program, you can see that there are a hash, SHA-1 or MD5 or whatever. So this hash to make sure that the file or the program you want to download hasn't been modified at all, and it is integrity and has the integrity. Okay, so this is integrity. Now finally we have the availability, which means that the information is accessible to authorized users, and it provides an assurance that your system and data can be accessed by authenticated users whenever they are needed. Okay, so make sure the system that's available 24 hours per 7. Okay, so which means all the time. Now types of hackers. Now we have 3 types actually: the black hat hackers, the white hat, and the gray. Now let's start with the black hat hackers. Now the black hat hacker is individual who attempts to gain unauthorized entry into a system or network to exploit them for malicious reasons. Now the black hat hacker doesn't have any permission or authority to compromise their target, and they try to inflict damage by compromising security systems, altering functions of websites and networks, or shutting down systems. Okay, and they often do so to steal or gain access to passwords, financial information, and other personal data. Now the white hat hackers, on the other hand, are deemed to be the good guys working with organizations to strengthen the security of a system, and a white hat has a permission to engage the targets and to compromise them within the prescribed rules of engagement. And a white hat hackers are often referred to as ethical hackers. Now the difference between white hat and the black hat: the white hat has permission, and it is to strengthen the security of system for specific organizations. Now, on the other hand, the black hat hacker actually to damage the system and to steal or do bad stuff. Okay, so white hat doesn't mean that he's not skilled or he doesn't have skills, or the black hat means he is smarter or he do things better. No, actually, the white hat and the black hat doesn't refer to the skills he have. No, actually it refers to the intention. So white hat, good intention; black hat, bad intention, and so on. Now we have the gray hat hackers. Now actually these exploits networks and computer systems in a way that black hats do, but do so without any malicious intent. So it is closing all loopholes and vulnerabilities to law enforcement agencies or intelligence agencies. And usually gray hat hackers surf the net and hack into computer systems to notify the administrator or the owner that their system contains one or more vulnerabilities that must be fixed immediately. Okay, so the intention here is good, but they didn't have permission, so that's why we called them, or they called them, a gray hat hackers. Now it's time to talk about hacking methodology. Now the first thing, which is the footprinting. Now it is the process of using passive methods of gaining information about the target system prior to performing the attack. It can reveal vulnerabilities of the target system and improve ease with which they can be exploited. Now various methods are employed for footprinting. For scanning, it is the process of taking information obtained from the footprint phase in order to target the attack more precisely. And some of the methods used in this phase are port scans, ping sweeps, operating system detection, observation of facilities used by the target, and so on. Now we have enumeration. It is the process of extracting more detailed information about the information obtained during the scanning phase to determine its usefulness. Some of the methods used in this step are user accounts enumeration, SNMP enumeration, Unix Linux enumeration, LDAP enumeration, NTP enumeration, SMTP enumeration, DNS enumeration, and so on. Okay. Now system hacking. It is the process of planning and executing the attack based on the information obtained in the previous phases. In this phase, the attacker performs the actual hacking process using hacking tools. We have the escalation of privilege. It is the process of obtaining privileges that are granted to higher privileged accounts like the root or the admin than the attacker broke into originally. The goal of this step is to move from low-level accounts such as guest account all the way up to administrator or root. Now we have covering tracks. It's the process of removing any evidence of the attacker's presence in the system And the attacker purges log files and removes other evidence needed for the owner of the system to determine that an attacker occurred. Planting backdoors. It's the process of securing unauthorized remote access to a computer, so the attacker can access the system later without being detected, and backdoors are usually computer programs that give an attacker the remote access to a targeted computer system. Cybersecurity attacks. Now we have the brute force attack. A brute force attack uses trial and error to guess login information, encryption keys, or find a hidden web page. Hackers work through all possible combinations hoping to guess correctly. These attacks are done by brute force, meaning they use excessive, forceful attempts to try and force their way into your private accounts. Phishing attacks. Now, it is a type of social engineering attack often used to steal user data, including login credentials and credit card numbers. It occurs when an attacker makes a victim to click a malicious link in email, instant message, or text message, which can lead to the installation of malware, freezing the system as part of a ransomware attack, or revealing of sensitive information. Now, malware, it is malicious software, and the ransomware, actually, it is type of the malware. It is used to encrypt all of the system data, and you need to pay money so to get the decryption key. We will talk about them later on, no worries. Bots and botnets. Botnet is a collection of internet-connected devices infected by malware, and it is called bot. So the bot is a single device, and botnet is a bot networks. Okay, so that allow hackers to control them. Cyber criminals use botnets to instigate botnet attacks, which include malicious activities such as credential leaks, unauthorized access, data theft, and DDoS attacks. And these are the most important one, actually, the denial of service attacks. Now it's time to talk about DOS or DDoS, and the difference is that DOS attack floods a server with traffic, making a website or resource unavailable. The DDoS, which is the distributed denial of service, is a DOS attack that uses multiple computers or machines to flood a targeted resource. So the only difference between them, DOS is it is a single computer or a single machine. DDoS, which is the distributed, we use multiple computers or machines. Man-in-the-middle attacks. It is attack when an attacker intercepts communications between two parties, either to secretly eavesdrop or modify traffic traveling between the two. And attackers might use man-in-the-middle attacks to steal login credentials or personal information, spy on the victim, or sabotage communications or corrupt data. We have SQL injections. The SQL injection is a code injection technique that might destroy your database, and it is one of the most common web hacking technologies, and it is the placement of malicious code in SQL statement via web page input. Cybersecurity malware. Now we have the virus and worms. So the primary difference between virus and worm is that viruses must be triggered by activities of their host, whereas worms are standalone malicious software that can self-replicate and propagate independently as soon as they have breached the system. So worms do not require activation or any human intervention to execute or spread their code. Now we have the Trojan. Now the Trojan horse or the Trojan is type of malware that is often disguised as legitimate software. Trojans can be employed by cyber thieves and hackers trying to gain access to users' systems. Users are typically tricked by some form of social engineering into loading and executing Trojans on their systems. Once activated, Trojans can enable cyber criminals to spy on you, steal your sensitive data, and gain backdoor access to your system. We have spyware and adware. So spyware is basically any technology that helps gather information about a computer user without their knowledge. But the adware is any software with banner advertisements display while it is running. We have the ransomware. Now ransomware is a form of malware that encrypts a victim's file, and the attacker then demands a ransom from the victim to restore access to the data upon payment. Users are shown instructions for how to pay a fee to get the description key. Cybersecurity defenses. The first thing, which is the antivirus. It is kind of software that used to prevent, scan, detect, and delete viruses from computer. Once installed, most antiviruses software runs automatically in the background to provide real-time protection against virus attacks. Encryption. Encryption is the method by which information is converted into secret code that hides the information true meaning. The science of encryption and decryption information is called cryptography. In computing, unencrypted data is also known as plain text, and encrypted data is called ciphertext. Firewall. A firewall is a system designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from a private network. You can implement a firewall in either hardware or software form, or a combination of both. We have the biometrics. Biometrics is the measurement and statistical analysis of people's unique physical and behavioral characteristics. The technology is mainly used for identification and access control, or for identifying individuals who are under surveillance. We have the MFA, or the multi-factor authentication. Now, it is an electronic authentication method in which a device user is granted access to a website or application, and only after successfully presenting two or more pieces of evidence to an authentication mechanism, knowledge, possession, and inherence. So this means that you can access the system.
Cybersecurity experts work in every size company and industry to protect organizations from data breaches and attacks. Moreover, the demand for cybersecurity professionals is growing at a neck-breaking speed. Job postings for cybersecurity positions have grown 3 times faster than opportunities for the IT jobs overall. Here are the 10 career pathways you can pursue as cybersecurity. Now, by the way, actually, I got this from article. I found it online and it is very useful. The first thing, security software developer. Security software developer build security software and integrate security into application software during the design and development process. Depending on the specific position and company, a security software developer might oversee a team of developers in the creation of secure software tools, develop a company-wide software security strategy, participate in the lifecycle development of software systems, support software deployment to customers, and test their work for vulnerabilities. Security architect career path. If you are an enthusiastic about problem solving and formulating big picture strategies, the security architect career path is for you. A security architect is meant to create, build, and execute network and computer security for an organization. Security architects are responsible for developing complex security framework and ensuring that they function effectively. They design security systems to counter malware, hacking, and DDoS attacks. Security consultant. A security consultant is a catch-all cybersecurity expert. They evaluate cybersecurity threats, risks, problems, and give possible solutions for different organizations and guide them in protecting and securing their physical capital and data. Security consultant must not be too rigid and must be tech savvy. They deal with a wide range of variables when assessing security systems across diverse companies and industries. Information security analysts are the frontline defense of networks. Information security analysts put firewalls and encryption in order to protect breaches, constantly monitoring and audited systems for unusual activities. Ethical hackers normally hold a CEH certificate and are given license by their employers to try and infiltrate the security of their system. The idea is that they use the same techniques as malicious black hat hackers to test existing security protocols. If they are successful, upgrades can then be developed and implemented. Computer forensics analysts focus on cybercrime, an ever-growing phenomenon. They work with law enforcement agencies in both public and private sector organizations and are asked to undertake and a wide variety of tasks, including recovering deleted files, interpreting data linked to crime, analyzing mobile phone records, pursuing data trace. The computer forensics analyst must keep a well-detailed record of their investigation and often provide evidence in court. Chief Information Security Officer is normally a mid-executive level position whose job is to manage the affairs operation of a company's organizing IT security division. CISOs are usually responsible for planning, coordinating, and directing all computer, network, and data security needs of their employers. The CISOs work directly with the management to determine an organization's custom cybersecurity demands. The CISOs are usually saddled with the responsibility of assembling an effective staff of security professionals, which means that the position requires an individual with strong background in IT security architecture and strategy, as well as effective communication and human resource skills. Penetration tester is the proactive authorized employment of testing producers on the IT system to identify system flaws. A penetration tester usually attempts to, with the permission, hack to preemptively discover operating system vulnerabilities, services, and application problems, improper configuration, and more. Before an intruder causes real damage, penetration testers or pen testers must be highly skilled, often using testing tools of their own design to break into the systems under watch, and the penetration tester actually required to keep accurate records of their activities and discovered vulnerabilities. IT security consultants meet with clients to advise them on how to protect their organization, cybersecurity objective best effectively and cost effectively. IT security consultants are often employed by smaller firms and agencies that cannot afford to handle their security issues in-house, but are also employed by big corporations to supplement their security teams and provide impartial outside perspective to current system challenges. The security systems administrator responsibility is a bit similar to many cybersecurity jobs: installing, administrating, maintaining, and troubleshooting computer, network, and data security systems. The main distinction between the security systems administrator and other cybersecurity professionals is that the security system administrator is normally the person in charge of daily operation of those security systems. The regular tasks include system monitoring and running regular backup and setting up, deleting, and maintaining individual user accounts. Security systems administrators are usually often involved in developing organizational security procedures. Social engineering attacks exploit social interactions to gain access to valuable data. At the root of all social engineering attacks is deception. Cybercriminals trick and manipulate their targets into taking certain actions, such as bypassing security measures or disclosing certain sensitive information. Many retailers use third parties for services such as payment processing. As such, they often believe the liability for a third party breach doesn't apply to them. In reality, using a third party vendor doesn't absolve them of responsibility for a data breach. Many attacks start with outdated software. For this reason, not staying up to date with software patches leaves companies vulnerable to any number of information security breaches. As soon as attackers learn of a software vulnerability, they can exploit it to launch a cyber attack. The more we rely on the cloud for data storage, the higher the risk of major breach. Cloud services are vulnerable to a wide range of cyber attacks. This includes account hijacking and denial of service, the DOS attacks, which prevent companies from being able to access their data. Ransomware attacks are serious cyber threat. These attacks infect your network and hold your data and computer systems hostage until a ransom is paid. The immediate losses from the ransom are only the tip of iceberg. The monetary damages from lost productivity and data loss are often the most destructive to business. Attacks like these are why 60% of small businesses go out of business with 6 months of cyber breach. Simply meeting data compliance standard is not the same as continuous and robust protection. For example, many companies need to meet payment card industry data security standard (PCI DSS) for their annual audit. However, this is not necessarily representative of their usual standard of protection. According to Verison's PCI compliance report, 4 out of 5 companies failed to maintain compliance at their intern assessment. These were the same companies that previously met compliance standards. Companies that were deemed PCI DSS compliant still suffered from cybersecurity breaches, some just weeks after they were certified. As these companies have learned, meeting adequate legal standard is not a substitute for cyber protection. Mobile technology can be a significant assist to businesses, but it can also expose them to potential cybersecurity breaches. Findings from a recent mobile security report conclude that 1 in 5 organizations suffer from mobile security breaches. The majority of these attacks came from a malware and malicious Wi-Fi. Many companies are encouraging employees to use personal devices at work as part of their bring your own device BIOD policies. This has several benefits, including increased flexibility and convenience. Some even claim it helps to increase productivity and morale. The Internet of Things or IoT connects devices from all over the world through the Internet. This allows for a network of devices that can store, send, and receive data. Because of its convenience, many individuals and businesses are taking advantage of it. Not all threats to cybersecurity come from a software. The pace at which software updates are released can make it difficult for the hardware to keep up. This in turn creates exposures that can put companies' data at risk. As hardware becomes obsolete, many outdated devices will not allow updates with the latest patches and security measures. Devices that rely on older software are more susceptible to cyber attacks, creating a major potential vulnerability. It is important to monitor this and respond quickly when devices become out of date. Just like you should keep your software up to date, you should do the same with hardware. Now 10 cybersecurity best practices. Cybersecurity best practices encompass some general best practices like being cautious when engaging in online activities, abiding by company rules, and reaching out for help when you encounter something suspicious. Now here's a deeper dive into 10 cybersecurity best practices for businesses that every employee should know and follow. Alright, I will leave you read them out. We will start them one by one. Alright. Alright, now what is Linux, what is Unix, and the difference between them? Now, Linux is an open source multitasking multi-user operating system. It is initially developed by Linus Torvalds in 1991, and the Linux OS is widely used in desktops, mobiles, mainframes, etc. Now, for the Unix, it is a multitasking multi-user operating system, but it is not free, and it is used not as an open source. Okay, so it was developed in 1969 by Ken Thompson team at AT&T Bell Labs, and it is widely used on servers, workstation, etc. Now, here are some of the most important differences between Linux and Unix. Okay, so the first thing, for the development. So Linux is an open source and it is developed by Linux community of developers, but Unix was developed at AT&T Bell Labs and it is not open source. For Linux, it is free to use, as you can see the cost, but Unix is licensed OS. Now, for Linux, as the supported file system, we have the extension or ext2, 3, 4, JFS, XFS, a lot of things, FAT32, and TFS, a lot of things actually. Now, for the Unix, we have the FS, GP, FS, HFS, a lot of things actually. You can see XFS, ZFS, and so on. Now, for the GUI or the graphical user interface for Linux uses KDE and GNOME. Other GUI supported as are LXDE, XFCE, Unity, Mate, and so on. Okay. Well, actually, there are more to be honest, but these are the ones that I bought. Now, for the Unix was initially a command-based OS. So most of the Unix distribution now have GNOME. Okay. Now, for the usage for Linux, it is used in wide varieties from desktop, servers, smartphones to mainframes. But for Unix, it is mostly used on servers, workstation, or PCs. Alright? Now, for the default shell in Linux, they use Bash or the Born Again shell, and it is the default shell for Linux. Now, for the Unix, the Born shell is the default shell for the Unix. Okay? Now, for the target processor, Linux was initially developed for Intel's x86 hardware processor. Now it supports more than 20 processor families. For the Unix, as you can see, Unix supports the PA, RISC, and Itanium family. Okay, well, actually, maybe now it supports more than these. Anyway, so for examples on Linux and Unix, Linux, Ubuntu, Debian, GNU, Arch, Linux, Red Hat, CentOS, and so on. For the Unix, SunOS, Solaris, SCO, Unix, AIX, HP, UltraX, and so on. Okay. Alright. Now, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture where we see and discuss the Unix architecture. I will see you there. Now, for the Unix architecture. Well, actually, the Linux as well. Alright. So, as you can see, this diagram is the basic block of the Unix system architecture. So you can see that the first thing, we have the upper layer, which is the application programs. So we have the mail, the FTP, the utilities, the DBMS, and so on. All right. So this is the application layer. Then we have the shell layer. Okay. And the shell layer here, it has the bash, the Z shell, the S shell, C shell, the more, the commands, environment. Okay. CPP, and so on. Now we have the inner kernel layer and we have the hardware. Okay, so as you can see, the shell communicate between the applications and the kernel. Okay, all right. Now let's have a detailed information. So here are the main concepts that unify all the version of Unix. So the first thing, it is the kernel. So the kernel, as you can see, the one here, is the heart of the operating system. It interacts with the hardware and the most of the tasks like memory management, task scheduling, and file management. Okay, so here the kernel is the one that's responsible to control the hardware. All right, but how we control it? By using the shell. All right, so the shell here is the utility that processes your request. When you type in a command at your terminal, the shell interprets the command and calls the program that you want. So the shell uses standard syntax for all the commands. The C shell, for example, Bourne shell, Corn shell, are the most famous shells which are available with most of the Unix variant. Okay, so here are the shell. It has a lot of shells like the C shell, Corn shell, Bash, whatever. Okay, so you put your command, interpret it, and it will handle it, or it will communicate direct with the kernel, and then the kernel communicate with the hardware. So no one can communicate through the hardware immediately, only the kernel, and the shell communicate through kernel. All right, and of course, if you have a root permission or full permission, admin permission, then you can do things only the user admin can do it, or the root user can do it. All right. Now, for the commands and utilities, as you can see, there are various commands and utilities which can be used in your day-to-day, like the copy, cp, move, cat, grep. Okay, so some of the examples, they are actually, as they mention here, 250 standard commands, plus then numerous others provided, like or through the third-party softwares. So, for example, the ones for the GPUs, like NVIDIA SMI or whatever, actually these are a third party. So by default, if you type NVIDIA-SMI, for example, to check your NVIDIA GPU, it will show you command not found, right? Okay, now this command actually is considered a third party, and so on. Okay, now finally we have the files and directories. Like all the Unix is organized into files, the Unix or the Linux organized into files, and all files are then organized into directories. And these directories are further organized a tree-like structure called the file system. Now, actually, don't worry about the commands, don't worry about the files, the management, the processes management. All of the commands and these will be handled in a separate lectures and in detail, okay, with a practical way, okay? So don't worry at all. But again, here are the diagram for the architecture of Unix or Linux. We have the application, then we have the shell, we have the kernel, we have the hardware. The application here, which is the mail, the FTP, the telnet, actually the terminal emulator considered to be application, okay? Because the terminal is something different than the shell, actually. The terminal emulator act as the shell to be something showed off to us, okay? And the shell is the concept, or is the term that responsible to communicate with kernel, okay? So it is as a logical, not as a thing, okay? So finally, we have the kernel and the hardware. The hardware like the CPU, the RAM, the disk, whatever. All right. Okay. Now, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture.
All right. Now it is time to start with the basic commands. The first command we will use, which is the ls command. ls, which is listing the files or listing objects, directories, whatever. So if I type it like here, you can see that I have the workspace directory, remote.jar, whatever, remoting directory, and so on. By the way, directory means folder in Windows. So if you are coming from Windows, directory for Linux, and Windows for Windows, it is called folder. Okay, anyway. Now to see where I am currently, yeah, you can see that I have this tilde, and this tilde means that the current home directory for the current user, which is the home Ubuntu user. So you can see that from the prompt here, we have the Ubuntu, which is the user, at the name of the IP, the name of the current computer, or let's say current server, the name of the workstation, whatever. Okay, so if I type the pwd, which is the print working directory, you can see that I am inside the home Ubuntu. All right, so far so good. Now, if I want to change the current directory, if I type ls, you can use the cd, which is change directory. cd to workspace, for example. Let's go to workspace, and here inside it, you can see that we have this specific things, whatever. Okay, which is another directory. All right. Now, actually, for the ls, it has a lot more options like ls-l, a, t, h, actually a lot of things, but we will talk about these in a separate lecture. Now, what if I want to see, or let's go to another place, okay, or here like this. Okay, now what if I want to see the content of this remoting.jar, but maybe it is a binary, I think I can't see. I will use the cat or concatenation tool, which is the cat remoting.jar. Let's see if that will work. Yeah, you can see it starts showing the content of this file, but yeah, as you can see, because this is a binary file or executable file, so we cannot see its file as a string. We will see as arbitrary values. And again, we have the echo command, and this echo command is used to print the argument or a specific argument. So for example, we have environment variable called path, for example. So if I type echo with $sign and path as a capital, you can see that we are printing the environment variable path, which is something good. And by the way, the path environment variable is used to store the location where the binaries are located.
Now, as you can see, the current screen is very messy. So if I want to clean it, I will use the clear command. Okay, so clear the screen. All right. Now, what if I have this specific command, for example, the ls, and I want to see all the options, the documentation, the manual for it? I will use the man page. Okay, so if I type man, you can see what manual page do you want. So if I type man, which is the manual for the man, and you can see that, yeah, it will start showing what is the name, which is an interface to the online in reference manual. And you can see that a description, options, overview, a lot of things actually. All right. So what if I type man with the command I want, which is the ls, for example? You can see that ls, it is used to list directory contents. And you can see that we have the -a option, which is all, -a almost all, -b, c, f, g, z, x. As you can see, actually it has a lot of things, and the status, the author, bugs, whatever. Okay, so actually everything as a manual will be there. All right, which is the man, by using the man command. Now, where to find the ls command? So I know the ls command is used to listing directory, but where it is located? So how to know a specific command where it is located? I will use a command called which, and this which actually it will tell us where is the binaries are located. Okay, so if I type man the which to see, as you can see, it is used to locate a command. So here, which return a path names of the files or links which could be executed in the current environment, whatever. Okay, blah blah blah. Now let's try use it. So which ls. Oh, you can see that the ls command is located at the /bin/ls. So if I go there, if I type ls to the bin ls, you can see that, yeah, it is here, as you can see. By the way, don't worry about the listing or the ls command. We will have a separate or a complete lecture for the ls, ls-l, a, t, and c. What are those? So if I type here ls-l, you can see that there are a lot of things, which is the long list, by the way, long list format. You can see that a lot of things here. What are these? What is D? What is RWX? What is this Ubuntu? What is this numbers? What are those numbers? All of that will be discussed in that lecture, so don't worry for now. But for now, we took a brief about how Linux works and what are the basics commands that I will use them every day, every moment. We will continue learning more and more in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about the directories. So now the first thing I want to mention, we have two path types actually, the absolute path and relative path. So what are the absolute path and relative path? Now the absolute path actually, so if I type the pwd, you can see that I'm starting from the slash, which means the root directory or the root directory of all the system. All right, not the root home directory, by the way, which is /root. This is the home directory for the root. Okay, so /home Ubuntu. This is the absolute path for this directory or this current directory. All right. Now, if I want to go to workspace, if I type ls, you can see that I am inside the Ubuntu home, but you can see that I have workspace and we have the remoting directory. So if I want to go to workspace, I can use just cd workspace, right? Like this. All right. Now, actually, this is the relative path, but the absolute path is like this. So you can see that when I typed baud or pwd, I took that. So I'm starting from the scratch or from the root, home, Ubuntu, then workspace. Okay. All right. By the way, I need to provide a cd here, actually, the cd command. Yeah. So you can see that. Go to home, Ubuntu, workspace. All right. If I type here, yeah, it works as well. So this is the difference between the absolute and relative. Relative, which means it is relative to my current path, which means if I want to go, so if I return here, so if I want to go to workspace, so if I want to go to the workspace directory, it needs to be in the current path, okay, which is the current path here by using the ls command. Then I can go cd and put its name. But if it is not, I need to provide the absolute path, which is starting from the root, what we saw, which is the home, Ubuntu, and then workspace. So far, so good. Now, we have two things I want to say. Now, we have the dot, and we have the dot. Okay? All right. Now the dot, which means the current directory. Dot dot or double dots, which means the parent directory. All right. Now what are you talking about? We don't understand anything actually. Okay. Now if I type this command ls-a, which means all, everything, print everything here, you can see that now we have other directory, other things. Now you can see that we have dot bash history, dot bash, dot something. And by the way, anything started with dot like this, dot vim info, dot ssh, dot profile, these are a hidden files or directories. So you can see that this is a directory. But because it is started with dot, which means that this is a hidden directory. Now this is profile, dot profile, which means a hidden regular file, text file. All right, and so on. All right. Now you can see that, yeah, these are normal directories and file. Some of them are hidden by starting with dot, and some of them are not, like these, like the remoting.jar, whatever. But we have these two, which is the dot, and we have the dot, or double dots, I mean. The dot, which means the current directory, which is the home Ubuntu, all right, which is the Ubuntu directory, the home directory of the Ubuntu user. The dot, which is the parent directory of the current directory, which means what? If I am assuming that I am on the Ubuntu, which is the parent, yeah, you are right, which is the home, yeah. So how to use these actually? Yeah, good question. So let's clear the screen first. Let's put ls command. Now we have the workspace, right? We want to go to it. We will use the workspace like this. So far so good. ls. Now we have this directory, whatever, it's okay. Now, what if I want to return back? Should I provide the absolute path over and over, which is cd home Ubuntu over and over each time I go there? No, actually this doesn't make sense. Now actually there are two ways. The first thing, we have an alias or something called, but just typing the cd command like this and press enter, this will return to the home directory of the current user, which is the Ubuntu, which is home Ubuntu. Okay, so like this, you can see that we return back. But imagine if I am inside the workspace, and inside a workspace I have in dir1, and inside directory, the first directory, and the second directory, third directory. So I am very deep into the workspace directory. I don't need to return to the home directory of Ubuntu, then go again, then go. No, this doesn't make sense, right? How to do that? So let's create the screen again. ls cd to the workspace. Now, what if I want to return back? You will use the parent directory, which is the dot dot. Okay, so cd dot dot means I will return to the parent directory of the current working directory. Okay, so the current directory is workspace. The parent directory of it, which is what? Yeah, which is the Ubuntu home directory. So if I return like this, so you can see that we have returned back. Now actually, so let's go again. Actually, by the way, you can put slashes, by the way. So cd dot dot. Now you can put it like this, I mean. And inside it, you can put workspace, then return, then workspace. So you can see that now, actually this is somehow weird, but you can see that I am returning back, then I go again to workspace. I return back, then I go again to workspace, all right? By the way, the dot dot here or double dot is inside every directory in the whole Unix system, okay? So every directory has two special directories, which is the dot and double dot. The dot for the current directory, and dot dot, which is the parent directory, okay? Now you may ask me, but we know what is the double dots. What is the dot? Don't worry, we will talk about these when time comes, don't worry. Okay, so let's execute this command. We will return back. Currently we are in the workspace directory. We will return back, then we will go again. We will return back, then we will go again. So let's see. Yeah, actually this doesn't make sense, I know, but actually it's good to understand how the parent directory or the directories work inside Linux. So you can see that, yeah, everything is working as expected. All right, so we return back, then we go again, return back, go again. Okay, now another thing. Now, how to create a directory? Now, this is what we are talking about. We want to create a directory and we want to remove a directory. Okay, the first thing is use the make_dir command. So this command will create a directory. So let's name it dir1. Let's put ls. Yeah, dir1 is here now. Let's go inside it. dir1. Cool. So far, so good. So if I type ls-la or -a, which means everything, you can see that we still have these special directories, which is the dot and the dot dot or double dots, which is the current, which is the dir1, or the parent. And the parent for dir1, what it is? Yeah, you guessed right, which is the workspace. Yeah, so far so good. Now, I want to create another directory inside dir1. Make dir or make directory dir2. Okay, now let's go inside it, which is dir2. All right, so far so good. Now, I want to give you another shortcut, which is the cd dash. Now, cd dash actually works as the back. So if you are opening your browser, for example, this is just arbitrary example, okay, or a simple example, and you go inside this specific website and you need to return back. So you press or you click on the back button, right? So actually this works like this, cd dash. So you can see that. So I am currently in the cd. So let's return back on the dir1. You can see it like this. I have the dir2. I go to dir2. If I type cd dash, it will return me back to the dir1, which is this one, okay? It will give me the absolute one, which is this one. Now you may ask me, but I got confused. Please, what is the difference between the dash and the dot dot? All right, please don't get confused. I will explain that in details. So first thing, I want to go to workspace. All right, okay. Now inside it, we have the dir1. Please ignore this thing, okay? We have the dir1, okay? Now cd dir1. And I don't need to press enter then cd dir2. No, I will put dir2. Okay, I will press enter now. So you can see that I am inside the dir2. And the parent for it, which is dir1. And the parent for dir1, which is the workspace, and so on. Okay, so if I type cd dot dot, where it will go? Yeah, it will go to dir1. But if I type cd slash, which means return to the previous directory, which is where? Which is the workspace, not the parent for the dir2. So let's see. Yeah, which is the workspace. So actually, this means return back to the previous current directory, to the previous working directory. You got me now? So this is the difference between the dash and dot dot. So far, so good. You saw how we created the dir1 and dir2. Okay, now it's time to remove the dir2, okay, or dir1. So let's go inside the dir1 first, and let's learn how to remove a directory. So here you can see that the first thing, I will use two commands. Either one will work fine, but from my opinion, it is better to use the second command. Oh, I will talk about it. So we have the rm dir. This is to remove a directory, but actually this command require you that the directory is empty. So you can see that inside the ls dir2, by the way, if I type this, it will list all the content of this directory, which is dir2, which is empty, by the way, you can see. And if I type rm dir like this and remove dir2, yeah, you can see that it has been removed. No problem, okay? So let's make a directory another. Let's make it again. Okay, yeah, it is here. Yeah, it is here, as you can see. Now, actually, the second command, which is the thing I recommend you, or it is better for you, which is using the rm command. Okay, so rm, it is removed. So this actually remove regular files, remove linked list, remove directories, whatever it is. Remove directories recursively, by the way. So you can see that if I removed the dir1, it will remove everything inside it, no matter what. Empty, not empty, whatever. Okay, but I will use the -r command and f, which is the force. So rm to remove, r recursively, f force. So remove the dir2. And you can see it has been removed. All right, so far so good. Okay, now actually I want to talk about another thing here. So let's return back, or before I return back, actually, let's make a directory which is dir2. So to show you that if I remove it, if I remove the dir1, you can see that, oh no, directory is not empty. But if I type rm-rf dir1, you can see it has been removed successfully. So far so good. All right, so far so good. Now I want to create a directory, dir1 and dir2. So if I type make dir1, and if I put the slash dir2, and by the way, the slash here, which is the forward slash, in Windows, it is the opposite, which is the backslash. In Windows, it is the backslash. In Linux, it is the forward slash, which is this symbol, okay? If I type this, you can see that no such file or directory, which is what? Which is the dir1. As you can see, dir1 is not existed for you to create it. So how can you create dir2 while dir1 is not existed? So we will use option using the make dir, which is the -p option. Now -p option used to create a directory or make directory, and if the parent is not existed, which is in our case the dir1, create it please. Okay, so let's type here. Yeah, so far so good. dir1 has been created, so let's go inside it. Yeah, first let's clear the screen, sorry. Yeah, and inside dir1, which is we have dir2. Yeah, everything is working 100%. All right, now let's cd here. Actually, this is to return to the parent, which is the dir1, but I don't need to go to the parent, which is dir1. I need to go to the workspace. How should I do this? Well, actually, maybe you don't know about it yet, but actually we can use the dot again. All right, you got me? You can use dot not just once. Actually, let's have details. cd dot returns to the parent directory of dir2, which is dir1. Okay, so if I type here, which means return to the parent directory of dir2, because of dir1, sorry, because currently after we execute this command or this directory, after we go to this directory, to the parent directory of dir2, which is dir1, we will go to the parent directory of dir1, which is the workspace. So this will return me back to the workspace. So if I go here, yeah, you can see that I return to the workspace. So actually it is simple. If you imagine it, it is very simple. Return to the parent directory of the dir2, which is dir1, then return to the parent directory of the dir1, which is workspace. So actually no big deal. Please don't get confused. It is very simple. Okay? And by the way, you will get used to it. Don't worry at all. Believe me on that. I'm telling you. Now, ls command, you can see that we have the dir1 as well. Okay. Now we saw that by using the rm dir1, we couldn't remove it because it is not empty, because it has the dir2 as well. Okay, so how to delete directories recursively? So imagine I want to remove the dir1 and everything inside it. I will use this time the -b option. Okay, so if I type it like this, you can see, yeah, the directory is not empty. But if I type dir2, so actually this will remove everything. So if I type ls, yeah, you can see that dir1 has been deleted, as well as dir2, which is as expected. But you can see that using rmdir, actually it is safe. Yeah, it is safe somehow, because imagine you have this very important directory and you want to delete it, for example, after you archive it, for example, but you remember that you didn't archive it yet. So using the rm-rf is very dangerous in this case. But by the way, nobody do that. Actually, everything is automated currently. So, and if it is something important, you don't remove it. So actually using the rm-rf is better, from my personal opinion, than using the rmdir. Yeah, I know rmdir is more safe, because if you want to check if this directory is empty or not, you can just put the rmdir. If it is not empty, it will not be removed. But rm-rf, it will remove everything, no matter what, by using the f, by the way, f option, which is force. But actually, it depends on what you prefer. From my opinion, or my personal opinion, I prefer using rm-rf, because actually you have a lot of work to do. So it's not time to check this is empty or not. I know it is empty by doing the ls command like this. So ls, the name of the dir, which is dir1. By the way, I already removed it. So ls dir1, it will show everything inside dir1. As simple as that. Then rm-rf. Yeah, I know we will have a shortcut. Instead of doing that, we can do the rmdir, whatever. Okay, so it's up to you what you prefer. But I'm telling you, I'm teaching you every command that used here for you as a DevOps or as a developer. All right, thanks for watching.
All right, now it's time to talk about the ls command, which is very important command, the listing command, with more details and more options. Okay, so actually you can just type man ls, and here you can see all the options, all the things, all the values you want. Well, it's not like about these, but I want to mention the most important ones. Okay, so let's return here actually, and let's put the ls. You can see that we have these. Now the ls-a option, this to print every directories or every file, including the hidden one. So ls-a, and you can see that, yeah, we have the .sudo as admin, .vim info, .profile. By the way, anything is started with dot as a either as a regular file or a directory or a linked list or whatever files, it will be considered hidden. Okay, so using the ls command by itself, it will not print anything, but ls-a, it will be, or they will be printed. Okay, so far so good. Now we have the ls-t, or let's talk about the ls-l. Okay, sorry, let's clear the screen first. So yeah, ls-l, which is this one. So actually this will print the current files, but as you can see, we didn't include the a, which means only the visible, not the hidden. Okay, only the visible file and directories will be listed, and you can see that we have the L here, which means the long list format. Okay, so you can see that including what is the type, what is the permission, links, user, group, last modified date, and so on. Okay, now what if I want to combine the ls-l with all, which means I need all the files, but I need them, the hidden files included as well. I will put ls-la or -al, it doesn't matter, the order doesn't matter. Okay, so ls-la, which means it will print everything and as a list or a long list format. Okay, so you can see that, yeah, we have everything here, and here are, don't worry about the permission, about the user group, what is d, what is slash, everything will be discussed, but later on the next lectures, not in this lecture currently. Don't worry at all, and we will have everything in details there, and you will get to understand everything. So no worries, please don't be afraid, do not panic. You will understand everything, and you will start looking at these. Oh, this is very simple, I know everything. Okay, now let's talk about something else, which is the ls-l, but this time with h. So you can see that the numbers here, now don't worry about the numbers, we will talk what are those numbers, but for now you can see that the numbers here is very big. So you can see this number, what is this number? It doesn't make sense. Okay, but by typing the h, which means human readable, so the number here will be like this. Okay, so you can see that, let's clear the screen first, sorry about this. So ls-l-a-h, okay, so long list, all files, and as a human readable. So you can see that now it will be 4K, 1 megabyte, 4K, 107, whatever. Actually, these are bytes. Okay, so if I type it without h this time, you can see that here is 4K, but here is 496. Okay, now this is easy actually, because we know that this is 4K, but for number like this. Okay, by the way, it is easy as well, but actually when you have a lot of job, a lot of tasks to do, your daily task, so you will not have this luxury. Oh, it's very simple. No, actually your mind will be very busy. Okay, so it's better to use the h to print it as a human readable, which you can see that here it is 1.5 megabyte. Okay, and here is, yeah, 1,500,000, whatever. Okay, all right, so far so good. So h, I combine it with the la, so it will give me that we have it as a long or as a human readable. Okay, one last thing I want to mention, which is the la. Let's put the ls-la. Okay, and ls-lat, but this time. Okay, now t, it will be sort the times or the sort the files depend on the last modified date. Okay, so you can see that here these are the modified dates. So you can see that here it is from 29 December, here is 29 December, May. As you can see, they are not ordered. Okay, but here by using the t, they are ordered currently. So you can see that the up to date is here, which is 29
December, and here actually this is July, then we have the May, then we have the April as well. Okay, so you can see that we have the files ordered not as a listing here, actually as an alphabetic. You can see that we're starting from the B or dot first, then for the dots we B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. Then we have the without the dot, I mean D, A, B, C, D, R, W, whatever. Okay, here is by default is the alphabetic order, but if using the T, we will sort them depends on the last modified date. Okay, all right, so far so good. Now again, don't worry about the permission, the what are those number, what is root, what is Ubuntu, what is those. Don't worry, we will talk about these in details in the next lectures. Okay, so keep with me for now, understand or practice this ls, because the ls is very important command for you as a Linux administrator, DevOps, developer, whatever. Okay, all right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Now it's time to talk about the linked list or the listing or the shortcuts inside Linux. Okay, now actually for that we are using the ln command, which is the link command. So man ln to see, so you can see that make links between files. Okay, so here are the synopsis. You can see that the first form, the second, the third, fourth. You can see that we have a lot of options, a lot of arguments, the author, whatever. All right. Okay. Now, as simple as that, what is the most important? For example, let's make a directory. So let's name it ln dir. Okay, whatever. Okay. So now I want this ln dir to be linked. So let's make dir2. It's okay. And actually to make this directory without go to the directory, we already learned that. So dir1, and then we create dir2. And if it is dir1, if not existed, we can put the -p or -p option. So to make directory if the parent is not existed, but the parent existed, by the way. And ls-la or ls-l, sometimes some of the Linux distribution, it have this alias, which is the ll, which means the ls-l. Okay, by the way, it is alias. Now what is alias? Don't worry, we will talk about alias later on. All right, now let's start using the ln option or ln command. So ln, the source, the destination. Okay, but by the way, it's better to use absolute path in my case. So you can see that if I type baud or pwd, you can see that I have the home Ubuntu, then ln home Ubuntu, ln dir, and this means that I want this directory to be linked to another directory. Okay, so I want this lindir, and I will go home Ubuntu, and I will put lindir2. Okay, all right. So you can see that now hard link are not allowed for directories because we are linking between directories. We cannot do a hard link, so we will use in this option the soft link or the symmetric links. In other case, actually in Windows, they are called shortcuts. Okay, and they are very simple, by the way. But just by putting the -s option, which means symmetric or soft link. Okay, so by this, yeah, everything is as expected. You can see that the lindir2 is now referring that the one we created here, as you can see, which is the destination, is referring or linking or linked to lindir, which is this one. Okay, okay, so far so good. So actually, if I type ls-l now, you can see that here ln dir2 is now, as you can see, there are arrow, is now listed or is now linked to the home Ubuntu in dir or lindir. Okay, so if I go to lindir2, it will go me to the lindir2. Actually, if I create a directory here, let's name it dir, for example, whatever. Okay, and I return back. Let's clear the screen first. Then I will go to lindir this time. Okay, not lindir2, and I type ls. You can see dir is existed as well. So you can see that any modification, I create files, I create something, I delete something, actually anything here inside lindir2 will be referred to lindir2. By the way, lindir2, because we created as a soft
links or asymmetric links, actually they are a shortcut to the lindir, which means that this is just a pointer to the lindir, not a copy. On the other hand, the hard link is something else. So if I go back here, you can see that lindir2 is now inside, or the same thing as lindir. Okay, now let's remove it. rm-rf lindir, and let's delete the lindir. But before I delete it, actually, I want to show you something. So actually, if I go to lindir2 like this, you can see that I am inside the lindir2. And actually, the lindir2 is the same as lindir. We saw that because after we created this directory, the same directory is created there. Actually, it is the same directory, not something new or something copied. Okay. Now, what if I want to go? Let's clear the screen first. Sorry. So, what if I want to go to the actual, not the link? By the way, you can see that now it is a bright blue here. As you can see, the color is different than the color here, which means this is a list. And if I go to it, we saw that we are inside the lindir2. But what if I want to go to the actual directory, not the, so by typing ls-l, I mean I don't need to go to lindir2, I need to go to the actual directory, which is the home Ubuntu lindir. How to do that? We will use the cd-p option, and then I will go to the lindir2. And actually p option or p capital, sorry about this. So you can see that p option with a capital P and go to lindir2, it will go to lindir, which is the physical actual directory, not the linked list or the copy from it, because you know that this is a linked list, a symmetric linked list that referring or pointing to the lindir. We will go directly to the actual or the original directory, which is the lindir. And as you can see, yeah, we are inside the lindir. All right. Now we learned about the symmetric links. Now let's learn about the hard link. So actually the hard link is the same format, but without using the -s option, as you can see. So symmetric -s, hard link without -s. Okay, so source destination. The source is remoting to jar. And again, the directory doesn't accept hard link, just a soft link. But the regular files, yeah, accept that. It's okay. So here I want this remoting jar. I want to create a link from it, so it will be referred to this. But actually, it's better to have a text file. Yeah. So I will use the touch command, or let's use this command. Actually, it's good to practice that. So echo hello, and I will use the redirection. Don't worry about these. We will talk about these in details, but follow me for now. Actually, so t.text. Okay. All right. Let's clear the screen and let's see. Now we have the t.text. If I cat it or concatenation, using the concatenation, yeah, we have the hello inside it. Now ln t.text, and it's better. We saw that it is better to put the absolute path. Okay. But by the way, it works. Even if you didn't provide the absolute path, it works. But sometimes it will give you infinite loop. So, and actually this is a bad practice to put a relative path inside the linked list. Sometimes it worked, but I don't prefer it. From my personal opinion, I don't prefer the relative path for the linked list. Okay, either hard link or soft link. So yeah, t.text. Now this is the source, the destination. It will be the same. Home Ubuntu t2.text, okay, which is the linked list. All right, ls. Now you can see that we have t and we have t2. Okay, so if I remove the original file either as let's try as a linked list soft link or as a hard link. So let's remove -rf the lindir, which is the one we created, and this is referring or pointing to it. ls-la, or let's clear the screen, sorry about this. ls-l, you can see that lindir2 is now red, which means that this file couldn't be found. So if I type ln dir2, or sorry, let's go to ln dir2, you can see that no such file or directory. Okay, because this file is not exist anymore, but it is existed. You can see that it is here, but we cannot go to it because lindir2 that was pointing to lindir is not existed anymore. All right, but on the other hand, the hard link
So let's have a look here. If I remove the t.text, okay, not the t2, and if I type ls, you can see that we have it here, ls-l. We still have it not read. So if I cat it, t2.text, you can see that, yeah, it is hello as well. All right. So you can see that the soft link is something like the shortcut. In Windows, it is the shortcut. Okay? If you are coming from Windows, I mean. But here, the hard link is no, it will create a copy, the same copy from the file. It is just like the copy. It will create a copy from it. And if the origin is deleted, it's okay. So you may ask me, but what is the difference? What is hard link? What is the difference between copying the file or the hard link? Okay, for the soft link, we saw. Yeah, it is just like the shortcut, and yeah, it worked. If we removed the original, it will be removed or it will be read like this. But the hard link, actually, no, it is not like the copy, because any modification on the original or any modification on T2, it will be applied to the original. Okay, let's see. Let's see again. Let's clear the screen. Now let's remove -rf T2. We don't need this file, actually. Let's create another file. Let's remove directory lindir2. It's okay, we didn't need them. Now let's create this file. Okay, this time I will use the touch command, which is t1 or t.text, and inside it I can put this command or this thing. This is t.text. Okay, I will use redirection. Now please don't get confused. Again, I will talk about these later on. Okay, so t.text like this, and if I cat it, let's see what inside it. Yeah, we have this is t.text. Okay, so far so good. Let's clear the screen, and now let's put ls. Now let's ln home ubuntu t.text. Sorry about this. I pressed enter by mistake. Now here home ubuntu and t2.text. Okay, so we are creating a hard link from this regular file or text file. The source is t.text, and we saw what inside it. This is t.text, and here we have the t2.text, and let's press enter. Let's ls here. We have t and t2. If I cat the t2, we already saw what inside t.text. This is a t.text, but here this is t.text as well. Okay, so far so good. All right, you may ask me, but this is the same as the copy. Yeah, okay. Now if I edit the content of t2 I will use them for now. Don't worry about them. We will talk about it in details, but for now, just follow me. All right. Okay. So t2.text, and here inside it, I will put another line. Okay. And let's save this. Okay. All right. Now let's cat t.text, not t2.text, and let's see. Yeah, you can see that we edited or we modified t2.text, but the modification has been applied to the t.text, which is another line, which means that t2 and t, they are connected together. So any modification happens on t2 or t, they will be applied to each other. So again, this time let's modify t.text, not t2.text. So t like this. Let's modify third line. Okay, whatever. Let's save and see. Now let's cat t2. We modified t.text. Now it's time to see t2. Let's see. Yeah, third line. So you can see by practice that t2 and t, they are connected together. But the difference between soft link and hard link is that soft link, if you remove the original, and we already saw that by doing this practice on the directories, which is lindir, what we saw. But the hard link, no. If you delete the original, the t2 or the hard linked file, it will be stand still. It will not be removed, and it will be working as fine as it's okay. Cool. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Now let's put this command, and you can see that we have the long list format. Now it's time to talk about all of these. Well, actually not all of them. First now, let's talk about the first part, which is this part. And what is this? What is this? Okay, Now you can see that we have the first part, which is this. Now we have this symbol, which is D, or this letter D, or minus dash, let's say, or sometimes it's L or something else. What are those? Well, actually, this is the type of the file. So the here, as you can see, dir1, remoting, these are D, which means directory. Okay. Now the slash here, or sorry, the dash here, as you can see here for this or this text file or this T2, these are a regular file. Okay. Now if we have a linked list, so let's have a linked directory. So link dir2 to dir2, anything, it's okay. Let's have it as a symbol or as a symmetric. Now if we go have it again, now we have L. Okay. Now this is just arbitrary link. Okay. So now we have L. L means a link file. Okay. Now actually there are other files like pipe, special files, a lot of things. You can read about it, but these are the most important ones: the directory, the text files. We have the linked files or linked list files. Okay. All right. So far so good. Now it's time for the part 2, which is these bits. Now what are those? As you can see, we have read, write, execute, or RWX, RWX, RWX. What are those actually? These are for the read, write, execute. R for read, W for write, X for execute. But we have them duplicates. What are those? Please, read, write, execute. Then we have read, write, execute, and then we have a third read, write, execute. Now, actually, these are for the user, which is the owner of the file, which is Ubuntu in my case here. The group, the second 3 bits, which is for the owner group or the group for this file or this directory, which is in my case as well, it is Ubuntu. And we have the read, write, execute, the third bits, which is for the others. Others, which means that any other user or group on the system can have either read, write, or execute, or the three of them, which is read, write, execute in my case. So anyone in the system can read and write and execute on this directory, which is something bad, I know, but just follow me. By the way, the root directory doesn't have this permission, only for the owner, which is the root owner. Not even for the group, no, only for the owner, which is something more secure, because only the root user can do whatever it wants with this specific secret file. Okay. All right. Now I want you to follow me. Now how to change the permission for this file. Okay. Well, actually we will start testing on the dir1. Okay. Or actually let's have on t.text. Okay. The first thing I want to remove the t2.text because they are a linked list actually. So we don't need to get confused here. So ls -la or -l, we can have this on the t.text. Okay. All right. Now for changing the user mode, we need to use the ch mode, which is change mode. Okay. Change mode, we have 2 ways of changing the mode. We have the binary mode or the numeric number, or we have the second way, which is the letter mode. Okay. Using the UGO. Okay. Now we will handle both of way. So don't worry. So the first thing, let's have ch mode. Then we provide the permission here. Okay. Then we put the name of the file, which is t.text in my case. Okay. Now, what are the permission? I will put, or I will start with the numeric way or the numbers way. Okay. Now I will put a binary value translated or from the integer to give what we want. Okay. Now, again, we have for the user and for the group and for the other, the user, which is the owner of the file. Okay. Sorry for this file. Okay. So the first part, which is the read, write, execute for the owner. Now the read, it will give you 4. Follow me for now. The write, which is the W bit, it will give you 2, and the execute, it will give you 1. So it will be start from here 1, 2, 4. So depends on what you want. Calculate and sum all the permission you want, then put the value. So for example, I want it to be read, write, execute. So I will sum 1 plus 2 plus 3, plus 4, which means 4, which means 7. 4 plus 3, which means 7. So 7. 7's mean read, write, execute. Now, this is for the owner. Now, let's start with the group part, which is read, write, execute. Another thing, I need it to be read, execute only. So I will calculate, or I will sum 1 plus
4, which is read and execute. Execute is 1, write is 2, read is 4. Okay, so 4 plus 1, which means 5. So it will be 5. Now, for the last part, which is the other part, I want it to be 0, which means no read, no write, nor execute. Okay, so it will be 0. So it will be 750. And now if I type it like this, and if I type ls-l, and let's have a comparison between this one and this one. So you can see that here we have read write without execute, which means dash. Dash here means no bit has been set, which means no execution. Here no write bit, on here no execution bit. But here, after we done it, now we have read write execute. So you can see that execute has been added. Read execute only, which means the execute has been added and the write has been removed. And we have the dash, which means no permission at all for the others. But so you can see comparison with here, we removed the read as well. All right, so far so good. Now this is the first method. Now it depends on you what you want. So read only, write only, execute only, read execute, read write execute, write execute, write with read, read with only, execute only, whatever you want. Put whatever you want, depends on that. Put chmod, put the permission you want, 555 for example, and the name of the file you want to change the permission for. Okay, okay. Now this is the first way. Okay, ls-l again. Now the second way, which is using the letters way. Now we will have the UGO, which means user, group, other, and we will use plus, minus, equal, and then provide read, write, execute. Okay, and we have the S, but the S, which is the special permission, we will talk about it later on in this lecture, don't worry. All right, now actually this is the most preferred way that everyone use it. They will not use the binary way, they use this way because this is much readable, human readable actually. And actually from my personal opinion, I use this. Again, it depends on what you prefer and so on. So yeah, you prefer that way, you are used to that way, it's okay. Or you want to get used to that way, it's okay. But from my personal opinion, it's better to have as simple as possible, because when things go down, when you, for example, you are a DevOps engineer on this company and this company servers is going down and you want to change a permission or you want to do something. So it's better to have a simple approach, because the errors or the human errors will be less than when comparing if you are using a complex way. Okay, well actually this is my personal opinion. After all, you choose what you want. Okay, now let's start. For example, now let's see, have this t.txt file. We have the read, write, execute, read, execute, and we have nothing for the other. So for example, I want for the user to have the read, write, execute, and the group to have read, execute, and the other to have execute. Now actually I will talk about it this fast. So the first thing, the U and G and O equal read, write, execute. So this will give you, as you can see, we have equal, we have plus, we have minus here. Plus, add, minus, remove this, equal, it will be absolute like this. So t.txt file, which is the name of the file. Sorry about this. Yeah. So chmod, the user or the owner, the group, and the other equal read, write, execute. And let's have it here. So if I type ls-l, you can see that this time it is read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute. All right. Now actually we can have it again, which is chmod ugo, this time minus read, write, execute, as you can see, and put the t of text, which is this time the user and the owner, the group, remove the read and the write and the execute. So let's put it like this, ls-l, and you can see that the t.txt file has no permission at all. All right, so far so good. Again, chmod ugo plus read, execute, oh sorry, without space here, plus read, execute to the t.txt file. Okay, so this will give us only read, write for everything, which is this one. Let's clear the screen and let's have another look. Well actually, instead of using the ugo, because you are writing to everyone, to all, you use a equal read, write, execute to the t.txt file. Okay, now let's have a look. Here A means all,
everyone. So the user, the group, the other. So if you look here, yeah, this time instead of read write only, it will be read write execute, read write execute, read write execute. So far so good. And for example, if you want the other to be nothing, okay, so you can just type other minus read write execute t.text. So this will remove the read and write and execute from the text file. Sorry, I forgot to put the chmod here. Sorry. Yeah, chmod. The other will be no read, no write, no execute, as simple as that. And if I type it here, you can see that it is very simple. Now, actually, it is better. I will not handle every situation here or every case, but it's better to have a real hands-on. Please open your terminal, get your hands dirty, and try everything possible for this temporary files, whatever file you have. Now, enough with that. Let's talk about another subject. Now, I want to talk about what is the difference between the directory and the regular file as a read or write or execute. So, as a read, yeah, the text file is readable. So, let's have a comparison between t.text and let's make a directory. Let's name it dir ls, for example, or dir1. But for that, let's remove dir1. And let's remove dir2 as well. And let's put the -rf. So ls-l. This time we don't have them. Sorry, let's remove the dir2 as well. So you can see that we don't have them. Let's make another directory and let's name it dir1. Okay. So let's have a here. Look, yeah, dir1, and we have t.text file. Okay. Now for the file or the regular file, which is t.text, readable means I can concatenate it, I can echo it, I can open it using any text editor. Okay, so you can see that it can be readable. So if I t.text, you can see that we have this arbitrary lines or arbitrary text, whatever. Okay, but if I removed the permission from everyone, which is all -r, okay, I will remove the read permission. By the way, you can, instead of a -r, you can put just -r and the t.text. This will work as well. Okay, so if you have a look here, nothing is readable. T.text is not readable. So t.text permission denied. Even though you can see that I am the owner of the file. You can see that Ubuntu, I am the owner of the file. By the way, this will not work on the root user. So if I type sudo cat, and don't worry about the sudo, this we will talk about it in a separate lecture and full details about the sudo, what is. But for now, keep in your mind, sudo is used to run specific command as another command, as another user, which is in my case as the root user. So I'm running the cat as the full permission user, which is the root user, cat t.text. You can see that even though you can see that no one has a read bit enabled, you can see that the root user, which is by doing this command, is able to read the file because this is the king user, which means the full permission user. It can read anything, can do anything. He's the owner of the system, you know. So that's why it's very dangerous to have him or to have this user compromised. Anyway, let's return back. All right. So we saw what means the read for the t.text. So chmod, again, let's put, please increase the read for the t.text or a t.text. It's okay. A plus read for the t.text. It's okay. It will do the job. All right. Let's clear the screen and put ls-l again. Now, this is readable for the read file. Okay. For the write file, it is the same. So I can write content to this file. By the way, this is depend on either the owner, the group, or the other. So if I have for the owner read, but without write, and on the group, I have it as a write, or on the others, I have it as a write, well, actually, the owner will not be able to write on the file, but the others will be able to write on the files. By the way, this doesn't make sense, I know, but just keep that in your mind. Okay, so for a regular text file, the read to read the file, the write to write to the file or modify the file, and execute if you want this file to be executable. So you are writing a bash script, Python script, PHP, whatever. So you want it to be executable. Okay, now this is the first thing for a regular text file. But for a directory, okay, this is different now. So for the read, yeah, it is very simple. You can read the content of the directory, which means what are the directories inside it, what are the regular files inside, and so on. For the write, very simple. You can modify the directory. So you can create new directories inside it. You can modify its name. By the way, modify, which means modify its name, modify the content, either in a regular file or a directory. Okay. And we can create a text file inside this directory, which is the writable, which means this directory is write. But finally, what is the execute bit for the directory? We know that what it is for the regular file. The regular file, which means this file is executable to execute commands, bash script, Python, whatever. But for the directory, the executable actually is go inside it. So execute a specific directory means I can go inside this directory. Now let's see, have this here. So let's have chmod execute. Let's remove the execute from everyone on dir1. Okay. So ls-l. Now we don't have any execute permission on dir1. So if I try to go inside it, even though I am the owner of this, you can see that permission denied. All right. So even if I type ls, by the way, you can see that it is readable for everyone where it is here. Yeah. It is readable for everyone. Other, owner, the group, whatever. Dir1, you can see that I'm able to read what is inside it, but I cannot do or create anything inside it. So if I create a directory, or let's create a text file, or directory anyway, let's create a directory inside it. So let's name it dir2, but this time we want it to be inside dir1. So yeah, you can see that permission is denied. Why is that actually? Even though I am the owner, which is Ubuntu, as you can see, I am Ubuntu, and I have a write permission. You can see, even my group have write permission, but you can see that because I am not able to go inside it, because actually under the hood, make dir command, what is this command do? Actually, is go inside the directory, which is dir1, and then we create a directory called dir2. So that's why I don't have the permission to go inside the dir1. Okay. Again, by the way, if you are using the sudo or the root command, the sudo command with the root permission and privilege, you are able to do whatever you want. Okay, because this is the king on the system. It can do anything you want. All right. Now we have talked enough about the permission. Now we didn't talk anything about how to change the owner or the group of this file. Okay, actually we have two commands. We have the chown. This is to change either the owner or the group, by the way, or the group and the owner. And we have the change grb, which is change group. Okay, and this is to change the group of this file or directory. Okay, let's try have a hands-on real quick. So chown. So this time I will choose another user. Let's name it test, for example. Change owner test to the t.text, but maybe this will not work because actually the test is not a real user actually. So I want to change it this time for the root user. Okay, so if I type root, you can see that operation not permitted. Yeah, how can you change to a root, which is the king user? So you can't do that actually. So you need a permission for that, and you need to provide the sudo command. Okay. And by the way, I have this shortcut for you. So instead of typing this and type the sudo command, you can type the sudo shift11, which means the exclamation mark. And here to run the previous command, which is this one, which is change root to the t.text with sudo permission. And if I type it here, you can see that, yeah, it worked fine, and it print what is the previous command, which is sudo chown root t.text. And here, yeah, you can see that t.text now, as you can see here, previously it was Ubuntu, but here it is root. So if I try to read it or do whatever I want, so actually maybe I can, because I am the group after all. Here you can see that I am inside the group, the Ubuntu group. Anyway, who cares? Let's say, yeah, you can see that I am able, even though the owner is the root, but maybe because it is have other permission to read the file. Anyway, no big deal. Now what if I want to change? Let's clear the screen first. I want to change the owner and the group, or the group. So chgrb and root. By the way, every user created on Linux has a group. So Ubuntu user have a group called Ubuntu group as well. Okay. So root user has a root group as well. So root change group, as you can see, change group root for the t.txt file. And of course, we need a permission. So sudo shift1, which is exclamation mark. And yeah, so if I type it like this, you can see this time the owner is root and root. Okay. Now, what if I want to change this root and the group root with one command? I don't need that. So actually, I need to provide sudo chown this time. But you may ask me how to do that. Yeah, actually, you put the name of the user. We already saw that. And in my case, I want it to be Ubuntu. Or you put now the colon, then provide the Ubuntu as well, t.txt, which is the name of the file. This will change the owner, which is the user, and the owner group, which is Ubuntu. And actually, from my personal opinion, it's better to have chown because it is much newer than the chgrb. But it depends on you what you prefer. Everything will work. No performance here, nothing security. It will do. It's just your preferences. Okay, so let's have a look here. Yeah, you can see that I am able now to change the owner and the group of the t.txt, and it worked fine. Okay, now we have another command, which is the id. So actually id here, if you can see, if I type it here, if I type man id, you can see it will print the real and effective user and group id of the current user. So the current user I have, which is Ubuntu. If I type id, you can see that this is the user id, which is 1000. This is the gid, which is 1000. The groups I am in, which is Ubuntu, and this is the gid for it, as you can see. Here are some of the information, some of the groups I am inside it. So you can see that I am inside the sudo group. Don't worry about the sudo. We will have a detailed lecture about it. Don't worry at all. And here are some of the other groups for the system. Actually, it doesn't matter. Okay. So you can see that by typing the ID, we know what are the group the Ubuntu is inside, which is Ubuntu, ADM, dial out, whatever, CD-ROM, floppy, sudo, which is something very important. We will talk about it. Don't worry. And a lot of other things. Okay. Now, actually, we have another command, which is the groups. So you can see that we have the groups like this. So you can see it will print only the groups that user or the current user, which is Ubuntu in my case, is in, which is Ubuntu, ADM, dial out, CD, floppy, sudo, audio, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. All right. So far, so good. Now, one last thing I want to mention here in this lecture. I know the lecture took too long time, but actually these are the most important things in the Linux, which is the permission. Well, actually not the most important, one of the most important. All right. So which is the special permission? Okay. So let's clear the screen first and let's ls-l. Now for the special permissions, actually, we have three special permissions: the SUID or the set user ID, the SGID, which is the set GID, and we have the sticky bit, which is the sticky bit for the directories only. Now let's have a look. Don't worry, we will have that in details. Now, the first thing, actually, how to implement or how to apply these permissions, actually using something we already use, which is the chmod. Yeah, and you need them for this file, which is t.txt. And you need them for what? For user or group or other. Let's use them for all. So all equal. Or let's put plus, which means increase that. Okay. We already learned that. I'm assuming that you are familiar now with the chmod command. Now, this time I will not use read or write or execute. This time I will use special letter called S, either small or T small. Now, S, let's start with the S first, then we will go the T, don't worry. The S, which means the special permission. Okay, which means the special permission for the SUID or the group ID. So I plus S to the t.txt. Now you can see that we have them here if I type here, yeah, you can see that it is now red, highlighted in red. And you can see that the RWS, not RWX. You can see previously it was RWX, and now it is write WS. And again, it is read, write, execute for the group, and here it is read, write S, which means special. All right, now you can see that it is small. Why it is small? What is the difference between the small and the capital? Now the small, which means the execute bit is set, which means that this group is executable and it has the special permission. Okay, and here the same thing for the user, which means the special permission is set and it has the executable enabled for the owner. Now what are actually what are the special permissions? Now, to be honest, the special permissions, as simple as that, it is just run this file, and actually it's better to have an executable file, to be honest, not for a regular file or a text file just to read or write. No, actually these are worked actually exactly the use case for the executables files, either executable files or executable directories. So executable files, in my case, let's imagine I have a bash script here or Python. So which means run this file as the owner, which means as the privilege of the owner. So imagine if this is a root owner, and run this file as the owner, which means run this file as a root, which means this is a very huge security breach, or on the other hand, it is something you already used for this purpose. Okay, so you need to be careful here because this is something dangerous. If the owner is root, you need to be careful here. Okay. So this means that anyone can execute this as the root, which means it has the privilege of executing root commands, which means you compromise the whole system, which is something very dangerous. Now for the group, it is the same. You can see that we have it here, which means run this file, this executable file, which let's imagine it is a bash script. Okay, run this bash script as the group owner, which is not the owner only, or as a group. So which means that it will run first as owner and it will run as a group as well. Okay, by the way, there are precedents here. The first precedence for the owner, then the group, then we have the other. Okay, anyway, now you can see that on the other part or the other executable here, it is not. All right, now but before that, let's put the same command, which is a plus s, but this time I will put s capital, which is as this. You can see that, yeah, it give me error. Okay, now if I press minus, it will give me error. Okay, so how to do that? Which is minus x from t, from everyone. If I type it like this, if I type l s dash l this time, you can see that now it is s capital, not as small, which means the executable bit under it or inside it is set to off, which means it is dash like this. Okay, but previously you can see that it is as small, but now it is as capital, which means as capital, the executable bit for the group or the owner is set to no, or set to null, or no executable bit are enabled. Now the last thing, let's talk about the sticky bit, and actually this is only work on the directories. Okay, so how to do that? chmod a, let's assume it's a plus. Now this time I will not use s, this time I will use t. By the way, a t capital will not work as this s as well here inside this chmod, so you need to remove the executable bit from it. Okay, so let's add that sticky bit for the dir one, and let's have a look here. Oh, cool. So you can see that now it has, and by the way, it is t capital as we mentioned previously in the s case here, as you can see, which means that the executable bit is set to 0 or none, which means that no executable bit here. Okay, now if I type chmod, let's say other plus executable, and we want for it for the dir one, and let's have ls-l, you can see that it is not t capital this time, it is t small, by the way. And again, what are the sticky bit? We already learned what are the SUID or GID, which is for the user or the group. And actually these are for the directory, for the regular file, actually for the executable file as well. But for the sticky bit, it is only for directories. And this means that only the root user, which is the king user, or the owner of the file can remove this file or this directory. Actually, this is only work for directories. Where it is that in the system, you can see if you go to the tim directory. So actually, let's clear the screen, ls-l for the tim directory. You can see that we have it here. So you can see that, sorry, I need for the temp directory itself. So if I type it like this, actually, you can see that it has the T permission, which is the sticky bit, and it is executable because it is T small. Okay, so this means that only the root or the file owner on this directory, which is /temp, let's have a look here. Actually, it's good. So which means, for example, this file, only the mapper user. For this file, only the root. Yeah, by the way, it is the root only. For this file, only the Ubuntu user can remove this directory or remove this directory. Only the mapper can remove this directory or the root, by the way. And here, the same thing for the Ubuntu mapper and as well. Okay, so this is what sticky bit are. Sorry for the long lecture, but actually it is very important. If you didn't understand, you can ask me question, or you can read the theory part again. You will understand everything there. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, now it's time to talk about how to find a specific files. Okay, so in this lecture, we will use two commands, the find command and the locate command. Okay, now let's start with the find command. So let's have ls here. So let's make this text file, which is t.text. Let's use the touch command. Touch command will create a text file for you. So here, echo, let's put whatever value. It's okay, nothing big deal, and use the direction. Don't worry, we will talk about these later on. No worries for now. So echo this and put it inside the t.text. Okay, now let's clear the screen and have ls here, so it will be more clean. Now, I will use the find command. Now, I want to search in the current directory, which is dot, or where I want to search for this file. So, for example, /, which means root, or /home, okay, or whatever file I put here, the absolute path, okay, or the dot, which is the current path, and this means that find dot dash name. So this is the name of the file, which is t.text, and let's press enter. You can see that, yeah, we found it, and this is the path for it, which is dot/t.text. The dot means the current directory, which is, if I type baud, which is home Ubuntu. Okay. Now, if I found, or if I put t, but this time the t is capital, you can see we cannot find it, right? So to do such a thing, or to remove such a thing, we will use the I name, -i name, not dash name, which means ignore the case. So if I type here, yeah, we found t.text. We ignore, as you can see, I, which means ignore the case. So far, so good. Now, what if I want to do specific things with this command? Okay, sorry, with this file that we found. So for example, the output -ls, which means print the output as a list format. But by the way, this is the ls, which is from the find command. This is not the system ls. Or I think they, under the hood, they use the ls, but they add specific things at it, like this one or this things, whatever. Okay. Now, what if I want to execute commands after I found this file? So for example, I am searching for temporary files, and these files, I want to delete them. So how to do that? I will use the exec option. So -exec, and put whatever option you want. So ls-l, for example. This is the commands I want to execute. And don't forget, we will put the braces here, or the curly brackets, then \dot. Okay, enter. You can see that, yeah, we found it. This is the file, and the last modified, the user, the group, the permission, and whatever. Okay, so actually we execute the ls command for this file that we found, or these files that we found. Okay, so for example, so let's have t1.text. Okay, let's create t1, t2, t3. Okay, And if I found it again here, ignore the cases. We only find one, of course, because we are using the t.text. Now, what if I type instead of .text the wildcard or the arithmetics shift 8? So like this, you can see that we have found 1, 2, 3, 4, or the t.text. All of them have been found, okay? Because star means here everything possible, which is the wildcard. Well, I'm assuming that you are familiar with that. Anyway, so let's clear the screen and let's ls-l. Let's see what we have. So, for example, these are temporary files in the system, log file, for example, or system errors or something. I don't need them. For example, I want to archive them, and we already have a process archiving that, but I want to delete them. Well, I'm just assuming this is the case. By the way, all of that can be handled by the cron job. You don't need to do that manually. Actually, this is something automated, can be done, or Jenkins or whatever. But anyway, don't worry about the cron jobs. By the way, we will talk about it. I want to find dot dash I name, and the name is t star, which is anything, and I want to execute this command, and this command this time will be rm-rf, and put the curly brackets slash dot, okay, like this. So if I type this, sorry, maybe I forgot something. So yeah, it will be like this. If I type like this, yeah. Did you know why this happened? So actually, let's have this time ls-l and see why this happening. Because you can see that there is something here. Ignore the cases here. If I took T capital this time, so you can see that the problem is with the T small. So if I type dash I name, I need to provide the T as a capital or the letters as a capital, which means either capital or small. Okay, this is how find command work. Okay, so let's clear and let's have another look. This time I want to remove. All right, so rm-rf. So let's have a look. You can see that there is something here. Yeah, we already delete that. But if you notice here, while we are searching, we looked for this and this and this and this, but we find this, which is total 0. So we don't need, so that considered to be not found. So you can see that the cache to temp or something, no such file or directory or whatever, it considered to be that. Anyway, you can see that we already deleted the files and everything worked correctly. Now the other command, which is the locate. Okay, so let's have another file, which is t.text again. And sorry about this. So, and I will copy this file and put it inside the temp directory. But again, don't worry about the copy command, the move command, renaming the files, names or whatever. All of that will be handled in the next lectures. But don't worry. So for now, follow me. Copy from source to destination. And I will name it t.text, or let's put it as is and let's put it there. So if I type the locate command t.text, you can see that it will start looking for anything text. So here is the text, whatever, something, and you can see that if I look here, you don't know, or there are nothing called t.text. Okay, so I need to provide another command, and this command called update db. So this is to update the database for the locate to be working. So sudo for the thing, and yeah, you can see that we already updated that, and now it's time for running the locate command t.text, and you can see that this time, yeah, we found it. So you can see that it is here, the home Ubuntu t.text. But by the way, we can't find it in the temporary. Maybe he don't have access there, or I don't know actually. But anyway, we have it here and everything is working as expected. All right, thanks for watching. Now we will start to talk about how to viewing files with more details or more options. Okay. Now we learned about the cat or concatenation. So you can see I have this t.text file. So cat t.text like this, and it will print everything inside it. Okay. As you can see, because this is not a large file, so it print everything on the standard output without issue. Okay, but for example, let's have this, which is one of the log file in the system, auth.var whatever. Okay, so if I cat it, you can see that it print a lot of things, as you can see.
yeah, as you can see, everything has been printed outside, and we don't need that. For example, now imagine if you have 2000 line, for example, or something like this. So this is bad. So in that case, we will use either more or less. Okay. So if I type more slash var log auth, for example, you can see that not everything has been, nothing has been printed. So you can see more the var log auth whatever. Okay. But here we have only 18% of it. So if I keep pressing enter, you can see that 23, 30% and so on. Okay, until I reach the end. Okay, all right. Now if I press Q, it will quit from this more. Okay, now this is the same thing for less. So if I type less like this, var log auth dot something or dot log, you can see it is the same, but this time it is more flexible because I am able to use the arrow now. So you can see the right arrow, the left arrow, you can see that it is more feature. It has more feature. Actually, it has a lot of things. By the way, if I type or put slash like this and put, for example, Unix, okay, and press enter, you can see that it will start highlighting every Unix in the whole file. Okay, so I keep pressing enter, down arrow, up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, everything will work. Now to quit, just press Q and it will quit from the list. Now I want to talk about the two ways also, which is head and tail. Now head, actually, it will print the first number of lines, the first some number of lines, and the tail, it will print the end lines. You specify the number of lines. So head, by default, it will print the first 10 lines. So if I type var log auth like this, so you can see that we printed only the first 10 lines. All right. It is the same thing for the tail as well. So tail var log auth dot log, you can see that we printed the last 10 lines. Okay. Now if I want to increase the head or tail, so I will provide the option dash which the number. So dash 20, which means the first 20 lines. Yeah, you can see that they are 20 now. All right. And the same thing for the tail, dash number of lines, so 100, for example, it will print the last 100 line. Now we have this option on the tail, which is the tail f or tail dash f actually. Okay. Now var log auth. Now this is, but as it's being written to. So if I have this Nginx or Apache access log, and I want to see all the logs or all the error logs, for example, I will press this and press enter. As you can see, I am still in on the tail program. I didn't quit from it. So any new logs or any new errors written to this file, which is var log auth, it will be printed here. Okay, and you can see it as a real time. All right. Now finally, let's talk about the Nano editor. Well, actually, I don't prefer Nano. I prefer Vim. It's much powerful. It has a lot of features, and actually, it comes almost with all systems. Okay, even if you have an older server, they don't have Nano. They have Vim by default. So you need to learn Vim actually. But for now, just open Nano. You can see that you can type whatever you want as a text editor. As you can see, visual text editor. And here, Control X to exit, Control G to get help, Control read out, where is to search something, replace, as you can see, uncut, cut text as a copy or paste, undo, redo. Actually, it is very powerful. I'm not saying it's bad, but I don't prefer it. All right. So if I want to quit, and no or yes. And depends on that, you will save whatever you want. Okay. Okay. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. Now it's time to talk about the Vim. Now, actually, we have three utilities now, or three programs: the VI or Vim or View. So actually, the VI is the same as Vim, but the Vim is improved and it has more features. Okay. And the View, it will open any text file only as a read only. Okay, so you have a secret file, or for example, so yeah, let's test on t.text. So vi or by t.text, you can see that we open the t.text using the vi. But if I type vim.t.text, you will not see the difference here actually, because either actually maybe they are referenced to each other. So the v or the vi is the same as the vim. Actually, they are linked together. I guess. Well, anyway, we have the view, which is t.text. So you can see that here, you can see it is read only. All right. So if you are opening a configuration file, very crucial file in the system, you don't need to do any mistake, any stupid mistake. So you can just using the view t.text. By the way, opening the file using vim or vi, whatever, from now on we will start using vim. Okay. So you can see that opening any file, it is not readable as well. As you can see, I can't put anything. Yeah, but because I press the insert button or insert mode by mistake, but you can see by default, I can't put anything or I can't do anything. All right. Anyway, now let's start with the vim shortcuts. All right. But for now, actually, I want to open a large file. So let's open one of the varlog auth.log, whatever. Okay, whatever files. You can see that, yeah, now it is highlighted. By the way, if I open that using vi, I think it will not be highlighted, I guess. Let's see. No, it is highlighted. Yeah, as I told you, the vim and vi, they are linked together. Actually, they're referring to the same program. All right. Anyway, now I am here. As you can see, I can use the left, right, up button, down arrow, and as you can see, it will work as expected. As you can see the cursor, I can choose it or move it wherever I want. Now, if I want to go to the first line, I will use the hat, which is the shift 6. You can see that I am on the first of the line of the current cursor position. So you can see that the cursor is here, shift 6, which is the hat, and you can see that it will give me, and it will move the cursor to the first of the line. Now, to go to the line, to go to the end of the line, shift 4, which is the $sign. So you can see that now I am at the end. Okay, so now shift 6, it will go to the first line, and shift 4, which is $sign, it will go to the end of the line. All right. All right. Now it's time to modify and start with the inserting mode. Now we have the I small, I capital, A small, A capital, and O. Okay. Now actually these are the most important ones I put in the theory. So actually, if you read the theory part, you can see that I put a lot of options and shortcuts there. These are the most important ones, but this is not just Vim. Vim actually do a lot of things like replacement, a lot of things actually, but these are the most important ones. You can read more about Vim, by the way. So here, if I want to insert a line at the current cursor, you can see I will use the I small. I small, you can see that I am opening the file. But by the way, you can see warning, you are changing a file in a read only mode. Okay. So because this is, I think it is for the root only, can write on that because this is look for the system. Yeah, by default, that's for sure. But anyway, let's continue and we will test the writing, saving, quit without writing on a different file. Okay, but for now, I small, it will open the insert mode, which is typing anything I want, but this time at the current cursor. As you can see, if I press exit from here, currently I am on the N letter. If I press enter or press I mean, it will open here, as you can see, insert, and on the same cursor. Okay, if I press exit or escape, it will escape from the insert mode. Now the same thing with the I capital, which is shift I. Shift I, it will create or insert mode, but this time at the beginning of the current line. So the cursor is here, was here. It will insert or open the insert mode on the same or on the beginning of the line, as you can see. Press escape again, press escape button, and yeah. Now we have the A append. I means insert, either insert at the current cursor or insert at the beginning of line. A will append after the current cursor, as you can see, which is D. If I press exit again, currently I am on D. If I press A, it will append after the D letter, which is where I am. Okay, but if I press shift A, okay, it will give me A capital. It will append after the line. Okay, Actually, it is simple, right? I insert at the current cursor, or shift I, which is at the beginning of line. A to append on the current cursor, or shift A to append after the end of line. Or on the other hand, it will create an empty line for you, as you can see. Yeah, empty line, and you can put whatever you want here. Okay, so empty line after the current cursor. So if I am here, for example, if I press O, it will create a new empty line as well. All right. Now to save that, actually, we will use the shift here, which is shift with semicolon, which is the colon, I mean, colon with Q. Q to quit without saving. W to write or save. Okay. R, WQ, which is save and quit. Okay. Now, X, by the way, it will work as WQ as well. Okay. Now, if I want to quit, for example, like this, but you can see that no, you can't, because you already modified the date, or already modified the file. So shift with, or like the colon Q. By the way, you can see that I am writing here. Did you see that? Yeah, which is colon Q, and now shift 1, which is the exclamation mark. So you can see that now let's quit without saving. Okay, the same thing for quit and with Q. The same thing for write. Okay, but write, it will not work, because if I type here, you can see that you can't open the file for writing, because this needs a root permission. But so let's quit, but without saving. All right, like this. Yeah, worked 100%. Now let's open it again. Now you can see that I am currently on the line 17, 16, 14, 10, whatever. Okay, what if I want to go to line 100? So you type this and you put 100. Okay, so you can see now currently I am on the 100, or on the line number 100. If I go here, 120. Yeah, you can see currently I am on 120. Okay, now what if I want to go to the end of the line, or end of the file? I will use shift, and with the shift I will use the colon, I mean, as you can see here, and shift 4, which is the $sign. This will go to the end of the file, as you can see. Now actually this is the same thing if I want to use GG. GG, it will go to the first of line. Shift G, it will go to the end of line. Okay, so it's up to you what you prefer. GG, first of line. Shift G, it will go to the end of line. Okay, or end of file. GG, the first of file. Shift G, it will be the end of file. Okay, now if I want to enable the numbering here, you can put this, the colon, set NU, which is number. You can see that currently I have a numbers here. Oh, so nice. Now set. So if I type no number this time, or no new, which is, it will give me no number. So set number, it will give me number. Set no number, it will remove the numbers. Okay, now it's time for the copying. So if I press exit now, yeah. Now I want to copy, for example, this line and this line, or some of this line. What you will use? We'll use V, which means visual copying. So you can see now after that, you do that, you start moving the arrow, whatever you want. I want for that. Now I have copy, paste, or the cut, paste. Okay, so for the copy, we will use Y. Yeah, you can see Y, it worked 100%. 5 lines yanked. Y stands for yank. So why it is named yank, I don't know actually, but anyway. So now press P, which means paste. You can see that, yeah, it pasted correctly. But you can see that because I am currently, so let's go to the end of line, actually end of file, and let's open this and press this, press exit. Now press P again. You can see now, yeah, it has been pasted completely. Now again, if I press V and do whatever I want, I can use D this time, which is cut. So you can see it has been cut. And if I press P, it will paste again. So copy and paste, cut and paste. Now what if I want, I don't need to use the visual, I want to copy a complete line and paste it. Use YY. You can see that now it has been, let's use on this one actually, YY, and let's paste it here. You can see if this worked. Yeah, it worked 100%. Now what if I want to undo the change I done by using the U command, or U button, I mean. U. Keep pressing U until you reach what you want. Now finally, what if I want to search this file? I will use the slash, as you can see, and put the value you want. For example, I want December, but you can see that it must be in case sensitive actually. press enter. Now you can see that currently, yeah, it worked, and it is aiming on the first one. So if I keep pressing N, it will be next, 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 next. Shift N, which is the N capital, it will previous, 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 and so on. Okay. Now what if I want to, for example, if I press enter or N a lot of time. Now actually Vim is not about this only, but these are the most important ones actually, and these you will use them in your daily life. But it has the replacement, it has to run a command, to run something. Okay, it has a lot of features actually. You can read more about it, but for now I give you the most important ones and the ones that you will use in your daily life as DevOps or developer. Okay, thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about copying, moving, renaming files. Okay, now actually to create a file, we already learned using the touch command to create a text file. So t.text, or let's name it t2.text. Okay, and here you can see that we have t2 and we have t1 or t. Now to copy a file, we will use the copy command, which is cp, name of the copy or source, which is this one, and the destination, and we will name it this time t3. Okay, so this will copy the file. So if I cat t3 now, you can see that this is the t3. All right, now this is for copy. Now the same thing for moving, which is using or the cut. Okay, in Windows, now it will be mv, which is move. So t3.text, it will be t5.text, for example. You can see that we moved the t3 and it from here, and we put it as a t5. By the way, this is the renaming as well in Linux. So in Windows we can right click rename or rename it, okay, or move it to cut it, by the way. But this time move t3 to t5 in the same directory, which means renaming the file. So we rename the file to something else. Okay, now the copy cannot do that, the copy, because it will create a copy from it, so it will not be renamed, the original I mean. Okay, so this is copy and this is move. And to delete a file, we already learned that, which is rm-rf or rm-f, and do the file, which is t5, for example, the text. And oh, by the way, we can use the wildcard, so you can see that we have t1, t2, t5. Now if I type it like this, so it will remove everything start with t. But be wary here, be careful, man, because you can see that if you have directories start with t, it will be removed as well, because I'm using rm-rf. Okay, so be careful here. Don't use wildcard randomly like that. Okay, so let's remove that ls without a dash. Actually, yeah, you can see t, all the t's have been deleted. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time to talk about redirection and the things. Now I'm assuming that you already watched the theory part about file description, some commands or whatever. Okay, so we will start with the redirection first. So as you can see, if I type ls or ls-l, you can see that I have this specific output. Okay, now what if I want this output to be inside a text file? So actually I will type ls-l, which is the command. I will use the greater than here, the redirection. Okay, sorry about this. And then I will provide to a specific file, and I will name it file.txt. Now if I type ls, you can see that file.txt is here. Let's cat it, file.s. You can see inside it we have a text of the output of these, as you can see. All right, so far so good. Now if I want to sort this file, I will use the command called sort file.txt. okay, so as you can see now it has been sorted. Okay, now with specific criteria, whatever. Okay, now I'm not talking about the criteria of sorting or the mechanism, I'm talking about the command. And now if I want to provide an input for this, by the way, the greater than here, which means the output of this file, put it inside this file. Okay, so the output of this will be redirected to this file. Okay, this is the greater than. Now the less than, this means that the input for this command, I need it to be taken from this file. So if I type sort, but this time I didn't provide the file.txt, I provide the less than and put file.txt. Okay, this means that for the input of this command sort command, take the input from file.txt. If I type here, you can see that it gives me the same value or the same result, as you can see. So everything is working as expected. Now, what if I want to put or append value to this file.txt? So for example, I type ls-l for the temp, for example. All right. So I will list all the temp directory content, and I want it not to be overwritten over the file.txt. I want it to be appended on the file.txt like this. Okay, now if I clear the screen first and cat file.txt, you can see that now, yeah, we have, and now this is the part for the first one. This is the second part of the second one, which is the temp directory. All right, so far so good. Now, what if I want to put a specific command? Now, for example, I type ls, let's see here, you can see that we don't have t.txt here, right? So if I type ls t.txt, okay, sorry about this, yeah, as you can see, no such file or directory. Now, what if I don't want for this to be shown? How should I do that? I will do this, which is the ls t.txt, and then I will choose this thing, which is to on /dev/null. And you can see this time, after I list this file, the same message, no such file or directory, is not written or is not printed. Why? Because the to, which means the standard error, will be now redirected to div null. And by the way, div null is a device for the null values, which means it's like the recycle bin in Windows, by the way. Okay, somehow, let's say somehow it is like the recycle bin in Windows, somehow, let's say. Okay, all right, now enough with this. You have an idea now what is redirection, how to use it, and I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it's time to talk about comparing between files. So if I type ls, I have file.txt and I have file2.txt. So the file.txt, inside it, sorry about this, inside it, I have this total 1,500, whatever, blah, 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 and total 44 and whatever, okay? Now, for the file 2, actually, it is the same, but it is the first part, which is total 1,000, until we reach total 44, okay? Total 44. So far, so good. Now, actually, for comparing the files, we have three commands. We have diff, which is like this, diff. We have sdiff, which is side by side. And we have the vimdiff, okay? We will handle all of that, okay? Now let's start with the diff. So actually the diff, putting the first file, which is text, and file 2, which is file2.txt. So you can see that it will start showing that here on this file, which is, as you can see, on the left, which means this file, it has the following, right? And not existed on the file on the right, which is file 2. As you can see, all right, which means that it found that file 1 or file.txt, as you can see, if I open vim, you can see that file 1 has the following that file 2 doesn't have it. Yeah, and we already saw that. So if I open file 2, actually, you can see that file 2 only has these ones, okay, which is the first part. All right, now actually let's have a comparison between or let's not comparison, I mean, let's have, or let's edit this, actually let's put this as a D here this time, and here you can see that I make it as a D, okay? And now let's run the command again, and actually what we edit on the file 2. So if I open this and make a comparison, so you can see that this time not just this part, which is this part on the left file, which is file, it has the following line, okay? But on the right, as you can see, on the right file, we have the following file or the following content, which is, as you can see, D and slash here, or dash, I mean, okay? So as actually it's run as expected, all right? Now let's use the sdiff this time. So again, file.txt and file2.txt. So you can see that this time it is side by side, which is something more readable actually. So you can see that on the left we have this, but on the right you can see that we have a pipe symbol here, we can see a vertical pipe, which is D here, but this means that here is a dash, which means that this line between the two files, by the way, the one on the right, which is the file 2, the one on the left, which is file.txt. It is simple, no big deal, okay? And you can see that we have the following. All right, now let's this time use vimdiff, and again the same thing, file2.txt, and open it. You can see now vimdiff, actually it is better and it is more visual, and actually I prefer vimdiff, by the way, but it's okay, it's up to you what you prefer. So you can see that it highlights the text, which is this line that we edited, which, as you can see, not just this line, it highlights the D letter, which is something what is different between this line and this line on the file 1 and the file 2. Okay, and by the way, we have this line is missing, and all of that is not is existed on this on the right, I mean. Okay, so which means it is work as expected and something human readable, and it is user friendly, by the way. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it's time to copy files or move files over the network. Okay, so for example, I have this file here, so let's create it. File over network, for example, anything, it doesn't matter. Okay, now let's echo or put this inside it. Whoa, file, anything, using the redirection, file over the network, and let's cat it to check if it is, yeah, it accepted it, yeah. So this file over network.txt has a file, and I want to send it to a specific server that I have access on. I have SSH key connected, whatever. Okay, so for that I will use the scp command. All right, so by the way, I have this file here, or I have this server, I have access on it, so over the SSH, I mean. So scp actually, which means secure copy. Okay, and this command used, or you under the hood, it used SSH RSA keys. Okay, so the first thing, scp actually it works exactly like the copy command. So source to destination. Okay, so the source, it will be just follow me for now. The source, it will be file over the network. By the way, it works from source to destination, which means that you can copy files from here, by the way. So you can copy, for example, remoting.jar from here, from this server, remote server, to your local machine by providing the path here and providing the destination as your computer or as your location on your computer. But how to do that? Don't worry, follow me for now. So scp file over network.txt. This is the source, which is the file that I have locally. Then the destination, it will be the remote user, which is in my case Ubuntu. As you can see, I am providing the user on that remote machine and I will provide the IP address of it. By the way, I have it as a private server. Yeah, you can see that this is the user I have here. I have access on, which is Ubuntu, which is the IP address of that server. Then I will put the colon here. Okay, the colon here means that this is the server. Now inside this server, what is the path? Which is /home/Ubuntu. How did I know that? It's no big deal. Just type bound here. You can see that home Ubuntu. So I want this file, which is the file over the network, to be copied there. So Ubuntu at this home Ubuntu / so which means that this file will be copied there. All right, so far so good. By the way, don't forget the /. If you didn't specify the /, this file will be renamed Ubuntu and it will be on the home directory. So the / here is very crucial. So / means that it is inside the home, inside the Ubuntu directory. Then we will have this file the same name as here. But if I provide new name _name.txt, this time it will be copied there as this name, which is the new name.txt. Okay, so let's have that. By the way, this is the same thing for the copy. If you want to change the name, we already saw that, by the way, but we didn't mention the / thing, because the / thing is very important and very crucial. So if I type the name of the file, it will be copied and renamed with the new name. But if I didn't provide the name, which means only this, like this, this will be copied as is, and the default name will be the original name, which is file over the network. But let's put new name.txt. Okay. All right. Now let's press enter. By the way, it will not work like this. You know why? Because we forgot to provide something. By the way, because I am using a key-based authentication here, not a password-based, which means it will not ask me for a password. I need to provide the -I option, which is the identifier, for example. And here I need to provide the SSH key or the private SSH key, so I can send the file. Or, well, actually, I'm assuming that you are familiar with the SSH, the RSA behavior. Anyway, so I have it here actually. Now you can see that it has been moved or copied, I mean, over the network completely with or under a secure tunnel, which is the SSH tunnel. By the way, I'm using again this key. This is the PEM key, or the secret private SSH key. So if I return here, if I press ls, I can see it here, which is the new name. Now if I type new name.txt, whoa, a file, which is, yeah, it moved correctly. So actually, let's copy this file, and this time let's name it whatever file, which is on server underscore file.txt. So this is to distinguish between them. And this file, this time, let's open it by Vim and edit its content. Let's put it something else. What I'm trying to do actually is I want to copy from the server to the local host. Okay, I just want to show you how to do such a thing. By the way, if I press DD, it will delete a complete line. So this is in the server file. Okay, so let's save that and let's see. Now this time I will use the same command, but this time I want to what? Yeah, you guessed right. I want to flip them out. So Ubuntu at this whatever blah blah blah, and this thing, by the way, you need to change the name, and this will be considered the source, which means that the source I want it from this, which means Ubuntu at something, by providing, by the way, the -I. Don't forget providing the -I. We already saw that. We don't need to go over it again. So Ubuntu at whatever the IP, this, and its place is on this server. I mean, on this server with this credential, this user. Ubuntu home, Ubuntu, not a new name. This time it will be what? Which is the new name we have it here, which is, let's copy it, no big deal. Like this, and the destination, it will be my local machine, which is here. I can provide just /, which means that put this file on the current directory, which is the test. Now let's do that. Let's see if it is working. Yeah, it worked 100%, and yeah, we have it here, which is cat on server. You can see that this is in the server file. Everything worked 100%. But again, I'm assuming that you are familiar with the SSH keys, SSH key pairs, RSA keys, how to modify that, how to configure that. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it's time to talk about something very important, which is the alias. Well, actually, the alias, it is something. So if I type ls or man alias, you can see it doesn't have any entry. But if I type alias -- help, you can see that it is to define or display aliases. Alias, it is used to create another alias name for a command, and this is something we already mentioned when we typed the ls-l is the same as ll. You can see that ls-l, which is the same -ll, ls-la, I mean, sorry, ls-la. So let's clear the screen first, and I want to show you just, yeah, ls-la, which is the same like ll. Okay, this will print everything and in a long format. Okay, with some differences. You can see, you can notice that here is a slashes, but here we don't have slashes. Anyway, no big deal. So how to create alias? So for example, I want to clear the screen. I don't need to type clear each time clear. This doesn't make sense. How to do that? Actually, I will use alias command, which is alias, like this, as simple as that. The name of the alias, which is C in my case, equal, and then provide the command, but with a single quotation inside it. So clear. So the command clear will be considered or aliased to C letter. So if I type enter, And if I type C, it will work. Oh, so if I type ls-la, whatever ll, okay, I want to clear the screen, I will use just C. Oh, so fantastic. Now, but the thing is, if I open another shell, so for example, I am inside this shell, as you can see. If I open another shell, for example, bash, if I type C this time, you can see C command not found because we didn't put it as an alias. So how to do such a thing without losing the, because after we open a new shell session, everything will be removed and specific things will be exported from specific files. Don't worry, we will talk about them right away. Okay, so how to do such a thing? Well, Control D or exit to quit from the first shell. By the way, if I type echo shlvl, you can see that this is the shell level. This is an environment variable and used to print the shell levels. So one, as you can see, it is to see. If I open another shell, so if I echo the shell level again, you can see that it is 2 this time. So which means that we have 2 shell levels, which means I am opening a bash shell inside the bash shell. Okay. All right. Let's Control D or quit or exit. I mean, let's clear the screen first. So if I type C here this time, it will work because this is the original one. So how to do such a thing? Now, actually, if you notice, ls-la, we have something called .profile or .bash rc. And by the way, the difference between .profile and .bash rc, this is used for the specific user, which is Ubuntu. As you can see, any user on Linux, it has the following, either .profile or .bash rc or the two of them. Okay, this is actually used to tell what are the commands or stuff we will do when we open the shell on a specific behavior. So for the .profile, this is used for the lognable or the login shell. But the bash rc, this is used for the interactive behaviors. Actually, if I vim.profile here, you can see that we have a lot of information. So you can see .profile executed by the command interpreter for login shells, as you can see, login shells. And the file is not read by bash here. And you can see if the .bash profile or .bash login exist, the file are located in the bash rc package, and you can see the default umask set whatever blah blah blah, and you can see the default file, which is the etc profile. This is not just for the current user, which is Ubuntu. No, this is for the whole system. By the way, I'm just giving you a brief about it. You can read more about it actually. So .bash rc on the other hand, no. So rc like this, you can see that if I have a look here, now you can see that bash rc is executed by bash for non-login shells. Okay, there for login shells, which means through SSH, but here for non-login shells, which means interactive. Now let's edit the bash rc. Actually, in my case, what we saw, which is using the bash, we want the alias to be existed. We don't need it to be removed. So from here, just inside this file. By the way, when we open a shell or when we type the bash command, it will everything here will be executed. So which means that I need to provide the alias here. So alias, as simple as that, equal single quotation and then clear. So this means that every time we open the bash command or put the bash command enter, which means open a new bash shell. And by the way, we already saw it is non-login shells. This is considered to be non-login shells. So this time, which means C will be there. So if I save it for now, and let's open bash this time. By the way, you saw before I go, C, press enter. It's not found. So if I put bash and press C, you can see C is working correctly 100%. All right. And again, so let's exit from that. Let's vim the .bash rc again. Let's copy that actually, and I just want to copy it, and I just want to show you for the login shells this time. This was the behavior for the non-login shells, which means opening the bash using the terminal like this. But for the non-login shells, for the login shells, it will be like this. So .profile, again, put the command here. Be careful, don't put it inside if or else, or if you are using some filtering or whatever, put it inside, in that case, inside if or whatever. Okay, now alias C equal clear. So let's save it. All right. Now I want to quit from that actually, and from that. So you can see that currently I am on my Mus'ab machine, which is the Mac operating system. Now, if I have, actually, by the way, I have this alias. If I type it like this, alias mapper, you can see that I have it like this. This is Ubuntu at something, and this is the key I am using. All right. So let's use this alias, whatever. By the way, this alias is the same as this, okay, as this command, which is as such into the system. No big deal. Okay, please don't get confused. Okay, I'm just using this alias on my local Mac operating system. Okay, currently I am inside this server with this IP address. Okay, let's clear the screen, or actually I don't need to clear the screen using the clear command. I need it using the C letter to see if it is working or not. Yeah, everything is working as expected. So if I open the bash.rc or .bashrc, you can see that the alias is not here. Let's quit, and now if I open the .profile, you can see the alias, yeah, it is here, which means that this is for the login shells. Okay, so hope you learned. Actually, hope you didn't get confused. Please, if you have any question or if you got confused, you can ask me, no problem. Thanks for watching. All right, now let's talk about the environment variable. Now the environment variable, they are just a variable, but for the system. So you store the directory or the path for the Java interpreter, the compiler, GCC compiler, Python interpreter, whatever. Okay. So the difference between variable and the environment variable is that the environment variable, they are for the system, not just a symbol or a normal variables. Okay. So to show all the variables, we will use the command env or environment. So env, here you can see it will show us everything we have. So the shell level, the look name, path, as you can see, the sh, mail, term, whatever. Okay. Now here are some of the tips I want to mention is that the behavior of the shell you are using. So depends on that. You need to know where to define your environment variables. So for example, if you are using SSH, you need to define your environment variable in the loginable shell path. So like the profile. So either the dot profile, the place dot profile, so cat dot profile in the directory of the user, the home directory of the user, which is Ubuntu, like this. As you can see here, you need, as you can see, if you read, you can see executed by command interpreter for login shells. So these are loginable shells or the login shells. Okay. So that's for a specific user. So you created user, called it test, and you created this file. So all the environment variable you defined here, by the way, defining environment variable is no big deal. I will show you right away, don't worry. Okay, so if you defined a environment variable here in the test.profile file, only this test user will have this environment variable, not the whole system. But for the whole system, you will use the path etc profile. Okay, so using any text editor, vim etc profile, and here this is the profile file for the login shells for the whole system. Yeah, as you can see, it is a system-wide. Okay, dot profile file for the burn shell. Okay, so actually this is for the bash, not for all shells. So if you are using Z shell, it will be something else. etc profile.d, whatever. Okay, or etc zsh profile. Okay, so it depends on the shell you are using or the default shell you are using. So if it is a bash shell, now this is the case you need etc profile. Okay, now sometimes it is etc environment, so slash like this, etc environment like this, and here you put the environment variables like you want. As you can see, this is some examples. The name of the environment variable, and it is capital, equal, and in double quotation put the value you want. So it is a key value pair, no big deal. Okay, and after you add the thing you want, either you can quit from the shell and open it again, or using this command, which is the source command, etc environment or etc profile or the profile file, the path to the file you have entered or typed your environment variable. So source this like this, and it will be here. So for example, let's put anything just arbitrary in the environment. For example, x1. Yeah, by the way, I forgot to open it as a sudo because it is read only. So sudo like this, like we learned. And here, don't worry about the vim, we will talk about it. So x1 equal test, for example. Okay, so let's quit from here, and if I type source, the etc environment, and if I type inf, it is not found. Maybe I need to run the sudo command. Okay, sometimes this happens because they are using the POSIX or something like that. Anyway, we can use the dot command. Okay, and by the way, dot not found. Okay, so we can use the sudo dash and then quit from it. And if I type inf this time, oh, again, you can see that x1 is found now. Okay, so x1 equal test. And why this happened? Because we quit from the shell and we open it again. Okay, so no big deal, which is the bash shell, I mean. All right, now again, maybe why this didn't work using the source command, actually because actually this is something for the whole system and you are using the Ubuntu user, which is something not very powerful as the root. So if you type it on your dot profile, depends on the user you want, you will find it there and it will work 100%. All right, thanks for watching.
All right, now it's time to talk about the processes and the jobs, either background or foreground jobs. Okay, now to see all the processes, actually we are using the first thing, the bs command. So you can see the bs command, it will show me some commands that are running, the PID, the TTI that are used. By the way, this is the teletype or the PTS. You can read more about it. Actually, I recommend you to read about it. But actually, this is something theory. It will not make a difference for you, to be honest. But it is good to have what is TTY or how a small brief history about the TTY, PTS, something like that. Okay, this is the time, the CMD that is used. Now we have other options, which is -E, which is everything. So if I press it like that, you can see it will start showing every command I have on the whole system. Okay, the PID, this is the TTY that are being used, the time, the CMD as well. Now if you want to see a full information, which is -F, -EF, which means full information, the user, the PID, let's have a look here. Yeah, the PPID, which is the parent PID. So here is C time, the TTY, time, CMD. Okay, whatever. Okay, now if I want to see information about a specific user, so what are the processes for a specific user? So you can see that here for this, which is the www data. Here the Ubuntu, here is the root, here is the mapper, whatever. Now what if I want to see everything for Ubuntu? So I can just provide the -U option. By the way, it's very simple. Ubuntu, which is the name of the user, and press enter. Okay, so you can see that Ubuntu user has only the following processes. Okay, and if I see for root, for example, it will show me as well. Everything here is for root. If I type -U and if I type -F here, you can see it will show for root only and for as a full information. Okay, the PID, PPID, TTY, name, the last, the command, whatever. Okay, all right. Now in Windows we have something called Task Manager to see the task, kill, remove, or actually it has a lot of features, monitor, whatever. Now in this in Linux we have something called top or htop. Top, actually it show you, as you can see here, is the task, the number of processes, the memory, whatever. And actually I don't prefer top that much. I prefer htop actually, because on the other hand htop is more elegant. So you can see htop is more elegant, give you information about the memory, resources, load average. You can see that load average, and the tasks, and how much RAM I have on this server, full, the CPU utilization, and so on. And by the way, the command, the user, the PID, everything is here actually, as you can see, which is something very powerful. All right, so far so good. Now enough with the processes. Let's talk about how to run a specific command in the background. So actually I have this command, for example, tail-f, and if I run it, it will still binding on the prompt. Okay, so I cannot put anything here. So you can see that. As you can see, I cannot put any command now from now on. So how? Now this is just an example, by the way. We don't use tail-f in that way, by the way. But for example, you have a specific bash script that's running and binding on the standard output, like this.
So in that case, it's better to run it in the background, which is like this. So tail, which is our example, dash F, and shift 7, which means the ampersand, like that. This means that this command will be running in the background. Press enter. Yeah, cool. Now we have it here. So by the way, you can see that we have two numbers, which is this one in the square brackets and this one. By the way, this one is the PID for this thing. So if I type BS-E and let's use the grep with the pipeline, it's a good practice to see that actually. So 15296. And let's see, yeah, it is here. This it is. And you can see that it is the tail, which is the tail command. Okay, cool. Now, what if I want to stop this command actually, or to want to kill it? I don't need it anymore. How to do such a thing? Well, actually, we have two ways. Either using the kill command, or we can use the BG or the FG, then Control C to interrupt. So Control C, as you can see, to interrupt. Control D to exit, but don't exit. It will exit from the shell. Don't worry. Be careful. And Control Z, it will be stop specific process or suspend it, by the way. All right. Now let's start with the kill. So kill, and then provide dash, then provide the number of the signal. And how to know the number of the signal? For now, press kill dash L, and here you can see that we have all the signals we have: sig hub, sig serm, count, interrupt, kill, term, whatever. Okay. Actually, the most important ones is the one, which is sig hub, which means that wait until the process complete its work, then kill it, which means hang up first. Then we have the sig kill, whatever it is, here, which is 9, and we have the sig term, which is 15. Okay, these are the most important one, but these are not just these few. We have a sig trap, we have sig IO, we have a lot of things actually. I recommend you to read more about it if you are interested. But in my case, I will use sig-9 and then provide the PID. And by the way, the PID, I will just copy and paste it like this, or the name of the process, which is tail in my case. But it is better or a good practice to have it as a PID, not as a name. So here, as you can see, now if I put the grep command again, which is this one, you can see that it is now killed. As you can see, previously it was stopped because it is running in the background. It was stopped. I'm here, but here is killed. So if I type the command again, you can see that it is not existed anymore. So it wait for it, then it will kill. It killed it. All right. So far, so good. Okay. Now let's run this command again. Tail-F underscore or the ampersand. Let's check it, which is the BS-E grep, and put the PID. Yeah, you can see it is here and stopped. So this time, if I kill it, dash 15, and put the PID, and let's have a PS grep, you can see that it is here. It is waiting. So if I wait a little bit, and if I run this command, you can see that it didn't kill it immediately. So here, -9, which means forcefully kill, but the 15 term. So actually this is used sometimes with some software or programs. So you can see, yeah, it is still here. So again, let's kill it using -9, or actually we need it. We want to learn the other things. Now, again, we already saw what is this number, which is the PID, but what is this? This is the number for the job, which means that we have this as a second job or the index. So if I type the command jobs, it will print all the jobs I have. By the way, I have already this one. So this is the second one. As you can see, the number of job, which is 2, and it is stopped and tail-F, okay? Which is the command. Now, if I use the BG and the number of the job, this means that this job will go to the background. So you can see that now if I type jobs, you can see that it is terminated because we already sent the signal, which is sig term. By the way, you remember when we type where it is, yeah, here, kill-15, we killed it using the signal sig term. Now, if I want to go it, so by the way, if I type jobs again, you can see that now it is removed, by the way. Yeah, because we terminated. Okay, now if I go to FG, this time I will not use BG, FG1, you can see that this means that foreground. BG means background, FG and the number of the job, which is this one, it will go foreground. This means that it will be showing here. So if I type Ctrl C, it will interrupt and it will kill this process. But if I type Ctrl Z, by the way, we already saw the Ctrl C, but if I type Ctrl Z, it will suspend it. Suspend it means that if I have the jobs, again, jobs command, you can see it is stopped. So BG1 and then jobs again, you can see that, yeah, it is here, but it is stopped currently. We don't have it. So if I go again inside it, FG, and then the one, and if I click Ctrl C, it will be killed. I guess, let's see, yeah, it will be killed. All right, thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about something very important, which is the cron jobs, okay? Now for that, we will use the cron tab command. Now the cron jobs, briefly, they are just jobs that run on a specific schedule. So every 1 month, every two months, every 1 day, every 1 hour, once in the week, and so on, okay? Okay, now for that, I will use the cron tab. So we have the cron tab. So if I have the manual for it, so manual like this. So you can see maintain cron tab files for individual users, and you can see. Now we have the cron tab -L, which means that list all the cron jobs for this current user, which is Ubuntu. As you can see, no cron job for Ubuntu. And by the way, if I provide the name of the user, for example, root, it will print for it. Yeah, sorry about this. I forgot to put -u here. I mean, you can see you must be a privilege to use -u. So you can see you can't put or use or show the cron tabs. So if I type sudo here, you can see that for root as well, no cron tab. Okay, cool. So far, so good. Now, cron tab -e this time, -L to list, -u to see and list the cron jobs for this specific user, -e to edit for the current user, which is Ubuntu. If I type -e space -u, this will give you for a specific user. Now here you can see that we have the select the editor you want. Just select whatever you want. Actually, I will use Vim, basic, whatever. And you can see that this is the format for this file. And again, I'm assuming that you already read the theory part because everything is there. So I will not handle the format over and over. And by the way, there is this website, which is the cron tab guru. Actually, I prefer it. So here you can see that it has a lot of things, a lot of values. So how to put your cron tab values. And by the way, there is examples there, which is something very cool. So you can see every 1 minute, every 30 minutes, every Friday, every day at 8 a.m. for example. You can see that here it is. So for now, I will use every minute. Okay, every minute, which means star, everything. Okay, so this means that every minute. All right. So here I will use this thing and then provide the command. Sometimes if you don't need that, you can just provide the schedule, then provide the user, then provide the command. Okay, so it will work. By the way, if you are writing a cron jobs or a cron files, okay, you can just provide the user you want to be executed. Okay, but I don't need. I will use ls here and I will save. Okay. So you can see that cron tab installing a new cron tab. So if I type cron tab -L, you can see that, yeah, we have it. By the way, it print everything inside the file and I have the every minute ls. Okay. Well, actually, this is just an arbitrary example. All right. Now, actually, the output of this can be using the redirection. Yeah, we already learned that. But also, by default, it go to the, sorry, let's have a tail actually, -f. It goes to the var log syslog here. Okay, so you can see that cron info, no mta installed or whatever. So if I wait a little bit, it will show that every minute it will run this command. Let's wait a little bit actually. Oh, cool. So you can see that, yeah, it worked correctly. So here, which is on 11:55, this is the ls command, which is, as you can see, the command for this cron. Another minute, the ls command has been executed and for this cron. Okay, so everything is working as expected. So let's control C from it. So I will interrupt it. We already learned that. Now let's clear the screen. And I want for this cron tab to be deleted. How to delete all the cron tabs I have? Actually, I can use the -E, by the way, to edit the cron tab. And then I can delete this thing or this cron job. Or if you have, for example, 100 and you don't need any one of them, so you can just do cron tab -R. This to remove all of the cron tabs or cron jobs I have. So now after that, cron tab -L to see. Yeah, you can see no cron tab for Ubuntu, which means it worked 100%. By the way, you can edit that and you can delete a lot of lines using the Vim, by the way, because Vim is very powerful. Anyway, thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about the history. So you can see that I am typing ls-l, whatever, rm. So you want to see the history of the system. Now for that, I will use command called history, as simple as that. So history, like this. So you can see that I can see all the history of the system. You can see that I have 684 history, okay, commands. So clear, man, sudo, cron tab, whatever, okay, everything is here recorded. Now, how actually, where is this file that has all this? Actually, this is not on the history. The history is just to read the history file, the actual history file. So the history file actually, for each user, if you type ls-la, you can see that we have .history. Where it is? Yeah, here it is. .history, sometimes it is called .history, sometimes it's called .bash history. So you can see that here it is. So if I vim it or tail it, the .bash history, you can see that we have it here. So by the way, I'm using tail, which is the last 10. So if I open it using list, for example, so let's see. Yeah, you can see that all of the commands is here. So you can see that all of the commands, but how much it can take this file. Actually, I got you. This is inside the .bash rc file. Okay, sorry about this. I opened the wrong file. Yeah, you can see that if you scroll down, you will see this for setting history length, see the hi or the history size and the history file size in bash. So you can see the hist file or the hist size. This is for the size, how much history I will gonna record, which means 1000 line, for example. And the hist files, as you can see, 2000, which means 2000 byte or 2000 kilobyte. Well, actually, I'm not sure, because some of them for the byte and some of them for the kilobyte. It depends actually. Okay. So sometimes actually it's better to remove the bash history files or delete it regularly. Sometimes, not all the times. If you are as a root user or as a powerful user, so no one can see what you are doing or no one can use the credential inside that command. So for example, you are doing something and you are putting the environment variable values, the password, the URLs for the database, the credential for the, for example, AWS IAM access ID or key access secret ID, whatever. So everything here will be on the console, sorry, on the terminal, will be recorded on the bash. So it's better to remove it from the history, or sometimes to disable the history at all. Sometimes, well, it depends on the situation. Thanks for watching. All right, now it's time to talk about something very important, which is the sudo su command, okay, or the sudo wars file. Now, what is sudo? So if I type man sudo like this, you can see that we will get the execute a command as another user. Okay, so here if you have the description, it allows a permitted user to execute a command as the super user or another user. And the most cases is for the super user, which is the root command, by the way, the root user, I mean. And you can see that here is security policies, sudoer, a lot of options for the sudo, and so on. You can read more if you are interested. But I want to show you the most important things. Now, I am the Ubuntu user. And by the way, I am using that on AWS cloud. So by default, the Ubuntu user or the Ubuntu machine, it has the Ubuntu user, and this user is a power user, which means using the sudo it will not ask you any question. It will not ask you or prompt you for password. So you can just type sudo ls and you can see everything is here as a sudo. All right. Now this is by default, by the way. So that's why it's better to have another user, not the Ubuntu, the default user, because this is a very dangerous user. This is anyone type sudo or anyone has access on Ubuntu can type sudo and it has the privilege of root, which is something very dangerous. Okay, so for now, let's use the su command. The su command, actually, if I type man su, you can see that this is to change user ID or become a super user, which means if I type su and then type root, you can see that I will go to the root user, but it will ask for a password. The password for the Ubuntu user, by the way. And after I type it to see if I am authorized or not. But actually, I don't have password. I will type Control D here or Control C, Control Z. So let's clear the screen. So I will not use su on itself. I will use sudo su, okay, dash, or without dash for now. So sudo su, it will let this user su go to this specific user by default. If I didn't provide any user, it will be root by default, okay? So I want to go to the root user and using the sudo permission. So if I type it like this, you can see that this time I am the root user. And again, by the way, they didn't prompt me any password or something because this is in AWS for Ubuntu machines or AMIs, they called it. It is the Ubuntu here, it is the power user, okay? So this is the root. Okay, Control D to exit from the shell, which is the root shell. Okay, now let's return to the Ubuntu. Now, if you notice, after I go to the sudo su, the root user, I still in the home directory of Ubuntu. And we still have the environment variable of Ubuntu. Now, I don't need that. I need to go sudo su, I need to go to the root user, and I need to go to the home directory for root, as well as I want to import the environment variable or export the environment variable of root. So I will use the dash. Actually, it means two things. Go to the home directory of this user you are going to, which is in my case root, and export all the environment variable for this user, which is in my case root, because by default, if I didn't provide any user, it will be root. So press enter. So you can see currently I am root. If I type baud /root, which means the home directory of the root, and it worked 100%. So far, so good. All right. Now let's have a look on the sudoer file. So if I vim etc sudoers, you can see that we have this file here. You can see that we have sudoers or sudoers.d. So if you want to edit the sudoers file, it's better to have it on the sudoers.d. This is the best practice, by the way. But anyway, we are just viewing only as a read only. We don't need to change anything on the sudoers. So let's have a look here. You can see that, yeah, permission denied. Why is that? Because this file actually is protected by root. Only root can do that. Imagine if anyone in the system, any user in the system can edit that. So we are fucked up, but by the way, sorry about the language. Okay, so if I type sudo shift1, which is the exclamation mark. Now I will use this to run the previous command, which is this one as a root. And by the way, you can see it is still read only. But because I am the root, I can edit it. It's okay, because I am the king right now. All right. Now you can see that this is the format, the default environment, default mail, whatever, secure path for the default behavior. These are environment variable, by the way, or variables, let's say. So you can see that here is the privilege we want. So for the root user, we have all equal, all, and the all. Now what are all of these alls? Okay, now all, which means the terminal or the terminal I am opening in on or the console. If you are interested, you can read more about it. But what is most important, which is all, which means all user. So run this as all user and run this as all user. And here, all, which means all commands. So root user can run everything as everyone and for every command, okay? And this is the same thing for the admin groups. But by the way, you can see that there is a percent symbol here, okay, shift 5. So this means that the admin group, any member inside it, will be able to run all, the same thing. Now, this is the same thing for the sudo, by the way. So you can see that here is a percent. So this is a sudo group by the way, we already saw that. Let's quit from this for now. If I type ID or groups, whatever, you can see that the groups that Ubuntu inside it, one of them is sudo. We already saw that. So let's again open the sudoers file. So you can see that for the sudo group, it is all, and all. But you can see that we have this argument, which is no password. Anyone inside the sudo group will be able to run all the commands as all user or as all group from all terminals or TTYs or BTS, whatever, without prompting any password. Okay? All right. And actually, it's better to edit this file not using vim. Actually, we have the sudo command. Okay? So sudo, and actually it requires you to, as you can see, yeah, permission denied. It requires you to be a sudo. And we already mentioned that. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Why it needs the permission. Okay, so here you can see that we are using, by the way, nano. I don't know why, because this is what they prefer. Anyway, but it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's up to you what you prefer. Okay, so here you can see that I can edit anything I want. But by the way, if you can notice here, the name of the file is sudoers.temp, which means that this is to safely secure your file. So by the way, if you, for example, so you can see, yeah, etc sudoers.temp and change, so no change has been made. So by the way, if you open the sudoers and if you fucked up here, actually you put some mistake or something, actually the whole system will be down, or the whole system cannot use sudo anymore. So for example, if you don't have an explicit access to the root user, then you are done actually. Unless you have the physical access on the server, then you will go inside it as a single mode, which means as a root mode, then edit the file, which is the root file, etc sudoers file, then return it to its original, or modify the mistake that you done until everything is returned back, because actually you are using them immediately. But if you are using sudo, which is this command here, even if I type like this, so imagine with me. So yeah, for example, let's put any arbitrary value. By the way, this is mistake. Yeah, so let's save that. And actually, this is bad. You can see that I'm just putting anything, but I'm using the sudo. So sudo, it will not fuck you up. So you will see why. Press enter. You can see that, yeah, it show me etc sudoers syntax error near line 21. Okay, so what now? So press enter, for example. So you can see that the options are either edit sudoers file again, or exit without saving change to sudoer, or quit and save changes to sudoer file. And this is danger. Now, actually, this is not just danger, this is stupid. So if you do that, quit and save the change, even though you got a warning that there is a syntax error on the sudoer file, then maybe you are stupid, sorry for that, or it is for mistake. And if it is mistake, you are forgiven, it's okay, no problem. But actually, I want to E, which means edit sudoers file again, or exit without saving. So E, so you can see here, I can, oh yeah, which is this line, and I want to delete it, just delete everything. Yeah, let's click that, and yes. Let's save this and see, oh, we didn't get any problem. So you can see that no errors shown here, all right? So everything is work fine, which means there is no mistake. But if I edit, so you can see if I edit the etc sudoers file immediately like this, if I put the mistake here, you can see that, yeah, you can see that it is read only, but because I am the root, I can edit it immediately. So you can see if I save that, the whole system cannot use sudo anymore. Why is that? Because there is a syntax error actually in the sudoer file. So anyone try to use sudo with something, it will not be working at all. So unless the solution for that, unless you have physical access to the server, which means to open it as a single mode. So if you are using the cloud, you are done actually, no return back. Well, actually, it's not like that. You can just deattach the volume, reattach it again, or change the files there and then reattach it. There is a work for that, a work around it. There is a solution for that, but it is headache and a lot of work to do. And you already have enough work to do actually. And the other solution, if you have an explicit access to the root user. In that case, you can just as such to the system as a root user and then change whatever, because you are the root user, which means you can do whatever in the system and then change the necessary. By the way, the root user, yeah, it is the king on the system and can do whatever it want, but by the way, I can change its privilege, so I can make it less powerful, by the way. And we will not handle that. You can read about it. We will not handle that in this lecture. All right. Thanks for watching. All right. Now it's time to talk about user and groups management. So actually for that, we will use this command. So we have the add user command and we have the user add command. But by the way, I prefer add user. Now why is that? Actually they are the same, but under the hood, add user command use the under user command, because the under user command is something within the system, by the way. You can read more about them, what is the difference, but for now let's use add user because it is much faster and easier. Because add user, I will add the test user, for example. So you can see only the root can do that. So let's sudo shift 1 like that. And yeah, what is the password? 123123. Anything 123123, by the way. Full name, number, other, as this correct? Yes. Or press enter because you can see that the Y is capital, which means this is the default behavior. So yeah. So now I have the user test. Now using user mode, it is the same, by the way, but you will not provide the home directory. As you can see, add user create a home directory for you. And actually add user, by the way, you can add this user to another group using the same command. Just typing the same command, which is sudo add user, and name of the group, which is, in my case, I will put it inside the sudo group. So it can enable or it can execute root commands as a root privilege. But for now, I will not put it until I show you this something. So I will use the sudo su test, okay? And we already saw that, by the way. So here we go inside the sudo test. Again, let's use the dash option, by the way, or the dash here. So you can see that, yeah, we are inside the test user this time. As you can see, this time it is test here. So if I type sudo ls, it will ask me for password for sure. But if I press enter, you can see test is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported, okay? So how to do such a thing? Because the test user is not inside the sudoers or the sudo group, by the way. So if I type id, you can see the groups is only test. Or if I type the groups command, which is test only. So I will control D or exit to log out or exit from the shell for the test user. And then if you cat the etc group, this is where all of the groups in the system, you can see that we have the root and the GID, which is the group identifier, is 0, which means anything with this 0, which means it has the root privilege. So if you can edit the group, by the way, it is readable only for everyone, but no one can modify it, only the root. So if you modify the GID for you, if I scroll down, so for example, the test, it has this ID or GID. Okay, this is for the group. So if I modify this, it will, as a 0, it will give me as a root privilege. But this is not the best practice to do that. So if I cat something else or file another file, which is something called the etc password, and here inside it, you can see that, yeah, we have it here. So you can see that it has a lot of information, the name of the user, X. Now, what is this X? Which means that we have the password for this user inside another file called etc shadow. We will see right away. Don't worry. This is the UID, the user identifier. This is the GID, the group identifier. And by the way, we already saw that in the etc groups. And here are some of the information values you can put. And here is the home directory for the test user. And here is the bash or the default bash for it, which is bin bash. Okay, so sometimes we can put bin false or bin or user as bin no login, as you can see. Sometimes if we don't need to be for that user to have a shell, like for example the sys here or the bin here, you can see no login shells. All right. Now finally, let's have another look on or a look on the shadow file. But you can see permission denied because this shadow file, it has the
hashed password for all of the users. So X means that the password for the test user is hashed and stored inside the etc shadow. So if I open it, yeah, you can see that the test user, which is this one, it has this password or this hash password, okay? And you can see that it has a lot of information, a lot of values, whatever, okay? So actually this is the hash for 123123. You already saw the password. This is something very simple. By the way, if I go again to the etc password file here like this, you can see if I edit this one or this one to 0, okay, or the two of them to 0, which means that this is the root user. Let's scroll up a little bit. Yeah, here it is. So you can see that this is the root user and it has a password and it is hashed there, and 00, which means this user ID and GID is 0. This is the root user. So the root user is not just a root user. Why it is a very powerful and root? Actually, not because it is called root, by the way, because it has the 0 UID and GID. All right, good to know that. Now I want for the test user to be added to another thing. Okay, so if you click or cat etc groups, by the way, okay, you can see that for the Ubuntu user, here it is. For the test user, oh sorry, the group. But if I scroll up a little bit, you can see that we will have the sudo. Where it is? Yeah, here it is. You can see that this is the sudo group, and it has inside it the Ubuntu user and mapper user. Now we want to add actually the test user inside the sudo user, the sudo group, I mean. Test user inside the sudo group to perform a sudo commands using the sudoers file that we already learned. So add user, as simple as that. You can see that because using the add user is very simple and it will get rid of a lot of burden actually. So add user, the name of the user that already existed. Now put it to sudo. As simple as, of course, it will ask for a root permission. So you can see that, yeah, adding user to group sudo, adding user to test to group sudo, done. So if I go sudo su dash for test, you can see that this time it give me this information. But anyway, let's put the ID. Now we have the groups, the test, and the sudo. And if I type groups here as well, it has the test sudo. If I cat the etc group again, you can see inside it, if I scroll up, you can see for the sudo group, we have the Ubuntu, mapper, and test. All right. And by the way, the test user is the same as here. Okay. Because by default in Linux, every user you create, it will come with a group. It will create, a group will be created automatically with the same name. So Ubuntu, yeah, it has user and group. I have this user mapper. It has this group mapper as well. Okay. Now, by the way, using the user add, actually, yeah, I'm not saying it's bad or something. Actually, by the way, under the hood, add user is using combination of commands, which is user add and something called user mode. Okay, so after you user add, you create user mode. You put options to create directories or home directory or something. Okay. Okay, so that's why I recommend you to use add user. Actually, it is much simpler and it's not powerful. They are the same. No security reason, no performance, and whatever. Okay, they are the same. But add user is very simple. Just add user, the name of the user, and then add user, the group you want to add it to, whatever group you want. By the way, if I type add user, and for example, let's add test1. Test1 is not existed, and put sudo. This will not work. Even if I type sudo privilege, I mean. Now, why is that? Now here you can see sudo add user test1 sudo. As you can see, the test1 does not exist. So I need to add it first, like this, and put whatever options I want, or whatever password. And here, then I can add it here. By the way, if I add it again, it will not work. You can see that the user is already existed. But if I add with sudo, with the group, I mean, yeah, it will work fine. And if I add it again, by the way, it will not work because the test1 is already member of the sudo. Now, add user here, actually, it works like that. Actually, it's not like workaround or something. Now, the command itself provides such a thing. Okay.
which is creating users and adding users to groups. Okay, all right, so far so good. And if you want, or if you are curious how to use the user add, you can read more about it. Actually, it's not hard, by the way. You can use the two commands, user add and with the user mode as well, to add a user to a specific groups. But anyway, I'm not using it. I'm using the add user. Now, how to delete a user? It is the same, so simple. So if I type man for the del user, this is the command we will use. So you can see this is to delete. We have delete user, delete group. This is to remove a user or group. Okay. So if I type del user and I type the provide the name of it, which is test. And yeah, of course, I forget that. Then you can see that the test user is now removed. Okay. And again, let's remove the test one, by the way. It is the same. Now, if I cat etc group to see if it is there or not, you can see that it is not here. If I cat etc password to see if the user is there, no, it is not there. Okay, so if I cat with sudo permission the etc shadow, just in case, you can see that as well it is not there. All right, so let's clear the screen and I want to show you something. So if I go to the home directory, actually, you can see that even though the user is removed and its group is removed, and it is removed, by the way, if I scroll up here, so if you, yeah, let's cat the etc group again. So as you can see, cat etc group, and if you scroll up to until you reach the sudo, so you can see that it is removed from the sudo group as well. So it has been deleted immediately or completely from the system. But why it is still on the home directory? Now this is something bad, right? You may say this is something bad or wrong. This is wrong. No, actually this is the best practice, by the way, because for example you have a specific user and he or she done specific commands in the past, okay, and you want to disable the user, not remove it completely. So that's why the command kept its home directory. So which means every file, each commands he put in the history or each thing will be there, so we can access it. So imagine if I am a root user, okay, so I will not put that. Currently I am a root user and I can go inside whatever I want. So here you can see that, yeah, I am opening everything inside it, the bash history, the bash logout, bash rc, profile, anything here, I can find it in the test or test one. By the way, no big deal. Actually, the del user option here, you can see that we have option which is delete the home directory. So man del user again, you can see that we have it here. Let's search about it. I will give you. As you can see, we have this option which is remove home, as you can see. So this is to remove the home directory of a user if it's a mail spool or backup specified as dealt after having performed a backup. So dash remove home, it will remove the home directory for the current user. Let's have a test, a really quick test, don't worry. So if I type del user test again with sudo permission, you can see that the user test does not exist, all right? So if I type it again, but this time with dash remove dash home, okay, which is the option we saw. All right, now if I type ls, you can see that it is still here. Why? Because yeah, we have it. So let's add sudo add user test this time. As you can see, the home directory already existed. So 123 whatever things. Okay, so if I type ls, yeah, it is here and the test is here. So I want to del user with sudo permission, del user test dash remove dash home. All right, if I type ls this time, okay, so the test has been deleted, the test user, as well as the test group, as well as the test directory, home directory for the test user. All right, so everything is working as expected, or I can just remove it immediately like this. So if I type sudo rm-rf the test one and delete it, you can see that I already delete the test one directory. All right, thanks for watching. All right, now for the file system. Well, actually, I want you to learn some of the commands. I will not go too deep into it, actually. So we have the df command, the du command, the lsblk, the list block, and we have the mount command, okay, which is like this, okay? So let's start with the first three, then we will go to the mount. Okay, now here we have the df-h option. Okay, so here is, if you can see man the df, you can see to report file system disk usage or disk space usage. Okay, so actually this is used to show all the information about the disk you have or the file systems, let's say. So for example, the udiv here, the size, how much it used, how much it is available, and the use in percent, and where it is mounted. Okay, so for example, for here we have the div xvda1, and the used is 1 giga, as you can see, 1.2 from 8 giga. Okay, and the available is 6.6, and it is used only 15%. Okay, and you can see where it is mounted. It is mounted in the slash, which means that everything. So if I go there like this, you can see that all of these files or directories are mounted there, or are there existed on the xvda file system. Okay, or this volume, let's say. What if I want to see the size of this specific file or directory? Okay, or all the files inside this directory? We will use the disk u or the du, the disk utilization. So for example, you can see that we have this init rd.image, whatever. Okay, so du dash h, and by the way, if you notice that I type dash h here in the df options as well, dash h means that the human readable. So as you can see, the size is in megabyte, in gigabyte, instead of typing it as a byte. Okay, so because if you saw like this, let's return back here. So if I type df dash h, or without dash h, I mean, this time you can see that the udiv, yeah, here the udiv is 452 megabyte, but here is a very long number, and you don't need to divide by byte or by kilobyte, and this is not readable so much like the df-h. Okay, so that's why we use the dash h option. So for the du, again, let's return to our example. Let's return to the du. Okay, so du disk utilization dash h for the init rd image. Okay, like this. And if I click on it, you can see that its size is 0. Okay, well, maybe I should choose another one. Let's choose this VM Linux. Don't know if this is 0 as well. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's go to the here for the file 2 du-h file 2. Okay, like this, and you can see that it is in 4 kilobyte. So its size is 4 kilobyte. All right, so again, without dash h option like this, you can see that it is 4 only. So actually this is not readable. Now, what if I want, for example, let's clear the screen. Let's cd ... Okay, yeah, by the way, this is something we didn't talk about actually, which is the dot directory and the dot directory. By the way, dot directory, which means the current directory I am in. Okay, the dot, which means the parent directory, because if you noticed, if you type this command ls-la, a means all files. So if you can see here, you can see that we have these two directories, the dot, which means the current directory, and the dot. The dot means the parent directory of the current directory. So if I type the pwd, the print working directory command, you can see that it is start from the root, the home, Ubuntu. Okay, so currently I am inside the Ubuntu directory. So the dot here means the Ubuntu directory, which is the current directory I am in. The parent directory is the home directory. All right, as you can see, the owner and the group is root, which means the home directory, which is something inside the root, or the root, for the root user. All right, so if I type cd ... to go to the parent, and these are called relative path. Actually, there are two paths, absolute path and relative path. The absolute path, you put the path like this, just copy and paste and put the absolute path starting from the root directory. All right, which is slash in my case here. But the relative, which means that from where I am. So dot this means that I am using a relative path. Okay, so which means the parent directory, which means I am in Ubuntu, I will go to the home. So if I click here and I type bout again, you can see currently I am in the home. So if I type ls-la, you can see that we have 3 directories only. The current directory, and in my case here, it will be the home directory. As you can see, the owner is root, the group is root as well. But the Ubuntu directory here is for the Ubuntu user. All right. Now, what if I want to see the size of this directory? I will use the disk utilization command as well on Ubuntu. But you can see that it shows us everything actually. Yeah, please ignore about this. Remember when we put it to not be readable or executable. Anyway, it's okay, no big deal. So you can see that it shows us everything actually. Then it shows us the whole size for the whole directory, which is 64 kilobyte. Now, what if I don't need to show all of these options and I want to show only the Ubuntu, the size for the Ubuntu directory? As simple as that. You will put the -s option, which is like this, HS. Now, S means summarize. So summarize only the directory I wanted. So which is Ubuntu in my case. So you can see that it shows us like this. All right. Now, please ignore about this. So actually, let's remove it. Or we can change the permission for it. But for now, let's remove it. And it's a good exercise for now. So actually, it is a file, which means I don't need to provide the path for it. So if I type it like this, actually, I need to remove the directory itself. So if it is a directory, which means that I put -r. And yeah, as you can see, if you can see, it is permission denied. I need to put it rf. If this didn't work, I need to put the sudo dot and it will be removed. Okay. So if I type the commands again, which is the du-hs as well, you can see that now it is only summarized for the Ubuntu user. And as you can see, the size is 60 kilobyte now, not 64. As you can see, it has been decreased. All right. Now, finally, the last option or the last command we have, which is the mount, as you can see. Now, actually, let's put man mount to see the manual page for it. So this is actually to mount a file system. So the syntax is like this: mount, then put the options you want, choose the type, file, -a, and all of that is actually here documented well, actually. So look and see if only the directory or device is given. For example, you can put mount /dir or -target, whatever. All right. And actually, this is something used if you want to attach or mount volumes, external volumes, for example, or you inserted external volumes and you want to mount them here after you add them, for example, on the AWS. So for example, in AWS, there is something called EBS, Elastic Block Storage. And this is something to attach another or extra volumes, not the root volumes, and you want to mount it. Well, actually, I will not go into details into the mount options because they will give you all the options or all the commands, just copy and paste in there. All right. Now, in that case, either AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, whatever. Okay. They will provide you with all the thing you want. So the mount here, just keep in your mind that we will use it for mounting the file system or the volumes we want. Just that's it. Okay. Now, remember the format, the syntax, the options. Just read the manual, depends on what you need. Okay, I will not talk about it in details here. All right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now let's start with the variables and special variables in the shell scripting. Okay, now the first thing, let's create this file and let's name it shell.sh like this and ls-l to it. You can see that it is not executable. So chmod +x or user +x if you want it to be more secure, whatever. Okay, ls-l to make sure it has taken. Yeah, it has take this execution permission. So vim shells.sh here. The first thing you need to provide this thing, as you can see, which is the bin bash. All right. So which means that if I interpret or if I execute this file, it will be interpreted by using this utility, and this utility is the bash shell. Okay. So var equal hello. Okay, as simple as that. Now, and here I will type echo and with the $sign var. Okay, so when I assign the value without $sign, when I echo the value or print the value with $sign. All right, so exit shift, yeah, here. So as you can see, ./shell. Okay, now please don't get confused with the dot here. Dot, which means it is in the current directory. So if I actually this will work. So let's see this. Yeah, hello. This is the same will work if I typed the absolute path like this and then shell.sh. You can see that it has worked successfully, no problems at all. All right. Now here for the variables, you can see that they are very simple. By the way, you can put strings, you can put characters, you can put integers value, floating, whatever. Okay, all of that will be worked. Okay, no problem. But again, so the operation like the summation, the addition, the subtraction, division, that has a different case, and we will handle it in the operators lectures. Don't worry about it. Now for the special variables. Now actually I summarize it here in this table. You can see that we have the $0, $n, $sign hashtag, $star, $sign at, and question mark, two $signs, and $sign with the exclamation mark, okay, or shift one. So the first thing, which is the file name of the current script, okay. So if you type this, actually, if you go to it, shell.sh, and typed here echo the $0 like this. Now let's run again. You can see that it will be given the name of the shell, which is the home ubuntu shell.sh, because as you can see, depends on what you executed. So if I type like this, shell.sh, it will be shell.sh. And to get rid of the directories, you can use the command called dir name, whatever, okay. Just you can read about it, depends on your usage, whatever. All right. So the other thing, which is the -n, and this is, as you can see, the numbers actually. So $1, $2, whatever. So this will be the arguments that are used. So for example, if I type sh, the shell, and I typed first, then second, then whatever, okay. So you can see that this is the first argument and this is the second argument. And if I typed the shell.sh here, for example, and I typed echo 1, then echo $2, okay. So let's see, shell, again, let's shell first, second. You can see that this is hello, this is the first one, has first and second, all right. Now here the number of the argument, which is the hash, the number of the arguments. So actually I type 2. Now if I print it, actually, so let's see, so let's delete that, we don't need it. Actually, if I print it actually like this, all right, so let's see what will give us. Yeah, 0, nothing. But if I typed the first, second, it will be 2, okay, which means 2 argument has been selected. Now we have the star here, which means that all the arguments that are double quoted, and you can see that it is equivalent as 1, 2, 3, 4. So for example, you typed 4 arguments and you want to show them all, you can just type this and it will show all the arguments that you have typed, okay. And the at here, $at, is the same as $star with some differences anyway, but they are the same somehow. Okay, now for the question mark, and actually this is very important, which is the exit status of the last command. So for example, let's go here and I typed question mark, which means 0. 0 means that it has been executed correctly. But if I type this command, this is not a command, actually this is a wrong command. And if I typed echo question mark, it will show us 127, which means that this is error. The last command, which is this command, has been issued as an error, okay, which means the command not found. Okay, actually this is a not command actually, but anyway, I'm just showing you. All right. And we have the $, which means the process number of the current shell. So this will show us the PID of the shell, as you can see. So if I go here and vim shell.sh and I type $, and run the shell again, let's see, it will show the PID for the shell, okay, that has been executed. And finally, we have the $exclamation mark, which means that we need the process number of the last background command. So let's go here, shell, and put it like this, and let's echo it, and let's see what will show us. And you can see that nothing at all, because we don't have any background command running. All right. By the way, to running anything in the background, you can issue the command, then put the and or the ampersand, okay, shift 7, okay. So this will run this command in the background. So for example, if I run it like this, you can see we got this PID and it is running in the background as well. As you can see, this is the number of the job, by the way. Okay, by typing Control Z or Control C, it will go and exit from the job. All right. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it is time to talk about the operators. So if I open the shell and let's remove these. Okay, so var1 or var, let's put inside it. Now actually I will put the back quotation. As you can see, back quotation means that you will put a shell command inside this variable. So if I type echo hello inside this var and I echo var, it will give us hello. Okay, so echo in double quotation hello. Okay, let's see that. Yeah, and then echo var, this should give us hello. As you can see, it is hello. All right, so again, let's return here, and inside it I will use this command, which is the expr or the expression command. So expr command, sorry, expr. Now put 1 plus 1, for example, and then echo the var, then save it, then let's run the shell. You can see that it is 1 plus 1. Now you may ask me why this happened, because actually we forgot the spaces between 1 and the plus and the 1. Okay, so actually this is very important in the expression. So here it will give us what we want. So if I run it again, it will be 2, which means the expression worked correctly. Of course, you can put minus, multiplication, division, modulus, a lot of things. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now for the decision makings, we have actually 3 types of formats: if phi or if else phi, then we have the if elif phi. Okay, phi here means the end of if statement. Okay, so let's have a look at the syntax actually. So you can see a equal 10, b equal 20, and if a equal b, and as you can see the $sign echo a is equal to b. If not, as you can see, not equal is equal to b. Now this is for the string. Now if it is an integer number, or if it is number, we will use the dash eq dash less than dash lt, I mean dash le less than or equal, gt greater than, dash ge greater than or equal, and so on. Okay, or dash equal or dash not equal. But anyway, for now, work with me on this. You can see that if a equal b, then it will show us like this. So it is time to run this. So shell, you can see a is not equal to b, but you will get this unexpected operator. Now actually there are no syntax error here, but the thing is, because I am using and it is executed as sh only. So if I type s bash shell.sh like this, you can see no errors at all. A is not equal to b, and that's it. Okay, now for the second format, we will use this. As you can see, a equal 10, b equal 20. If a equal b, then echo a is equal to b. Else, as you can see, else echo a is not equal to b. And you can see here we put the phi, which means that the end of the if statement, as the previous, but this time we added else. All right, so nothing new here. Okay, now finally we have the if, elif, and else, then phi. Okay, so as you can see, a equal 10, b equal 20. So if it is a equal b, then echo a is equal to b. elif, as you can see, elif and open, it is like the if, but with else plus if. Okay, so elif a not greater than, as you can see, dash gt greater than b. elif a is less than b, as you can see, so it is less than. Else, so none of the condition met. Okay, so let's run this actually and see what will give us. Yeah, a is less than b, but anyway, ignore this because this is sh, not bash shell. So if I bash shell, no problem at all. All right, now finally we have the case statement, and you can see that the fruit is apple, and the case fruit in either this one or this one or this one. But you can see the syntax is like this. So case, then in double quotation, I put the variable that we store here, then in, and as you can see, double quotation, and another double quotation. And we have the half of brackets like this. Then if it is right, echo this command. And you can see we have two semicolons, which means the end of this case. Okay. So banana again, double quotation. This is the choice we have, and we close it with this bracket, and echo I like banana, for example, and we have two semicolons, which means the choice has been ended, no more commands. Now finally we have the mango and echo woo, for example, and we have two semicolons, and which means that the case ended here. Okay, so no more commands. And finally we have the case but with a reverse way. Okay, so ESAC, as you can see, case ESAC. All right, now let's run this and see what will give us. So if I run the shell, apple pie is quite tasty because the choice was, or the fruit was, apple. Okay, actually there are other way to do that. Instead of putting it as hard coded, you can just put and add the dollar sign like this, and here inside it, if I type shell apple, you can see apple is yummy, apple pie is quite tasty. And if I put mango, whoa, and again if I put something like this, nothing will appear. Okay, all right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now let's talk about the loops in shell scripting. Okay, now this is an example, as you can see, for shell scripting. A equals 0 while a not dash lt 10, which means less than 10, which is this is the loop, the first loop. Then b equal dollar sign a, then while b not greater than or equal 0, as you can see, do done. All right, so as you can see, while after we open it, do, and after I finish, done. Okay, so do, done. So if I run this, actually, well, you can just copy and paste. Actually, you can write it yourself. It's no big deal, as the syntax is the most important thing here, actually. So how I can write a while loop, this is the syntax. Other than that, it's up to you, all right? Or it depends on you, what you need to do, all right? So let's quit from here and let's run it. You can see it will show us something like that. And actually, this is something nice. Now this is for the while loop. Now for the for loop, actually, well, actually there are other loops like the until or like the select, but I will show you just the for and while. So this is an example. Okay, so I want to delete this first because I forgot to remove it. So var1 in 1 2 3, so do and done. Okay, so which means this is the body of the for, and this is the second for in 0 5, do and done. All right, so you can see now if var is equal than 2, and this means and, okay, var is equal 0, then break 2, else echo var1 var2. Okay, so actually we used the break, which means it will break from the inner loop, which is the inner for loop. Okay, so let's run this and see what will happen. So if I run it, it will show us 1 0 and 1 5. Okay, so if I go again, you can see that the first loop go through in 1 2 3. So the first number is 1, and we go inside the var2, or the second loop, I mean, and var2 in 0, so it will start with 0. So which means that now they are not equal. As you can see, var1 is not equal to 2, and var2 is not equal to 0. So which means else. So we will print the var1 and var2. The same thing for the 2. Well, actually, it doesn't matter about the logic. What is matter for you now is the syntax, actually. So how to use a for loop. And here is the syntax. So for something or the variable in a list, as you can see, like these 1 2 3, or a b c, or anything, and do done. Okay, so after you done from the for loop, which means this is the end of the loop. Okay, and it will keep looping until these are completed. Okay, so it will go through 1 2 3. All right, depends on the condition we have here. And by the way, we can use, instead of break, continue as well. Well, actually, it is basic programming. Anyway, thanks for watching. Now we will talk about the shell functions. Okay, now this is a simple example, as you can see, which is the hello function. As you can see, you define your function here. So hello, and open the brackets, open the braces, and echo hello world. Now to invoke your function, you can just call its name, which is hello, like this, and it will print hello world. Now let's see what will happen now. So shell, yeah, hello world. It worked 100%. Well, actually, this is a simple lecture and quick lecture, but we talked about how the function work, okay? And it is exactly the same as the basic of programming, okay? When you invoke the hello function without putting the brackets, just the name. All right, thanks for watching.
All right. Now, if you are using Kali Linux like me, you will notice that Python is installed by default. So if I type Python like this, you can see that, yeah, it is Python 2.7. Now, why it is Python 2.7 by default? Well, actually, because it is more compatible with some tools. So actually, they are still using Python 2. But this doesn't mean that it is Python 2, actually. So if I type Python 3 like this, you can see that it is Python 3.8, which is the latest version for Python 3. So everything is working correctly. So here, we opened the interpreter. So if I type quit like this, we exited from that. So this is Python. Now, you may ask me how to install Python if you are using Linux, another Linux not installed by default, for example, or Windows or Mac. Well, actually, just go to your browser. So from here, I want to Firefox. And from here, just type Python, download or download Python. It doesn't matter. And as simple as that, go to their official documentation page or to their official page. And here you can just download it as is. Okay, so you are currently downloading the interpreter. Now, what is the interpreter and what is the compiler and so on? Well, I will not go into low level details about the interpreter, the difference between them and the compiler and so on. No, actually, you can read about it, but I recommend you to read about it actually. But the interpreter, simply and briefly, it is just the program or utility that is responsible to translate your code, the things that you write on the editor, to translate it so the machine can understand it, okay? Now, this is just a simple explanation. You can read more, and I recommend you to do that. Now, here, if you are using Windows, Linux, Mac OS, just download it. Okay, download the interpreter. Next step. Nothing important. Okay, nothing big deal. All right. Okay. Now this is the first thing, which is the interpreter. Okay. Now, if you want to write your code, well, actually there are a lot of text editors, including the Vim actually, and to be honest, Vim is for the genius people. Anyway, now actually it's good and it's better to use either Sublime or Visual Code Studio. Well, if you have a specific or a preferred text editor, it's okay. You can use it. No big deal. Okay. So here, actually, I want to install Visual Studio Code. So go to Google Visual Studio Code and download from here. And yeah, you can see it is Linux, and yeah, it is Debian, which means Debian, because Kali Linux actually is the upstream for it is Debian, so it is Debian based. So yeah, let's download it and let's save it. Now let's wait until it is saved. When it is complete, just go to where it is. Actually, I have it on download, and use this command sudo. For that, let's clear the screen. Yeah, so like this, sudo the package, which is the Debian package, okay, -i, which means install, or -i, which means install this package, and I will name it, which is the thing I downloaded, which is code and blah blah blah. And by the way, I'm using 64 architecture. Now depends on the architecture you have. Okay, now let's wait a little bit until it is installed. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now from here, type Visual Studio Code, and you can see now we have it here. All right, so where it goes, yeah, here it is. Okay, so simple. All right, now actually in this course we will use Kali Linux, and we will use Python 3, and we will use Visual Studio Code. Now what you prefer, it's up to you actually, and everything will work. Okay, so
you prefer Sublime, you prefer some IDEs, okay? So yeah, it will work, no problem, okay? But in this course, we are using these, all right? Now, there are one last thing, actually, I want to mention, which is IDEs. Well, actually, my personal opinion, I don't prefer IDEs at all, okay? So we have this by Charm, and actually, it's very popular IDE for Python. So you can see here, you can just download it from the jetbrains.com, the official website for them. Well, actually, the thing is why I don't prefer IDEs. Well, after all, you are hackers, right? You are a hacker. You need to know how the things work in a low level details, all right? So by using the interpreter, GCC, using the compiler, using the Vim editor, actually, by the way, Vim editor is better in our case because after all, we are breaching into the systems. We are using terminals. So you will not find Sublime there, right? You are using, you must learn how to use Vim actually. But because we are just learning the Python here, okay, so it doesn't matter. So we will go with Visual Code Studio because it is highlighted with syntax, better formation, you know, it is friendly actually, you can see. Now here actually you can just download the PyCharm, okay, and we have the full-fledged professional or the theory community, and either way they are good, okay. Of course, the professional version is does have more features, blah blah blah, and so on. Okay, all right. But in my case here, I will not use it. I will use Visual Code Studio. All right. Now I will see you in the next lecture where we will start learning the first Hello World program in Python. Now don't worry, we will learn everything in details. Okay, so we will start from the Hello World simple program until we reach to the level so we can be able to write our own ethical hacking tools, port scanner, backdoor, login, directory brute forcing, and actually a lot of things. So yeah, just keep with me. Let's start step by step. And if you feel you are good in Python, you can skip some of the lectures. It's okay, no problem, no big deal. But it's better to keep with me. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, now it's time to write our first Hello World program. So actually from here, new file. Now let's quit from the welcome page. And here, as simple as that, just type print, and inside it, here, just double quotation and Hello World. All right. So you can see that the brackets here is mandatory. So you need to put them. Now let's save this. I will put it on the desktop. Alright, I will name it first.py. Okay, so let's save that. All right, now you can see that now it is highlighted, which is something very good. Well, actually, let's increase the font size. Now you can see that here we have Python extensions and so on. Okay, so you can install it. It's okay, no big deal. All right, now let's open our terminal from here. Now let's go to the place where we put our program. Now let's clear the screen first. Yeah, ls, which is first.python. So as simple as that, you will use the interpreter to interpret the Python you wrote. So Python 3, because we are using Python 3, first. As simple as that. Yeah, hello world. Now you can see that it is very simple, no big deal and no complexity at all. Just write your program here using the editor you prefer editor. In my case, Visual Studio Code, and then from the terminal, just use the interpreter Python 3 first.py. Now the IDE concludes everything in one program or one step. Just you write your code here, and you can build it from here or run it from here, and it will show you as a console here or as something like that. Okay, that the output of your statement. Okay, and again, I don't prefer actually IDEs again because you are a hackers after all. You need to go into systems. You need to know how to write codes in a very low level details using the Vim, using the interpreter, the GCC, and so on. Okay, so for now, just keep with me and you will learn a lot. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, now it's time for the data types. Now, actually, what is it? What is data types? Now, data types, as simple as that, it is the way how to store your values. So you want to store numbers, to store characters, floats, or specific things. Now, actually, this is what data types. Okay. Now, in Python, we have some data types like the fundamental data types or essential data types like int, float, pool, string, list, tuple, set, dict, or dictionary. Now, int for the integers, float for floating point, pool for the boolean true or false, string for characters, set of characters, which means strings, I mean words and so on. List for if you want to put a list or a set of list. Now, tuple is the same as list, but with some differences. We will talk about that. Don't worry. We have set and we have the dict or dictionary as well. Okay. Now, these are for the fundamentals. Yeah. By the way, we will learn all of that in details, step by step. So don't worry. For now, just keep with me. Now we have another things which is called classes. Now, actually, the classes or the class here you write or you put your own data type. So you modify you customize your own data type. And don't worry, we will have that in details. Now we have other thing which is the specialized, as you can see, or the specials like the modules and so on. And finally, we have the non-data type. Now, actually, non-data type is very simple, or it indicates that the value is none, which means that it is not just empty, it is none, which is null. I mean nothing here. Okay, not set yet. So you didn't set it yet. So which means that it is none. Okay, and we will have a lot of use cases and a lot of examples how to use that. Okay, so for now, just keep with me. Now in the next lecture, we will start the hands-on and we will start, as you can see, all of these one by one. All right, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time to start with the numbers. Okay, so again, this is the first.py program. So inside it, let's print 1. Okay, like this, as simple as that. Now let's open the terminal here and let's just up the up arrow and press enter. Okay, the up arrow, so which is the last command, as you can see. By the way, I'm pretty sure you are familiar with that, but I'm just giving you some hints in case you don't know. Okay, so up arrow, press enter, which is the last command, which is the Python 3 first.py. And you can see that it is 1 because we print the one number. Okay, now what if I typed the operation plus or the addition operation like this? Now, and if I typed, for example, and if I copy and paste that, the same thing for multiplication, for addition, sorry about that, subtraction, multiplication, and division, by the way. So, but let's change the values. So here, let's put 10 minus 1, and here let's put 2 multiplied by 4 or by 3 anyway. Here let's put 10 multiplied by 5 and so on, just arbitrary values. Okay, now here if I return to the terminal and let's put that, you can see that it is 2, 9, 6, 2.5 and so on. Okay, which is 2. By the way, this is integer multiplied by integer, but it will give you the as a float value. Okay, which is 2.0. Okay, because this is the division. Now we have this function or method called the type, and inside it let's put the value. This will return you the value what will that returned. Okay, so if I type here type 10 multiplied by 5, now this should return float, and the same thing for the 1 plus 1. I don't need to put them for everything, just let's do that and test it out. Okay, so yeah, if I type here, you can see that the class is int for the first one, which is the 1 plus 1. Okay, now for 10 divided by 5, you can see that it is a float, which is the 2.0. So as you can see, by using this function, we learned how to know what is the data type for this specific number. Okay, now actually there are other things, which is the exponential. So if I type print like this and 2, the exponential is double star. Okay, or the arithmetics. Okay, power to 3. So this will give us 8. So if I return here to the terminal, and put here, yeah, it is 8, but let's clear the screen actually. Yeah, it is 8, as you can see. Now, and we have the module, which is the, if you can see, it is the 2 in forward slash. So if I type here 2 and here is 4, okay, so this should return 0. So yeah, as you can see, it is 0. Now, don't worry about the math. Actually, this course is not about math, but I'm just giving you a brief overview how to use Python in that. Okay. Now, in the next lecture, we will start learning some of the math functions actually that can be used, like the absolute, like the cosine, sine, whatever. Okay. But again, this course is not about math or something like this. This is about ethical hackings, about creating your own ethical hacks using Python. But to do that, you need to understand the Python first. Okay. All right. I will see you there. All right. Now let's start with the math functions. Now, actually, the math functions is imported by default. So if I type this function, for example, the print, then inside it I put the round function. Okay, now the round function, it will return the value rounded. So 1.1 should be 1. Okay, so yeah, my keyboard still okay. So here it should return 1. So let's clear the screen first, and yeah, you can see it is 1. All right, now it is 1. If it is 1.5, it will be 2, and so on. Yeah, actually, this is the round function. Yeah, this should be 2 as well. Okay, so actually these functions or methods, which is the round, the absolute, cosine, sine, these are imported from the standard library, which is the math. Okay, so before I show you, let's print another math function, which is the abs, which is the absolute, I mean. So here put -4, for example. Okay, so if I go there, it should be 4, not -4, which is the absolute function. It's okay. Now, actually, just go to your browser and type the Python mathematical functions. And then from there, go to any website. Yeah, it's okay, but it is better to go to the official documentation. Well, actually, this is the best practice, by the way. So yeah, this is docs.python.org. The math functions, everything is there. So you can see that we have the ceil, the combine, the copysign, absolute, factorial, floor. Actually, everything will be fine there. So if you are interested in such things, okay? But don't worry. Again, this course, we will not handle math at all. All right? So this is how far we are gonna go. Just that's it. Nothing important. All right? Because this is for ethical hacking, security, cybersecurity, and writing your own tools. Not for data science, deep learning AI, or algorithm, or whatever. Okay? It's not about that. All right? Okay. Thanks for. Okay, now it is time for the operators precedence. Okay? So, well, actually, in Python, the precedence is the same as the math. So, multiplication, so addition, subtraction, this is the least precedence. Then multiplication and division, this is the second. Then we have the brackets, or before the brackets we have the exponential, then we have the brackets. Okay, so let's have a real quick example. So print, so let's say 3 plus 4. Okay, now let's put spaces here so it will be more comprehensive. Multiplied by 2. Now this will give us 4 multiplied by 2, then 8 plus 3, which is 11. So let's see. Let's clear the screen first. So yeah, it is 11. Okay. Now if I typed brackets here, as you can see, like this. So here you can see that it is 3 plus 4, which means 7. 7 multiplied by 2, which is 14. So if I type here, yeah, it is 14. Okay. So real quick, the brackets is the highest priority or precedence. Then we have the exponential. Then we have the multiplication and division. Then finally we have the addition and subtraction. Okay, so that's it. Thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the variables. Now the variables is very simple, no big deal in Python, because so for example, I want to put here, which is var1. Okay, this is the name of the variable. Now we have equal, and let's put 10. Now this variable is integer variable. As you can see, if you hover here, you can see that it is integer. Now print var1 like this. So let's go to the terminal, and yeah, it is 10. As you can see, var1 is 10. So here, another thing, we can use variables with each other. So if I type sum equal var1 plus var2. Okay, now let's put another variable called var2, and inside it, let's put 20 like this. So yeah, let's print the sum here, and let's see what will happen. Okay, so go here, clear the screen, let's go here. Yeah, it is 30 as expected. Now what if we type var1, okay, plus var2 here inside the print function immediately, and by the way, it will give you the same thing. Okay, so either with the space or without space, it is the same actually. So yeah, like this. So you can see that it is 30 as well. All right, now this is the same thing for 0.5. So if it is float, integer, it will print and will do everything as expected. All right, now actually one thing I want to mention, which is we can put all the variables inside each other like this. So if I type var2 and put var3, and then I put respectively 20, 30. So actually let's remove that. And if I typed var1, var2, var3 as well, and I save it. So let's go here and check. Clear the screen first, and yeah, you can see it is 10, 20, 30. Okay, so you can see that we put all the variables on one single line. So Python accepts that. All right, now it is time for the strings. Now actually in Python, you see that it is not like the C or the C++ or whatever, C# or Java, that you use or you define your variable depends on what your data type, like int, float. So you don't type int var1 dot something equal something. No, you just type the variable and it is automatically defined. Okay, now the same thing for the string. So if I type var underscore s, which means var string, anything, you name it, anything, it's okay. So here inside it put double quotation like this, and inside it put hello world or anything you want. So, and let's print it out. Now let's go to the terminal, let's run this. Yeah, it is hello world. Okay, now actually this is the same thing for doing another thing. So if I type user and the user equal user1, okay, for example, and we have password or password, and the password equal pass1. Okay, yeah, by the way, it's actually it's bad practice to put a password inside the code. Yeah, you know that. I'm bet sure you are familiar with that, because, well, putting the password inside the code. Now what if this code shared with others? Well, this is stupid, to be honest, but anyway, this is just for example. Now also we have this thing in Python, which is the long string. So I want to put, for example, article, or let's say not article, let's say long underscore description. Okay, so this is the name of the variable, anything, but put 3 single quotation, and in multi-line put line 1, line 2, blah blah blah, anything you want, then close it with 3 single quotations. Okay, you can see that like this. Okay, now save that, and you can print anything you want. So for example, let's print the long description here. Okay, yeah, like this. Anyway, let's write it manually. Okay, so long description here, and now let's run that. Let's clear the screen first. Yeah, you can see line 1, line 2, the blah blah blah, DS, something like this. Okay, it worked 100%. Now there is another thing, which is the concatenation. So if I want to add the user, so let's delete that, the first thing. So user plus or addition with the password. Okay, so this will concatenate the user with the password as well. Okay, so if I saved that, and if I put or open the Kali Linux, the terminal, I mean user1 pass1, okay, which is the user, which is this value and this value. And yeah, by the way, if you hover here, you can see that it is str. By the way, if you type the type function, okay, so type function like this, and let's close it. So the value should be str from class str, which is string. Okay, you can see that the class is str, which is string, and this is very good actually. We can put string, multi-line string, username, password if you want it to inside, but we mentioned that this is bad practice to put a password. Actually, it is better to use environment variable. And if you are using cloud, by the way, for example AWS, you can use parameter store or secret manager. This is something from the AWS SSM system manager feature, and they are enhancing that, and actually it is very used in the production. Anyway, that's it for this lecture. All right, one last thing I want to mention about string, which is the string concatenation. Yeah, you can see that when we typed the type or user plus with password actually, but if I type user, for example, with 99, for example, okay, sorry about this, let's remove it like this, 99, for example. Now this is integer value, as you can see, with a string value. Now this should give us an error. So let's return here, clear the screen, and let's run it again. You can see that we can only concatenate string with a string, not an integer. Okay, so for that you need to convert the 99 into something else, which is into string, and we will, in the next lecture, we will learn how to do that. Okay, I will see you there. All right, now it is time for the type conversion. Okay, so let's put this var1 equal and put hi, or let's name it string. Okay, and we have var2 and its type is the number, which is 100. Okay, now if I want to print one of these, it will work fine. We already saw that 100 as integer and string as a string, which is var1. Okay, and if I put the type function, you can see that it is the same. Now what if I want to concatenate var1 with var2? But we already saw in the previous lecture we cannot concatenate string with other values, string only with the string. So how to do that? Well, actually we will use a specific functions for that. So str and int function. So str, this is to convert to a string value. So if I type var2, so this will convert var2 to str, and for int, it will convert the value inside it to integer. So if I type var1, it will convert it to an integer. But by the way, you cannot convert something like this, which is a sequence of characters, to integer. But it may work for a specific character. So C, A, B, C, D, one of these. Okay, because each character has its own ASCII code. All right. For now, we want to check this out. Okay, so when we the first thing, I don't need the integer. I will test on the string function. So here it will convert the var2, but actually it will not convert it inside the var2 and update the value inside of the var2, because we didn't put the assignment here, which is the equal. So this value, I want to print it out. Okay, so let's do that. Actually, it's pretty simple. So here str 100. Okay, so if I type this, if I saved, okay, and print it, it will print 100. But how to distinguish between if it is integer or not, you will use the type function as we learned. So yeah, like this. And if I save, and let's check what will happen this time. Let's clear the screen and let's check this. You can see that the class this time it is string, which means that the value has been converted to a string value. So this is not integer anymore. This is a string. Okay. Now how to check or how to convert it? You can just use var2 equal str for var2, as simple as that. Okay. And then you can just print the var2, and let's print it inside the type to check if it is working or not. So like this. Let's save that. Let's check if it is working or not. So yes, yeah, you can see that we have end of file parsing error. Let's check what is the wrong. Yeah, actually I forget to put a brackets here. Actually I forget to put a brackets here. So let's save now and check again. You can see that the value is str, which is what is expected, because var2 is now string. The 100 is now string. As you can see here, the var2 is string, not integer anymore. All right. Okay. So far so good. Now it is time for the escape sequences. Okay. Now let's imagine we have this value, okay, which is var, for example, and we have I or am a hacker. Okay. Now you can see that we have a single quotation here. Now actually this will ruin everything for us. If we imagine if we are using a single quotation here, not as a double quotation, so like this. So actually this will ruin everything for us, because you can see the open quotation, the single quotation here opened, and now we closed it here. So this will give us an error. So it's if we print the var, and let's check how it is. Yeah. So if I go here, if I clear the screen, if you can see that here syntax error, invalid syntax on side the I am, because the am is outside of any quotation. As you can see, it is outside of any quotation. Now how to do that actually? Well, the best thing is using the sequences, the escape, and this is the best practice, by the way, by putting backslash here. So which means that backslash escape this character, which is the single quotation, and I am a hacker. So if I save now, and by the way, you can see that it is now highlighted using the Visual Code Studio. So if I go there, if I type by here, you can see now I am a hacker. Now, which is something very good. Now, what if I want to put something else? Now, if I want to put I am a hacker slash or backslash anyway, engineer. Okay, like this. Now this will give us error. Now actually, if I type this backslash, because backslash is used to escape or to do things. So if I put backslash with n, this will give us a new line. So if I type here backslash n engineer, forget about the e, so backslash n, so this will not do this as a backslash. This actually will assume that this is a new line. So if I saved now and I print, you can see that now I am a hacker engineer. So without the n here. Okay, now just assume the word is engineer without e. Okay, just follow me. Okay, in here. So how to do that actually? I think you guessed it right. Yeah, just put two backslashes. Okay, so the first backslash is the one that we want, but we need to escape it. How to do that? By using the backslash slash. Okay, like this. And now let's go there. Let's run it again. Yeah, you can see that I am a hacker slash engineer. Okay, all right. So what we learned here actually, that using the backslash to escape any special characters, like the single quotation, like another slash, and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the formatted strings. So now let's print this field. Okay, so what if I want to print something and with variables, and this can be changed. Okay, so yeah, follow me for now. So hi, for example, and here I want to put a specific user, and this user I don't need to hard code it. I need it to be here. So the user equal, okay, Mike, for example, okay, and age equal 25, for example. Okay, so here it is, and I want, sorry about this, and I want to print Mike, but you know that I can't put user here because this is a variable, right? So how to do that? Actually, we will use the formatted strings. So I will put brackets like this, and your age is, and another formatted, two brackets or two braces. Now here, after I finish everything inside the print function, I will put dot here, and I will put format, okay? And then I will open two brackets and put the first function, sorry, the first variable and the second variable. The first variable, hi user, which is the mic. Another here, a list or comma, then put age, okay? So like this. So let's see what will happen here. Clear the screen. Let's run. Hi, Mike, your age is 25. So if I return here, yes, hi, Mike, your age is, which is the age variable, which is 25. By the way, I can put here a hard-coded value, but actually this doesn't make sense, right? Sorry, I got a problem with my keyboard here, actually, yeah. So I can put Mike here and the 25 here, and it will work as well. So to make sure it is working, let's put 29 this time, okay? Okay, let's test it out. So, hi Mike, your age is 29, which is working correctly. All right. Yeah, by the way, you can put your variable here immediately. So if I type, the format is new user, for example, equal with double quotation John this time, and the age here, so I put age equal 35, for example. Okay, but now before we print this, we need to edit this value. This time we will put the new user actually, and we will put the age here as a new age here, or the age here, which is this one. So yeah, let's save this first, then let's run it out. You can see that, hi John, your age is 35, which is the new values that we put here, okay? Okay, one last thing. So actually, what if we want to write something else? So here inside the John, I don't need to put that. I want just to use the user variable, which is the same previous way, and the age variable as well, okay? So by the way, this is 0 index and this is 1 index, okay? So here inside the new user, if I type 0, let's delete the new user, all of it. So 0. And if we here inside, instead of age, we want to delete and put 1 as well. So let's check this out actually. So yeah, let's type it. You can see, hello Mike, your age is 25. Okay, so actually here, if I toggle this, if I put 0 here, and if I put 1 here, so this will be inverted actually. So if you can see that now, hi 25, your age is Mike. This should the result be, hi 25, your age is Mike, as you can see. So by doing that, we are making sure that everything, yeah, actually you can see that we can just index whatever we want, depends on whatever we want. All right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Now for the string indexes, I want to show you this something. Now actually the string by its nature is a sequence of characters. So let's put this variable, and inside it let's put A, B, C, D, E, F, G, okay? Now actually what is string is, it is a sequence of characters, and each character has its own index. So we will start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so actually it is like this. So if I print the variable, it will print everything, right? And we already saw that. So let's see again. Yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, everything working as expected. But if I put the squared brackets like these, and I put the 0, for example, now this will print only the A character. So if I return here and run it, you can see that it is A character only. Now let's return here. Now what if I type, or I want to have the A, B, C, D only? So I will put the colon here, as you can see, and put the from where to where. Okay, so from to, as this. So from 0 to 2, or 2, 3. Okay, so like this. If I return here, run again, you can see A, B, C. If I return again, you can see that from 0 to 3. But 3, if you can, as you can see, 3 is not included. So if I want D to be included, just remove 3 and put 3, 4 instead. Then like this, go here, and as you can see, A, B, C, D. Now another trick. Now what if I want from B to the end of this? So from B, which means from 1. Okay. And by the way, the syntax here is n minus 1, which means if it is to 4, which means I need to put, which means if I want it for D, I want to put 4, which is 3, 4 minus 1, which is a 3. Okay, so you need to add an extra number for this index. Okay, now what if I want it from B until the end of the string? So I just remove it like this. I put it 1 to anywhere, or to nothing. Okay, so this will write 1, which is from B to the end of the string. So let's check this out. You can see not A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, it is B, C, D, E, F, G. All right. Okay. Now this is just to have an overview and have a look about it, so you understand that it is not just as is. It is very elastic for you. Okay. Thanks for watching. All right. Now it is time for the Boolean's data types. Now the Boolean is something either true or false, 1 or 0. Now this is it. So how to test this out? Let's put bar, this var variable. Okay, and let's put inside it true. Now you can see that the true is, the T is capital, and without, yeah, sorry, I forget about this, without quotation. So var 1 is equal true, and if you hover here, you can see that it is Boolean. And the same thing for var 2, and this equal this time false, but as you can see, the F is capital as well. All right. Now actually, if I print this, it will show us. So let's print var 1, for example. Okay, now let's return here. Yeah, you can see that it is true. Now as expected actually, which is true. Okay, now what if I put 0 here? Or let's put 1, 0 for false and 1 for true. So if I put true here, let's put it as 0. So you can see that it is integer, not a Boolean. So if I put it, or I print it out, it will be as an integer. So how to do that? Actually, we have this built-in function, which is the bool. This to convert the value to a Boolean function. So bool, like this, to a Boolean value, I mean. So as you can see, this is to return true when the argument x is true or whatever. Okay, so you can see that var 1, now this time it is Boolean, but let's print this out. So let's print this time the var 2. Okay, so this should give us the false value. So if I type here, yeah, you can see it is false, though it is 0. You can see that though it is 0, but, and it is an integer value, but by using the Boolean function here, it return, or it convert this value to 0 to something for the Boolean to understand, which is the false. 0 means false, and 1 means true. Okay, as simple as that. Now don't worry about so we will talk about these more in the conditional and the loops section or lecture. There we will handle everything in details. Okay, but for now, just keep that on your mind. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it is time for the list to be explained. Okay, now the list actually is a sequence of objects. So if I type list1, for example, which means list1, and then you open a squared bracket, okay, like this, and put the value you want. So 1, 2, 3, okay, another list. So let's put list2, okay, and here inside squared brackets, let's put strings. So A, B, and C as well. Okay, now let's put another third list, yeah, like these, and let's put this time something cocktail. Let's say it's collection of integers of let's put another values. Actually, let's put 10. Let's put here high, and here let's put false, and then let's put for example, let's put 1.5. okay, so it is something like that. All right, now here actually we can print everything we want, depends on whatever we want. So if I want to print for list3, for example, and I will open the brackets and put the indexes, and indexes start from here. So this is 0, and this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Okay, so I put list3 for 0, so this will print 10. If I put 1, this will print high, 2, 3, and so on. But if I put 4, as you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is not here. So if I put 4 for here, for list 3, and I return here, and let's clear the screen first. Yeah, and here if I put, you can see that it is, the index is out of range because 4 is not existed. Sorry about this. Let's return here. Yeah, you can see that 4 is not existed actually, only the index 3. Okay, so if I type 3, or let's put 2 here, and if I print it, so yeah, it is false this time, which means the second or the third, I mean the third object from this list 3, 0, 1, 2, which is the third, and everything as expected. Yeah, actually one thing I forget to mention is that we can, as we learned previously, actually I already mentioned that. So list 3, I want to print false and I want to print high. For example, how to do that? Actually, it's very simple. 0, 1. So I will start from 1, put the colon, and minus 1. So I want it to false. So 0, 1, 2. So I don't need to put 2 here. I will put 3 because I need, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. So it will print high and false as well as a list actually. So if I click here and test it out, you can see that it is this time as a list, and you can see that it is high and false as well. So you can see that it is very elastic, and you can do a lot of lists actually. So for example, you are putting a shopping cart, for example, putting specific values and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, now it is time for the list methods. So just open your browser, go to list methods Python, and here you can see that for the W3 schools, and actually this is a good reference and source for information, you can see that all the list or the array methods we have on Python. So you can see that we have append, we have clear, we have copy, count, extend, index, insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort. Okay, now one thing I want to mention here. Well, actually, it is not expected from you to memorize all of these actually, because I'm telling you from my personal experience and as a real world experience or real world scenario, you are not expected to memorize all of these. What is expected from you is to know that in Python, in the list or the arrays, there are methods, and these are the methods. And you know that there is something called append. So it is to add element to the end of the list, or clear, or copy, or count, or whatever. Okay, and actually there is something called sort, by the way. Yeah, so you just Google it or you search about it. Yeah, how to do this. You don't need to ask on forums or blogs, but you know where to go. Now I'm telling you, actually this is after all, this is my personal opinion. If you memorize it, yeah, it's okay. It's actually, it will save you some time, yeah, instead of searching about it and copy paste. No, actually you can just type it. But actually it's not that matter, or it will save you that time. Actually it's no big deal. Actually you will see that these small details is not important to memorize it actually, but what is important is to know how to search about it and how to find it. So for example, I want to sort. I will go to this example, and I can see that we have this cars, Ford, BMW, Volvo, whatever, and cars, which is the name of the list, and dot sort. As simple as that. So this will give you the cards sorted. Okay, sorted I think by alphabetics. So the first one will be PM because this is B, and then will be Ford, which is because this is F, and V, which is because this is V capital. And of course the capital letter is different than the small letters and so on. Okay, again, no big deal. You can read about it more, you can check it more, see more examples and so on. Okay, but what is matter here in this lecture, in this course, is to know that for the list there are methods, built-in methods, and you can search about it, and they are documented well on the web, either the official documentation or some good references and resources like the w3schools.com, which is something I recommend you to check. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it is time to talk about the matrix. Well, actually the matrix is something like the list, but it is sometimes called array or multi-dimensional array or something like that, because some programming languages like the C++ or C#, or I think Java itself also use the concept or the term array, not list. Okay, but anyway, they are the same sometimes in a lot of use cases or a lot of things, just naming, nothing, no big deal. Okay, so let's put this matrix to create it. Now I open a brackets, square brackets, but this time I will put brackets like this. So put this and put this, and let's put this, okay, as well. Now I know you may get confused, but follow me for now and I will explain everything in detail. So 1, 2, 3, and here put 4, 5, 6, and here put 7, 8, 9. All right, okay. Now I want to print some values from here, right? Yes, this is what I'm all about. So print using the print function. Now I will use the name matrix. So far so good, right? Nothing new. Now this is the new things that have been added here, which is using two brackets, two square brackets. Now actually it's very simple. Just imagine with me. Now this is the first line, this is the second line, and this is the third line. Do you get it well or not? Yeah, actually you are right. This is 0, and this is 1, and this is 2. Okay, now inside 0, which is this one, we have 0, 1, 2. Okay, I mean as an index, I mean, don't get confused between the numbers. So actually it's better to use A, B, C. Yeah, actually like these. So I want from the first line, which is 0, okay, the first sequence or the first list, which is 0, I want B, okay, so which is 0, 1. So I will put 1. So this will print the B character. Let's check this out. From here, you can see that A is not defined. All right. Do you know why this happened? Yeah, because actually I put it as array, as a variable, actually, not as a values. So I need to provide the single quotation or the double quotation, by the way, because I want it to be as a character, not as a variable. So if I don't put that, actually it will be considered as a variable. And actually it is good that happened, and we saw that by practice that we need to be careful here. Okay, all right, now let's check what will happen. Let's clear the screen first, and Python here you can see that we print B, and this is the same thing if you want to print A, so for example, you want to print B and C. So you will put here colon, like this, and you want it C. So 0, 1, 2. So it will be 3. Why? Because 3 minus 1 equal 2, which is 0, 1, 2. So B and C. This will print B and C. Let's check this out actually. Yeah, you can see that it is now B and C. Well, actually, the matrix and the use cases is very complex subject. So actually, you can use that for the screen pixels or using image processing and a lot of things actually, deep learning and AI. But in this course, we don't need to handle that in details because after all, we are writing an ethical hacking tools, okay? Not and something for AI or data science, okay? Thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about the none. Well, actually, the none is how, from its name, yeah, it is none, nothing, okay? So if I type this var equal none, and if I print this, actually this is not the same as the white space. The white space has value, but this none, which means null, it is not set yet. It doesn't have any value, arbitrary value. Okay, so this is not like the 0, not like the white space. No, this is something different, which means that this is none. So if you can see that this is none type, yeah, as you can see, not 0, not white space, not nothing, which means it is the value for this variable is arbitrary or it is not set yet. So let's check this out. Actually, you can see that the value is none. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the dictionary. Now actually the dictionary, somehow it is the same as the list, but this time with the key value pair. So if I have this var1, okay, and equal, now this time I will put brackets, braces I mean. Okay, now here I will put key value pair. So I will put the first thing, which is name, then put colon, then put the name of this guy or this person, which is Mike. Age, for example, and put the value, which is 30 or 31 or whatever. All right. Now, as you can see, if I want to print this value, so I want to print the name of the variable, which is var1, and then put the squared brackets. But this time I will not put 0, 1, 2, it's like the list indexing. Now, this time I will put or provide the key value, okay, which is name or age or whatever. And of course, with brackets like this, double quotation, because this is a string. And now let's check this out. Actually, if I print this, you can see that the value is wrong. Yeah, actually, I forgot to put the list here, which means the name Mike, age is 30, and I will print the var with name. And let's see what will happen this time. You can see that it is Mike. Okay. Now I want, and I can put and print the age actually like this and like this. So let's check this out. Actually, it should be 30. Yeah, everything is working as expected. And by the way, actually, you can put dictionary values inside the list. So let's have a look here. So actually, the var1 this time, I don't need it to be like this. I want it to be like this, like a list. And inside the list, I will put some of the values like 1, and the other value is 2 or whatever. And the third value, I want to put it as a dictionary. And here inside it, I will put the other thing, which is what we handled, the name Mike. And yeah, don't forget to put the comma here. And the age, put anything you want, which is 30 or whatever. And let's print var1, but this time I cannot do that because this is a list. This is not a dictionary. So I will put 0. This will print the first one, which is 1. And 1 will print the second index, which is 2. And third, I will put 3 like this. So this will print the dictionary. So let's check this out if it is working or not. Yeah, you can see this is out of index because this is 3. Sorry, I forgot. It must be 2. Yeah, you can see that the name is Mike and the age is 30. Okay, so far so good. Now, what if I want not everything from the third index, which is the dictionary index? I want the name and or the age. How to do that? Well, actually, it is very simple. You can just open a new one, and this time we will put the name. Okay. So if I return here and put it, you can see that this time I print the name from the dictionary, which is the Mike. Okay, the value. So as you can see, key value pair. Okay, so name Mike, age 30, and you can see from here, from the third index 0, 1, 2, the third index, print name. Don't print the whole dictionary, so it will work 100%. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, again, now we will talk about the dictionary methods this time. Now, again, open your browser. Here, put Python dictionary methods and open any website you want. And I recommend you again to open w3schools.com. And here you can see Python dictionary methods, which is everything from this list. Clear, copy from keys, get, items, pop items, set default, update values. Now again, open any one of these, and you can see that we have all the descriptions, all the things. Again, I will not handle all of these in details actually, because they are very simple. Just copy and paste them. Just try them out if you are curious. Well, actually nothing here to be taught. So from its name, clear, it will clear everything. Copy, it will copy the dictionary, but how to use it, how to do that, you can see the examples here. Because in this course, there are other things that matter actually to be taught rather than these. It is not expected from you to memorize these actually, but you need to learn and to know how to find them, and you need to know that for the dictionary in Python, there are methods can be used and save you a lot of trouble and efforts. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, now it's time for the tuple to be explained. Okay, now actually as simple as that. The tuple is the same as the list, but this time the tuple is for read only. So the data inside it cannot be sorted, cannot be modified, and so on. Okay, so let's have a quick example. So tuple, okay, or tub equal. And the second difference, actually, we don't use squared bracket this time. We use a brackets like these. And let's put A, B, and let's put C. Now print the top TUP, and this time I want the index 1, which is B. Okay, so let's print this out. Let's see if it is working or not. Clear the screen first. And yeah, you can see it is B. All right, so far so good. But this time, if I type top 1 equal h, for example, or let's put h, okay, now you can see that it will not work. By the way, if it is a list, it will work, okay, because if it is a list, I can change any object inside the list using the index, okay, for that list, and then change any value you want. But this is because it is a tuple, it will not work. So let's check this out. Yeah, you can see the tuple object doesn't support item assignment. So which means that we cannot do that. And actually it has a lot of methods for tuple. You can read about them. Just Google it, tuple methods for Python, and everything will be there. And as simple as that. Thanks for watching. Okay, now it's time for the conditional or the if statements. Okay, now it is as simple as that. The syntax is like this. You put the if, and then you put either brackets or without brackets, but I prefer with brackets actually. And then here you put the condition. And the condition, if it is true, then it will print. So yeah, let's put explicit value, which is the true. This will be run the if body, which is this one. So let's print yes, it is true. And here we can use something called else. So if it is else, yeah, let's print this time. Let's print no, it is false. Okay, so by the way, this will print yes, by the way, because the condition here is true. So let's have a look here. Let's clear the screen, and yeah, you can see yes, it is true, which means that it worked correctly because the condition is true. All right, now it's time to have some variables, some things actually worked or used in real world, not just a simple statement. So let's put var1 equal 10, and here inside it I will put the if var1 less than or greater than or equal, you can use this, equal or not equal. Okay, you can use this, but for now let's use less than 20, or less than 5. So is 10 less than 5? No, false. It will print no, it is false. So let's check this out. No, it is false. Okay, now actually we can put boolean variables here. So var2, let's put this time false. Okay, or let's put it as a true, so it will show us a different value or different output. And here you can just put the name of the variable. This is the first one. So the name of the variable will do the job, because if the var2 true, if it is var2 is true, so which means the output of the condition here is true, which means it will print here. Or you can put or use the equal operator. So equal, and if it is equal to a true, so this time it will print yeah, because it is true. So it will print yes, it is true. But by the way, if you put the var2, which is the true, equal to false, now is var2 equal to false? No. So this time it will print no, it is false. Okay, all right, now it's up to you how you write your programs, why to use the condition, when to use it, what condition you can actually put subtraction, addition, divided by 2, modules. Actually depends on what your use case. Now this is the first syntax, which is if else. Okay, now actually what if I want to put inside the else, which is something called the nested if else here. Now actually there is something called indentation. You can see that here the if here start from here, as you can see, and we put the colon here, and here is an indentation, which means, as you can see, 4 spaces, which means that this print statement is inside the if body, and the else the same thing, 0 1 2 3 4 spaces, and here I can put print or whatever I want here. This means that this print function or this statement is inside the else body. Okay, but because actually if I put it like this, so let's put anything, no, anything. If I removed the indentation, and this is what called inside the Python, like this will give us an error. So if I type here, yeah, you can see expected an intended block, which means that you forgot something. So you can put this. Actually, if I type 2 spaces, so let's see, yeah, actually it works. You can see that if I type 2 spaces, it will work. But actually, it's better to use 4 spaces because it will be more elegant and modern way to write your code. Now, one last thing. So inside the else here, I can put another if, and this is what I want to talk about. So if I type if, another if, and put whatever I want, then inside it print whatever, and for that else, so you can see statement here, and inside you can see put else as well, and put whatever you want, and then you can print whatever you want. Okay, so actually, so here another example here, you can see this is outside of the else, but if I put it here like this, now that actually this is inside the else, and this is inside this if, and this is outside the if else here. Okay, yeah, I think it is simple, because if you are using Visual Studio, you can see that it is highlighted. We have line this here, which means all of that is the name. All of that, you can see that all of that is for the else, and here all of that is for if, and so on. Okay, Now the last thing I want to say about or talk about, which is the elif. Okay, now this is another thing, which is combination of else and if. So elif. Okay, so elif, put the condition you want, and the same thing with indentation and so on. Okay, but yeah, don't forget to put indentation here like this, which means that this is inside the elif body. Okay, and of course you need to remove the else here like this. So yeah, everything is expected. So you put the first condition, okay, then you used the second condition, then you used a third condition or fourth condition. Okay, so you need to have more filtering, so you can use the nested if else. All right, now actually this is just a simple overview or brief about if else and the conditional operators. Okay, now don't worry about that, we will use that in practice when times come to when we start writing our own tools, and actually in a very practical way. So for now, just keep in your mind what is the syntax, how to write, what are the statement, how they work. And we learned that we have if, we have else, we have if else, we have if, elif, the nested if, I mean, and else, whatever. Okay, so and we learned that we have indentation. So this is to distinguish between which statement for which instructor or which instruction. So this is for the elif, this is for the if, or if this is for the else, and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it's time for the for loop. Okay, now actually for loop in Python is like this. The syntax is for, then put the variable you want in this thing, and here you put a brackets, and you want to 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and put the colon here, and don't forget to put it inside the indentation. So here let's print I, and you can see that if I print I here, it will print 1 2 3 4 and so on. Okay, so let's check this out actually. So yeah, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, as expected. All right, so far so good. Now if I return here actually and I print I here outside of the for indentation, so let's have a look what will happen. You can see that this is from the inside the for loop, and the outside of the loop is 5, as you can see, which is the final value of the I, because I is a variable after all, and its final value is 5. Okay, so that's why it got printed as a 5. All right, that's it. Okay, now if we want to use the for loop, but this time I want a counter here. Okay, well, how to do that? Well, actually there are a lot of ways, but using the range function is very popular and very easy way to do that. So for I in, and I will use the range function as this. Okay, and from 2, so from 0 to 10 for example. Okay, and then let's print I. Okay, so for I in this range, and print I, and print the final I. Now let's check what will happen here. Let's clear the screen first, and yeah, as expected. So you can see it starts from 0 and ends to 9. Now why it is 9? Because this is n minus 1, so which means 9 in my case. So if I want it to be 10, I need to provide as 11 here, and it will work. We are using a for loop with a range. All right, now it is time for the while loop. Okay, so actually the while loop is somehow different, but they are the same. I equals 0. Let's start from 0, and I will put while here, and while I is less than 5. Okay, then yeah, sorry, I forget to put the indentation here, the colon here, and indentation here, so I will print inside it. So let's print I, and we want to add the value, or we will get an infinite loop. All right, infinite loop means that we will still be in the same loop, okay, over and over. But by doing that, you make sure that everything will stop eventually. Okay, so I will keep increasing the I value until it reaches 5. So 5 less than 5, false. I will get out from this while loop. Okay, now let's run this and test it out. Actually, it's better. Yeah, you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and when it is reaching 5, then it will go. So it is actually, let's have a look here. So we will start from 0. Now 0 less than 5, yes, true. I will print 0 and I will add 0 equal 0 plus 1. Now the new value for I will be 1. Okay, now again 1 is less than 5. Yeah, press 1, 1 plus 1, and over until we reach 4. 4 less than 5, yes, print 4, and 4 equal 4 plus 1, so which means the new value for I will be 5. 5, now let's return and check the condition. 5 less than 5, no, false. When this means that I will go ahead and I will quit from it. Okay, so far so good. All right, now another thing here actually used not just in the loop, actually in the loop, while loop, for loop. Okay, the condition, something called continue or break or pass. Okay, so let's have an example. I equals 0, I is less than 10 this time. Now I will keep updating, or I will keep printing the I value. Okay, but here I will have a condition inside the while loop. As you can see, we are in the side the while loop. So if I equal 5, then I will break. Okay, now follow me just in this example and let's see what will happen. So this should print only from 0 to 5 because we already printing before 5. Okay, before this condition I mean. Now the break here, actually this statement will break from the current loop, or the current loop, which is the when we have it as a while loop here. Okay, now let's have a look here. Let's clear the screen first. Now you can see that it is infinite loop. Did you guess why? Yeah, because we forgot to add here. Yeah, actually we forgot I equal I plus 1. All right, now actually it's good that we saw that in practice what is infinite loops. Now let's clear the screen and let's buffer. So you can see that we are printing from 0 to 4. Okay, now as you can see, when we increased, when it became 4, print 4 plus 1, which means 5. Now if it is 5 equal 5, yes, then break. So it will print from 0 to 4, and which means that we printed 5 times. Okay, now let's have another example for continue statement. Now if it is continue, now let's have another syntax. Now this time let's print these after the if condition. Okay, so I will have it here, but again it is inside the while indentation. So let's print I, and let's increase the I value. I equal I plus 1. All right, okay, so if the value is 5, this time I will put continue. Okay, now you may ask me, what is the continue? Now we learned what is break. Break from the current loop. Okay, now continue, which means that continue immediately to the loop. All right, okay, so this will give us an infinite loop. Why is that? Now follow me. I equals 0, it will keep until it is reached 4. So 4 less than 10, yes. Is 4 equal 5? No, so I will not do this condition, and I will go print 4. Now 4 plus 1, which is 5, so the new value is 5. 5 less than 10, yes. 5 equal 5, yes, continue. So I will go again, 5 less than 10, yes. Is 5 equal 5, yes, continue. So this will give us an infinite loop. Okay, so let's test this out. Actually, it's better to have it with real action. So yeah, you can see that we have an infinite loop, but without printing anything. As you can see, the cursor is stopped moving, so which means that this is an infinite loop, and actually this is bad. So to avoid that, we will add the I equal I plus 1 here, and we can remove this, or you can comment it out. It's okay, no big deal. So now let's have a look. Yeah, you can see that this time 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see, or you can notice that 5 is not here. Now, why is that? Let's have another look. Now, when we reach 4, 4 is less than 10, yes. 4 plus 1, 5. Now, if it is 5, let's continue. So when it is continue, it will return again. So 5 less than 10, yes, but it will increase. So we didn't print 5 at all. So 6, yes. Is I equal 6? No. So I will print 6 and over until I reach 10 actually, or 9. And why, you may ask me, but why it is 10? Because if you have noticed here, so when we reach 9 less than 10, yes, I added here. As you can see, I didn't quit from, I added 9 plus 1, which is 10, and I print it out. Okay, so that's why it is 10 this time. Okay. Now, finally, we have another thing, which this time called pass. Now, pass means that don't do anything, just pass this. Now, what is that exactly and why it is used? Now, sometimes you wrote functions or you wrote specific indentation and you don't need to do anything currently, or you don't need to do anything just to check if it is something or not. Okay, and you don't need to include anything. You just need it to be empty. But you know that empty is not acceptable with Python. So if I removed this and put if I equal 5 without anything inside it, so let's test this out. This actually it's better. And if I run this, you can see that expected an indented block, which means that we need to put something here. So how to do that? Actually, we will use the pass, which means that in this indentation or this block, there are nothing, but actually not nothing, it is pass. So just pass that. So let's have a look here. Let's run this. Let's see what will happen. Let's clear the screen first. Yeah, you can see this time we printed everything, but this time 5 is included because we didn't continue when it is 5. So we already print that. So which means that when we reached 5, we did nothing. Okay. And we print 5. Okay. That's it. All right. Thanks for watching. All right. Now it is time to learn the functions in Python. Now the functions, you write a specific command or specific instructions, and then you call that function over and over. You don't need to write and rewrite everything over and over. So for example, you add 10 to specific value. Okay. By the way, we already saw functions. Yeah. You know, by the way, print is a function. Apps is a function. The int is a function. Int with this that convert the value. The str that we saw is an function. Okay, but these are called built-in function. And what we are going to do is write a customized function. So I want to add function to add 10 to the value that I put or I sent. Okay, so how to do that? Actually, before that, let's have a look on the syntax. The syntax is like this. You type the name def, which means define, and the name of the function. Let's name it fun1. Okay, open the brackets, and inside the brackets we have bar1, bar2. So these are called parameters. These are value that can be passed when we call this function. We will have that, and we will see it. Now I will open the colon here. Actually, I think you are getting familiar with Python now, because you can see that these are the same thing that used when we used if condition, while, for, and so on. Okay, we can just open the brackets and put the colon here, and we need to put it inside the indentation. Okay, now here inside it, let's print this is inside fun1. All right. Okay. Now also we can have a return value. So we can return value, return, for example, 10. All right. Or return function, or return variable that we defined here inside the function. So if I type, or if I declared I equals 0, and if I return it here, so return I. So this will return 0. Okay. So this function will print this is inside fun1, and it will return I, which is the value of 0. Now, how to call this function? Actually, now just as simple as that, I will put the name of the function, which is fun1. All right. But you can see we require to add parameters because we have bar1 and bar2. But for now, let's delete these like that, and let's see what will happen. All right. By the way, the value returned I equals 0, it will be here. So let's have a look what will happen. You can see this is inside fun1, yeah, but the value 10 is not here. Why? Because we didn't print it out. So if I print it out like this using the print function, now if I return here and run it again, now this time not this is inside fun1 only, but we have the value of I, which is 0. Okay, so far so good. Now let's have another thing. Okay, now what if we have a parameter? So here bar1 and we have bar2. Okay, and this will return I plus bar1 plus bar2. Okay, so far so good, right? And when I return or I call the function, I need to provide values. So I will provide 10 for the bar1, so simple, right? And 20 for the bar2. And as you can see, it is integer and integer. All right, now this is what we will receive and we will get. So 10 plus 20 plus 0, which means 30. Okay, so let's have a look here and let's run it. So you can see it is 30 as expected. All right, yeah, by the way, if I print I here, let's put the brackets. Yeah, if I print I here, yeah, let's have a look what will happen actually. Yeah, you can see that I is not defined. Why is that? Because I is inside the scope or the indentation block of this function only. So this is a local variable. But if I define it here, all right, let's have a look here. So if I define it here, I equal 10 this time or 11 this time. Now I value will be 11. But the precedence when we are inside the fun1 is go to the local variables, which is the I equals 0. So here 0 plus 10 plus 30 plus 20, sorry, which means the value will be 30. But when I receive it here, I will not print I that one inside the fun1. No, I will print it that the global I. Okay, let's have a look what we will receive. Now this time the first I is equal 10 or 11, and you can see that this is inside fun and 30. So which means that we didn't do that. Actually, if I remove that and I returned only the value of I like this, so this should return 0 only. Okay, and actually let's print this inside. You can see that, yeah, I'm pretty sure you are getting the idea, but it's good to have practice on that. So I bar1 bar2, so yeah, like this. So you can see that I here will be 0, the printed one, but the print I outside the function will be 11 because this will use the global I. Okay, you can see that, yeah, 11. This is inside fun1, and the inside fun1 is 0. Okay, which is this one, and the return value will be 30, which is 0 plus 10 plus 20, the parameters we pass. Okay, all right, so far so good. Thanks for watching. Now we learned what is function and what is the parameter, what is the return, the values, and so on. Okay, but now what if I want to add for this fun1 more than parameter 1 and parameter 2? I want a lot of parameters. How to do that? For that, we will use something called the args or star args. Okay, so here instead of typing the bar1 bar2, no, you just delete that and put star args here. And when I return here, I can put 10, 20, 30, 40, and so on. Okay, actually let's delete this print statement and the return value as well, and the I here, I don't need that. And actually I don't need to print anything. I just want to call the function, and I will do the print inside the function, which is like this. And here let's delete this. It's okay, no need for that. Yeah, so you can see that now, and when I am inside the function one args, I put a lot of arguments and all of them are integers. Now I can just print these arguments by doing the args like this. Okay, so let's print that and see what will happen. Let's clear the screen. Yeah, you can see 10, 20, 30, 40, which is something fine. And of course, if I want the first argument or the second argument, I will need to put 1, which is 0, 1. Okay. So let's save that and test if it is working. Yeah, you can see this time now it is 0, 1, which is the 20 value. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Now another thing, we can use something called key arguments or the keyword arguments. Okay. And for that, I will put that inside the parameter for the function or the argument. So here you can put 2 stars and key from the kid character w args, okay, like this. And then instead of using or printing the args, I will print the key args, the keyword. Okay, but actually what is the keyword args? So here when you put this thing which is var1 equal 11, for example, and var2 equal 12. Okay, so this will print var1 and var2 actually, because these are the keyword arguments. As you can see, the parameter is star keywords. Okay, so let's run this and check this out. Actually, it's better. Yeah, you can see var1 is 11 and var2 is 12. And actually, for the keywords, actually, this is something familiar. We already saw that. This is the dictionary. So if I put here and put in double quotation var1, for example, and I return here and test it out, you can see that we just printed the var1, which is the 11, which is, as you can see, this is the dictionary. Okay, but the args is like the list. All right. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, now it's time to talk about the packages and the modules in Python. Okay, so actually you can see, or you remember when we created our first.py file. Okay, now it's time to be more realistic. Okay, so here you can see that we have the first.py. Okay, now the first thing, let's make this directory and let's name it Python_files. Okay, and by the way, let's remove this first Python. We don't need it anymore. So let's clear the screen and let's go to the Python. Now let's go to the Python files. Okay. Now here inside it, let's touch our first file and touch. This is command used to create text files. It's okay. You can use whatever you want, or you can use actually the Visual Studio itself. From here, you can create a new file from here. Anyway, they are the same, nothing important. So main.py, okay, this is the main function, and let's create another thing. Now this time we want to create first.py, first something. It's okay. Okay, now let's make another directory, and this directory we will call it functions. Okay, it's okay, just arbitrary names. So we have the first.py, the main.py, and we have the functions. Now inside the functions, so let's go to the functions. Inside it, we want to create another file, and this file we will name it fun1.py, and let's create fun2.py. Okay, clear. Else, you can see that. Now let's open a file or open a folder from here. Okay, and the folder will be Python files. Okay, now okay, from here, and you can see that we have it here. Let's quit from this, we don't need it. Yeah. So you can see that we have the functions, we have the main, we have the first.py. Okay, so again, the first thing, I will go to the main. Now the main here, I will print this thing, and this thing will be called, this is main.py. Okay, and the first here will be print, this is first. And the functions, inside function 1, let's define this function, whatever function it is, it's no big deal. And let's print inside fun from fun1.py, and fun2, let's have it the same as fun1, like this, but this time will be from fun2, like this. Okay. Okay, so far so good. All right. Now I want for all of these to be connected together or can be imported together. So we will use this statement, which is the import statement, and I will import a lot of things. So actually I can import modules library. So for example, OS, this is a library or a module can be imported using Python, and this can use or run commands on the operating system. We have sub processes, we have math, we have a lot of things actually, but all of these are standard or built in. Now what if I want to add one of these? Actually I can do that, it's okay. So the first thing you need to understand that we are inside the main, and the main is the same level as first, so I can just add import first. Okay, so if I import first, I can do whatever I want. So for example, inside first, let's remove the print statement, this, let's put I equal 10, all right? And here from first, I want to print the I, okay? But I can't print I like this. I need to modify or to add this thing, which is first dot I, okay? And I is the variable inside the first dot by. That's the one we imported, okay? So let's print this and run the main actually to check this out. So let's return here. You can see that we have the main by, so Python 3, the main dot by. Yeah, everything is working as expected, which is 10. This is by dot main dot by, as you can see. Now, if I removed the first actually like this, this will not work because I is not defined here. Again, let's run. Yeah, I is not defined because I is defined inside the first dot by, which is I equal 10. This is inside the first. Okay, so to do or to understand or to import the I inside the first, you need to put first dot I first, then we can print it out. All right. And of course, you need to import it first. All right. Now, what if I want to import these functions? Okay, I want to print the function, this function. Okay, I want to call this function that inside fun.by fun1. How to do that? I need to use the import. Yeah, you are right. But this time you can see that fun1 is not the same level as the main, which is the one we are. No, they are inside the functions directory. So you need to put functions this and then put dot symbol and then use fun1 as expected. Now, how to print that, or actually how to call this function? So I want to call this function, which is fun, and that print this statement. How to do that? Well, actually you can do this by putting this thing functions dot fun1 now dot fun with this. So this will call the function inside the fun1 that inside the functions directory. Okay, now hope this will work. Let's see if it is working or not. Now let's clear the screen first and let's run it. Yeah, inside fun from fun1, and this is inside, or this is main.py. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now this is the same thing for fun2. Okay, okay. Now let's return for the first. Okay, let's put a comment here actually. Now by default, by the way, this is the comment in Python, and let's print the value from the first dot I. Okay, now we already saw that we don't need to run it again. But actually, what if I don't need this to be here? I want to just print I immediately. Okay, how to do that? Well, it is easy. So print like this, and yeah, as you can see, import first here. This time we will use this from argument or from word. So from first import star. Okay, you can see that. So I imported from first dot by import everything. So this time I don't need to put the first here. You can see I can print I immediately. So it will print I from here. Okay, now let's check this out actually. Yeah, you can see 10 has been printed without using first dot by inside the main, I mean. Okay, another thing. So actually this will be working on the functions as well. So if I import functions without putting functions.by, and I called the function, but this time I called not one, and that's the thing we already saw. Now this time I will print the fun2. Okay, now let's comment this print statement and see if this is working or not. So you can see, yeah, functions has no attributes fun2. Why is that? Because you can see that we import functions, and inside functions we cannot do anything, so you need to specify fun2 actually. So like this. Now if I type it, yeah, this is inside fun from fun2.py. All right, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time to talk about error handlings in Python. Now the first thing, there is something called the input function in Python, which is like this. Input, open the brackets, inside it put the prompt message. So please enter a value, or let's do this, and then we can print this value. Okay, but actually let's store that inside a function, which is inside a variable, I mean, and let's print the x like this. So you can see this will receive an integer value, or actually this is a, if you notice here, it is a string value actually, but we will print it out. Okay, so let's run this command. I mean the main.py, which is the Python. So please enter a value. I will put, or I will enter hello, and you can see now it is hello, has been printed. Okay, but by the way, you can put, to be more elegant actually, you can put colon here with a space, and let's try again. So yeah, you can see now it is more elegant. Please enter a value, and I will put lol or whatever. Okay, so this is it. Okay, good. So far so good. Now let's return here, and this time let's put another value. So 12. Yeah, it will give us 12. Again, what if I type colon here? So a double quotation. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now this time, what if I used the integer value? Okay, so I want this value to be entered as an integer. Okay, so I'm using the integer converter function. So anything we enter here must be integer, or if not integer, I will convert it. Okay, so let's run this and see. Enter a value. If I typed a, you can see that it is wrong. Why? Because invalid literal for int with base 10 a. But if I run that, and if I run 10, yeah, 10 is acceptable because this is an integer. But if I run or put any string value or any value rather than int, it will show us this error. Okay, by the way, if I type 10.5, it will give us error as well, because this is a float value. The value must be integer only. Okay, okay, so far so good. Now how to do such a thing without erroring, without putting these errors? So we want the error to be handled. Okay, we don't need to print out there are error. This is not elegant. We need an elegant solution. How to do that? We will use the try except, which is the error handling in Python. So how to do that? By using try what? Try these. Okay, now if there are errors or something, except. So as you can see, these are inside the try indentation. So except and double quotation and colon here, I mean, if there are error, let's print, for example, oh no, there is an error. Okay, anything. This is just arbitrary example. Okay, so if I try this again, when I enter 10 or any integer value, it works fine. Okay, so let's clear the screen and let's try enter high, for example. Yeah, you can see now it is, oh no, there is an error. Okay, so it handled the error with elegant way. So if there are error here, not like before it will give us what is the error, and actually this is bad. No, this time if we face any error, actually it will print this statement, or it will do these things inside the except. So for example, your value that has been entered is negative, you can, inside the except, you can put it or use the absolute function, the apps, and convert it to something positive, and then you can assign it to the value you want. Okay, well, actually it has a lot of use cases. You can read about it if you are interested. Actually, if you open your browser and you go or typed Python try except, then you can go to the w3schools.com, and here you can see that there are a lot of examples, and not just try except. There are another format which is the you can put or raise the name error and another other errors. Actually, you can see. So try print x except name error, okay, and print, and then finally except this, okay. So actually there are other formats like the using the else as well. So you can see try these, print hello except something else, and we have the finally, and here you can see that it will be raised, as you can see, try except finally. So this will try the except after it is finished, and you can see there are a lot of examples here. All right, if you are interested to have or to learn more about it, okay. But anyway, it's not that big deal to know everything, but just know that there are other format and other use cases. You can read more about it, but for now, keep in your mind, this is the way to handle the errors in Python. Thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the Python file IO input output and how to handle it. Okay, so you want to read file, to open file for writing, to open file already existed for writing, or append to a specific file we will use, and actually this is supported in Python. Good news. Now, how to do that? Actually, it is like this. So first declare a variable, and we'll name it. I will name it in my case f, which is referred to file. I will use the open function. This is to open a file description. Then it has the following. So it has the first parameter, the second parameter. The first parameter is the name of the file. Okay, so I will name it whatever I want, and you can choose this file to be either read, write, read, write, to append to it if it is already existed or not. Now, actually, that's depend on the mode, which is the second parameter here. But in my case, I'm using the read mode, which is I want to read a file that already existed. So I will return here. And by the way, you can see that the main.py here, it is here inside the Python files, if you remember what we did previously. So you can see that now I will create a text file here, and I will name it test.txt, okay, and I will put here, as you can see, some values inside it. Yeah, by the way, I'm using the echo command and the touch command to create a text file and to add this specific value, which is the some values inside it. Actually, it's up to you. You can use whatever text editor you want. No big deal. So actually, let's open this file, and I'm using Vim, by the way, here. So let's put line 2, arbitrary values, line whatever, and here is end of file, for example, or if end of, or the end of line, okay, last line, for example, okay, and let's save it. By the way, if you don't like Vim, I recommend you to learn it and to know how to use it. For actually, it's very powerful text editor. Yeah, I know it is old-fashioned, let's say, but actually for you as a hacker, pen tester, cybersecurity engineer, it's important actually and very recommended. I recommend you a lot to learn about it, and its shortcut, its powerful usage. Anyway, just use any text editor for now if you are not familiar with Vim, and put arbitrary value inside the test.txt file that already here inside the same level of the main.py that we are writing. And now let's name it. So test.txt file, and I will open it for read. Okay. All right. Now I want to print the content of this file. I will use the read function. So f, which is the name of the variable that we stored this thing, and I will use read. Okay. So this will read the whole content of this text file, but it will not be printed because the output will be here. So I will use the print function for that, and then I will print the read like this. So actually, if I go there and see if it is will show us what we need. So if I type the Python 3 main, yeah, you can see it is as expected. The sum values, line 2, blah, 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 until we reach the end of line, last line, okay? So as you can see, we open this file for read. As you can see, the mode is read, and the test.txt file is there and existed. But what if we put test2 actually and try to read this out? Actually, read2.txt is not here. So as you can see, no such file or directory. Error. Now, actually, don't worry about this. We will handle it in the next lecture immediately. How to handle the errors in the file IO. And you know, it is not something big deal. It is the same way as what we learned previously from the error handling. And you can see that we will start using specific file errors or specific errors inside the except. Okay, anyway, until that time, it's no big deal, okay? For now, let's open a file for writing. So test2, but this time the mode, I will use it for write, which means I want to write inside it, okay? And this time, I will add this content. So let's see, content equal, and this is the content. I want this new content to be overwritten onto this test2 file, but actually it is empty and it is not existed. So yeah, this is the only data it will be. So some content, okay? And for that, I will use, this time, I will use the f.write function, okay? So the write function here, it will write to this f that we open it for writing. And what we will write? We will write the content variable. As you can see, content like this. And yeah, this is the variable. And finally, after everything is correct, we want to print and read what inside this test2. It should be some content, right? Let's check it out. Actually, yeah, you can see the file is not readable. Yeah, you may ask me, but what happened? Well, maybe you forgot something actually. Well, this f.read, yeah, we open it as what? As a write. So how to read something opened as a write? This is not right? So how to do thing here about it? Well, actually, we will use the close function. So f.close function. So this will close the file description that we open it as a write. Then we can create a new variable and use the open function and name it test2.txt. And this time we will open it as read, not as a write. And then we can read this out and it should be working. All right, let's check this out. So let's create the screen first. And you can see, yeah, it is working as expected, and which is some content. Okay, so far so good. All right. And yeah, regarding the modes actually and the functions for the file IO, you can just open your browser and type Python IO modes. And from there you can see there are a lot of websites, a lot of references, but actually I recommend you to go to the official documentation, because there you can see that there are a lot of examples, a lot of functions you can use. So yeah, I need to go to the IO, not the input output. Yeah, here you can see that we can add, this is the open, the encoding. So you can see that we have modes this time, and don't worry, I will show you the modes right away, just quickly, I mean. So here you can see that we have a lot of functions actually. So you can see that the flush, closed, is SATI, readable, read lines, seek, tell. Actually, a lot of functions can be used and useful can be, depends on the situation you want. So actually, if I go to this website, I just want to show you something here. The modes, actually, you can see, yeah, these are the modes that are available on Python. So yeah, you can see that we have read binary or read B, RB. So this is to read in binary format only. We have read RX, R plus, which means read, as you can see, open file for both read and write. Okay, so not just for reading, you can be for reading and writing. And you can see that the pointer placed at the beginning of the file. All right, we have write, we have RB plus, which is read binary. We have write binary, W plus, and as you can see here, the W plus is for read and write, but this time overwrite the existing file if file exists. If file does not exist, it will create a new file, okay? And the same for WB plus, the read binary plus, A for append, and now this is something new, and we have AB appended for the binary, and we have appended for both reading and in a binary format, because this is AB plus, by the way, and the pointer will be at the end of the file if the file exists, okay? All right, have a look there, try these out if you are interested. Now in the next lecture, we will talk about the error handling for the Python files, how to, when we open a file, that file is not existed, how to handle such errors in very smooth way. All right, thanks for watching. All right, we already talked about how to open a file in the Python for reading, for writing, appending, whatever, okay? And we checked the modes that are available: read, write, read plus, read, write, appending, for binary, and so on, okay? Now what if we want, so f equal open, and we want to open a file, that file is not existed actually, so test3 this time dot text, and we want to open it for read, okay? It's a simple example, okay, actually, no worries. And I want to print the content of it as we learned previously, no big deal. So read, and yeah, so let's save that actually and check if it's working or not. It should did. As you can see, we don't have test3 here, so yeah, no such file or directory. Okay, now how to solve such a thing? We don't need such a thing actually. This is ugly and this is not practical, so we will use the try, and we already saw that how to do that. So try these, okay? So far so good. Now accept this thing. Now remember when we put just accept, now no, this time we will put another value. Now we will use something, file not found error, like this. The F is capital, file not found, like this. So this means that the file is not found. This is not just an error, this is a specific error from this error. Now why is that? Because we don't need just any error, I will do this. No, for example, if the file not found, I will do specific thing. If the file there is errors with the IO, so the file is existed but the file cannot be opened, for example, I will do another things, and so on, okay? So if this happened, so I will print, for example, file not found, okay? So far so good. Now another exception, except IO error. Now if happened there is a high IO error, this time I will print IO errors happened, okay? Now whatever, okay, cool. Now let's check this if it is working or not. Now this should be printing file not found because the test3 is not found, okay? So let's open it actually. Yeah, so far so good. File not found, which means it worked correctly. So which is better actually? This is file not found with handling the error, or this is error no such file or directory and a lot of files, a lot of text. Actually this is ugly, this is not good. And by the way, not just that, actually this is more practical. So it's not like printing just a simple file not found. So for example, if the file not found, I want to create it, okay? And I want to put a specific value inside it, then I will read it. So you can see that there is some practical things here actually. And if the file IO error or whatever, and this happens for a lot of use cases or a lot of situations, whatever, there you can just read about it, so it's no big deal, okay? Then I will do specific things or whatever. Okay, yeah, you can see that, by the way, I am writing the print here in a bad way, so it is tn, not print, and you can see that it didn't show me any error. By the way, why this happened actually, because the interpreter, Python interpreter, is doing the things step by step. So it will go to the try, then to the f open, then to the print, then to the accept, and so on. So you can see that it is sequentially, and it didn't check the syntax. So you can see that the print is error. There was error in the syntax. The print, I wrote it in the wrong way. So it didn't show anything error here because the accept go to the file not found and it stopped there. Okay, so it didn't go to the accept on IO. Alright? Okay. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, now it is time to write our own first port scanner. Okay, now actually I am assuming that you know how port scanners works. So I will start right away. Okay, now actually I already write the program, as you can see, to avoid wasting your time, to avoid stupid mistakes, taking a lot of time. Actually, this is not good, but don't worry. Okay, actually I will explain that in details, line by line. Okay, so by the way, I already upload this code, so you can download it. You can have a look there, and you can have practice that with me. Okay, so the first thing, which is the import, and we imported the by-figlet. Now, what is this library or module? So actually, if you write it on Google, as simple as that, now actually you can see that it is just takes ASCII text and render it in ASCII art font. Okay, so if I return here again, so you can see that I'm using this variable and I'm using the by-figlet dot figlet format, and I'm using some text here, which is the port scanner. Okay, so I'm typing the port scanner here and I'm printing the ASCII banner. Okay, so if I open my terminal here and run my code, by the way, I'm putting it here, port scanner.py, and I want to run it. Okay, so like this. For now, ignore this invalid amount of argument. We will talk about it right away. But for now, you can see the port scanner has somehow the vibe of a hacker or something like that. You see, so you can see that it is somehow elegant, and for putting as an ASCII or something. Well, by the way, you can just put port scanner, or we don't need that. So what is matter is the functionality, not the stuff about it or the way it look. So if we return here, you can see that the port scanner has been written as an ASCII text banner. Okay, so if I type test, for example, so and I return here, actually you can see that now it is test, by the way. All right, so far so good. Okay, so if we return here, let's return this to port scanner, and you can see that we open a variable using this by-figlet, which is the imported one, dot figlet dot format. This is a function within the figlet library, and inside it we can put the text we want, which is port scanner, and then we print the variable we defined, or we stored that inside it, which is the ASCII banner. Okay, now this is for figlet. Okay, now we can see that we imported the sys library, and this is used, you can see that here, and this is what I talked about, which is the invalid amount of argument. Now here you can see we used sys.argv equal to, so then the target we will take, or we'll do something. We will talk about this right away, don't worry. Else, which means the argument is not 2, or so it is less than 2 or more than 2, this is not acceptable. So we will print this invalid amount of argument. Okay, now by the way, we already saw that, so let's see again. So you can see that this is the Python 3, and this is port scanner.py. So if I write here, so actually you can see that it is invalid amount of argument. Yeah, by the way, I forget to save here. So let's return. Let's clear the screen and run again. Yeah, you can see that invalid amount of argument. Okay, now this is not acceptable, because why? Why is that? Because we put only port scanner, but we need to provide the IP address actually. By the way, you can see here, you can say here invalid amount of argument. You must put, so you can modify that. You must insert or put or enter the IP, for example. Okay, it doesn't matter actually, no big deal. So let's delete this and run it again. You can see, yeah, invalid amount of argument, you must enter the IP. Anyway, it's no big deal actually. Okay, now here for the sys. All right, so far so good. Now for the socket. Now this is the main library actually that being used in port scanner. Okay, so this is socket to open a socket and connection between the victim machine. So we want to scan their or his ports. Okay, you can see that when we saw it is less than 1, less than 2, or greater than 2, it will print invalid amount of argument. But if we provide the argument we want, so if I return here and put it like this and define something here actually, so you can see that this time we will go through the if body, and we will define a target variable, and inside it we will use the socket dot get host by name. And actually this is function within the socket library, and here inside it we will use the sys.arg1 argv1. Okay, so by the way, argv1, which means that this one. Okay, so actually it starts from here, so 0 1. Okay, so you know that why it is 2, because this, the port scanner dot by, this considered to be one of the argument, by the way. Okay, so this is the first argument and this is the second argument. Okay, now I know this is not an IP address or not an host, but this is just arbitrary example, by the way. I will put a real IP address right away. Okay, but for now keep with me. Okay, so this is the first argument, this is the second argument. Okay, so that's why we put if it is only 2, it will be acceptable only if it is 2 arguments, which means the name of the Python program and the IP address that we want to scan the port on. Okay, okay, so what we will get here, so we will get the sys.arg, which is the sys library here, .argv, and the one, which means this one. Okay, so start from here, 0 1. I'm pretty sure you are getting familiar with that, so I will not repeat that again. Okay, so this is 1. Okay, now if it is done, so we will store the get host by name. So the get host by name here, by the way, if you can search about it, so just put it like that and say Python and open the official documentation, and from here you can see that we have it here. So yeah, get host by name. So this, what this do, it translate a host name to IPv4 address format. Okay, so actually it translate to IPv4. Now the IPv4 is returned as a string, such as this one. Now if the host name is an IPv4 itself, is returned unchanged. So either you provide, for example, a host name, for example google.com, and it will translate that to its own IPv4, as you can see, or you can just provide the IP address of this machine and it will scan it immediately, or sorry, it will return it unchanged immediately. Okay, all right, now let's return again. So the IP address that we provide here, so by the way, actually it's not good practice to scan a real machines. Actually it is very dangerous, you will get yourself in jail for that. Well, I know it is not for just scanning the port, but actually it's better to be cautious in these scenarios. So by the way, how to do that? Actually, I have this machine. As you can see, I'm using the Metasploitable machine, and this Metasploitable 2, actually you can just download it. No big deal. You can download it and run it on your virtual box, as you can see, as a virtual machine, and then you can just have it here, ifconfig, and I will get my IP address, which is as the following. Okay, so which is this one, which is something within my machine and within my power, so no harm and no damage will be done. Okay, so you will be safe and you will not go to jail. So if I type it here, you can see that the port scan worked. Okay, so and so on. All right, so you can see, but don't worry about these, we will talk about these in details right away. I'm just showing you step by step. Okay, so we got the IP address immediately. Okay, unchanged. All right, now we talked about these. So far so good, if it is the argument, and else if it is invalid argument. All right, now here just some accessories to make the utility we are writing more elegant. So you can see that here, if I return again and run this command, you can see that I'm doing these, some of the text, you can see dashes multiplied by 50, so which means that this will be printed 50 times instead of typing it like these, I mean. Okay, so instead of like that, no, you can just put the number you want, put that string, I mean, you want, and multiply it by how many times you want. Okay, now here scanning the target, and this is the target. As you can see, if I return here, you can see scanning the target, and this is the target, which is the IP address I provide here. and here scanning started at something, and here, okay, this is the second thing or the other thing we will talk about, which is the date time. So actually I imported from date time, import date time, and here date time dot now. So here it will return actually the time currently. So if I return here, you can see that the time is like this. Okay, so I return what is the time currently, which is like this, as you can see, which hour, which minute, second, millisecond, or part of the seconds, and so on. Okay, all right, again we just print it as is, so you can see the scanning started at something, so to be more elegant, and so on. And we print another dashes, so you can see we have these here. All right, so far so good. Now here is the real deal. Okay, now here is the real bot scanner. Now all of that was just for banner, for printing out and to be more elegant and so on. Now this is the functionality, this is the real deal. Okay, now I already told you that we import the socket, and the socket library here is the main thing that we will use for our bot scanner. Okay, so I opened a try and accept. So try this, don't worry, I will talk about it right away, and accept something, accept something, accept something. All right, okay, now for the try these. Okay, let's start with the for loop. Now for port in this range, so by that actually we start scanning the ports from 1 until we reached this number. But by the way, not this number minus 1, which is 99. Okay, by the way, you can put here a variable like this and put x equal input and put inside it, please enter a value. Okay, by the way, you need to convert that to an integer like this. You can see that like this. So here we can prompt ourselves, so where to scan, not as a hard-coded port. No, you can just customize it as you will. Okay, but for now we don't need that. Actually, let's return to the previous, so we don't need that. Well, actually, you may ask me, but this is a symbol. Yeah, I know. And why should I learn or know how to write my own bot scanner, where there is a tools like Nmap, for example, and it is very powerful, open source, and it has a huge community, and actually, of course, it is very powerful in comparing with this tiny tool, actually. Yeah, I know, but for you as a hacker, not all the time you need to depend on other people's tools. You need to write your own tools sometimes, okay? So that's why. Okay, let's continue. So we started with the for loop, and we will start from 1 to 99. Now here we open a variable, and this variable we called it s, and inside it we used the socket library dot the socket function. Now this is function from the socket library, and here we defined that this socket that we want to open, the socket is like a bucket, imagine that, and we defined the criteria, the standard we want our connection to be with the other people or with the other end, and we define that it is to be AFINet and SOCStream. Now what are those? AFINet, which means IPv4, okay, and SOCStream here means that it is for TCP, transmission control protocol. Okay, so which means that we are opening TCP connection on IPv4 with the other end. Okay, and we store the value of that, or the returned value, inside the s variable. So this s will be used later on, as you can see here. Okay, don't worry, we will talk about it. Now after we open that, now we decide, or we put the socket dot set timeout, or set default timeout. The socket, by the way, this is the library we imported, and the set default timeout to be 1. Now why it is 1? Because we don't need to have the connection up for 30 seconds, for example, because this will take a lot of time. We can put actually another values like 10 seconds or 5 seconds or wherever. Okay, but 1 second for it to be more fast. Okay, so why is that? Because when we connect to a specific port, for example, but don't worry, right now we didn't handle the port functionality. We didn't handle the port functionality yet. Right now we are talking about the connection. So here we will talk about the port, okay? But don't worry, we will talk about it step by step. For now, follow me. Okay, so default timeout. So when we connect with that criteria, to that specific port, we will not handle more than 1 second. Okay, so after 1 second, it will be considered timeout because we assuming that 1 second means that the port is closed. So we don't need to know more about it, or the port is open. We will know within this period. Okay, anyway, all right. Now we will have the result variable, and inside the result variable, we will use the S variable that we stored our socket criteria, which is IPv4 and TCP, and we will use, as you can see, S dot connect X. Now connect X, it accepts 2 arguments, but as a tuple, by the way. You can see that it is accepted as a tuple. All right. Now the first thing is the target, which is, if you return here, this is the IP address we entered. Remember when we put the IP address, the second argument, argv1, yeah, and the port number. Okay, so the port number, it will start from the loop, so it will start from 1 until 99. So it will try 1, then 2, then 3, 4, until it will reach 99. Okay, so then the return of these will be stored on the result. By the way, the connect X will return 0 if there are a connection. Other than that, it will be considered closed. So 0, as you can see here, yeah, if the result equal 0, this will be considered port is open. And you can see we used the formatted dot format the port because I'm using the braces here. Okay. Other than that, it will be considered closed. Now, how did I know that? Actually, it's not from myself. I get it. No, actually, this is how the function works. It returns 0 for connection or for a connected socket, and it will return other than that. So 195, 1, 10, some errors or some values, okay? And these will be considered closed, okay? So no connection at all, okay? So either there is a connection or there is no connection. If the result here, if it is 0, which means that the result of the connect X will be 0, which means the port is open, there is a connection. Other than that will be considered closed. But you can see that I didn't put else here because we just need the opened port. We don't need any port, right? By the way, you can customize that on your own if you want to have some elegancy, like you need to know if there are no ports opened, you need to print closed. And actually it's no big deal. You can just put it here. And this is something can be done by defining outside the try here a Boolean variable, and inside it put is no port true, and if there are some port it will be true false. Okay, and here outside the try or outside the for loop you will print no port is open. Yeah, actually it's up to how the logic you will use on that. Okay, no big deal. Okay, now after we checked the result is equal 0 and we print the port is open or there are nothing, then we will close the connection. So as you can see, s.close, yeah, here it is, the s, which is the variable we stored our socket criteria. So s.close, okay? And for these, anything or any exception happened, either if it is keyboard interrupt or socket.gaia error or socket.error, we will print and we will do the following, which is print exiting program, or print host name couldn't be resolved, or print server not responding. By the way, the Gaia error and error, these are from the socket, by the way, from the socket library. You can read about it. So actually, it's better to have look here. So you can see that it is here, yeah, a subclass of OS error. This exception is raised for address related errors, blah, 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 and so on. You can read more about it if you're interested. But anyway, because sometimes this is these for the host couldn't be resolved. Actually, these are used for the host couldn't be resolved. And the socket.error, these are used for the server not responding. Okay. Now, actually, this port scanner is not 100% accurate, but you can say it is good for a start. Okay. All right. Now it's time to test this out. By the way, I recommend you to install a Metasploitable virtual machine and run it on your system like this, and copy the IP address, and let's try our port. So you can see that here I put from 1 to 100. Okay, so let's check. So you can see that port 21 is open, 22, 23, 25. By the way, this machine actually is compromisable, actually, yeah, because this is the Metasploitable. It is a lot. It has a lot of holes, a lot of vulnerabilities, bugs, a lot of dangerous breaches can be done to it, actually, yeah, but this is intended for that. So that's why I'm using on machines, not on a real world or real life machines like google.com or like some servers online. So you may get in jail for that, or get in trouble at least for by using that or by doing that. Okay, now thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it's time to write our own first web directory discovery. So again, I already write the code and upload it, so to avoid any stupid mistakes, syntax error, actually to avoid wasting your time. Okay, but don't worry, again we will go through this line by line and explain everything in details. Okay, all right, now actually I already upload the code, so you can download it and open it so we can test it together. All right, now the first thing, we import this library which is called requests, and actually this is the main library that used for the web directory discovery tool. Okay, all right, now here we defined a target URL variable, and we input please enter a target URL, and then we have the file name variable, and inside it please enter the file name of the file containing directories. Okay, by the way, you can put that as a sys.argv1, .argv2 and so on, but it's up to you how to customize your script. But for now, just we will do these things. Okay, now we defined a function, and this function, as you can see, we called it request, and we put a parameter called URL. Okay, now this function we will call it here, actually, by the way, here you can see, but don't worry, we will go to there. So for now, def request URL. Now try this except this, and on this exception pass. Okay, now try this. What is this? So we will return, because this is a function, we will return the requests, which is the name of the library we used here, or module, dot get, and we will use this function, the get function, and this will send a get request. Okay, for what or to where? To this HTTP /plus, which is a concatenation with the URL, and URL is the variable or the parameter we passed here from here, as you can see. But don't worry, we will go to there and we will handle that and repeat the logic again. But don't worry, let's follow me for now. Now try this. So if there is no error, it's okay. We will return request to the response to somewhere. Okay, but if we have except request dot exception dot connection error, and by the way, the except here, this is something from the library itself, which is the request library. So except this thing, and this thing actually, which is request dot exceptions dot connection error, then do what? Pass. Or you can put this URL is not found or something, but actually it makes sense to only send the what we found, not what is not exist, right? Because it is a directory discovery after all. All right, so far so good. Now this is the function. This will be used to send the request or return the request. Now how this logic actually work, we will talk about this right away, which is file. We define this file variable equal open, and here open is, we already talked about these. So we open the file name, the directory or the file that containing all the directories. So /login, /admin, /something or whatever. Okay, and we will open it as a read. So the file we provided here, we will open it as a readable, and we will go as for loop here, which is for line in file. So we will go through line by line for this specific file that we provided here by timing its name. So this is for the first line, and the first line we defined a variable called directory, and we can see that we used line, which is the first line from this file, dot strip. Now this to strip it from any white spaces. Okay, and after we strip it from any white spaces for this specific line in this file, we store it inside the directory variable. Okay, now we have the full URL, which is the target URL, which is the something, as you can see, that we provide here. enter the target URL, either IP address or a domain name. It's okay, it will do the job. Then we will add or concatenate the slash here, the forward slash, and then we will concatenate the directory, which is the one we strip from here, which is line.strip, and we will put it inside the directory and we will use it here. Okay, so the full URL will be the IP address or the domain name with slash with the directory or the line we have in this specific file, which is the one that we open it from here, as you can see. All right, so far so good. Now we will create a variable called response, as you can see. So we will use the request function, as you can see, that we defined here, and we will pass the full URL that we have it here. Okay, so the full URL will be passed to this request function, and then it will try or accept, depends on it. So try, if it is good, nothing error, nothing problem, we will return the value, and the value will be request.get the HTTP with the URL, okay, which is the URL we provided here. Okay, where it is, yeah, which is the full URL, okay, including the target URL, this slash, and this directory. Okay, by the way, if we provide the full URL or the target URL, if we provided HTTP, this will be redundant actually, or it will be extra. So HTTP // and another HTTP // okay. Well, actually there are a lot of ways to get rid of that, but anyway, we will not handle it here. It's okay, it's no big deal actually. You can just put a filter, if else, or you can do a lot of things actually. But anyway, we will just assume that the URL is the domain name or the IP address, okay, without using the protocol, which is the HTTP. All right, now after we got the request from here and return everything, so return either this or pass if is request.exception.connection error, which means there is no connection, so we will pass. But if there is a connection, which means the URL is existed or the directory is existed, it will be returned and will be stored inside the response. Okay, now if the response is empty, so it will not, this if statement will not work. But if the response has value or has a returned value, so yes, if response yes, which means yeah, it has value, so which means that we will print this thing, which is discovery or discovery at this path, and we will print the full path that we pass it to the request. All right, okay, so far so good. Now let's have it here. As you can see, I already have the code here, which is directories.py. By the way, I already uploaded it, so you can just download it and let's try it out together. Okay, all right, now Python 3 and then directories. Okay, by the way, I have this list.txt file actually. If I open it using any text editor, Vim for example, you can see that I have some data inside it. Okay, so test login, let's put login here. As you can see, PHP my admin, web login, this is for the WordPress admin, twiki, or actually a lot of things actually, but this is just for testing for example. And yeah, actually before I run this command or this program, I already have this metasploitable machine that I already talked about in the previous section. So you can see that I have it here, and this is the IP address for it. So I will use it here actually. And by the way, if I go to its IP address, which is this one, you can see that we have it here, and you can see that we have twiki, readme.txt. Actually, I put some of these actually here, so you can see that PHP my admin. So yeah, let's copy that and paste it there. Well, actually, yeah, let's put it here. Yeah. So actually, this is for testing. So instead of testing on real machines, and actually this is a better way to do that. By the way, if you are using Kali Linux, you already have a long list of words, which is the roq.txt. I think it is very big, and you can just use it there if you are interested to check more. Okay. All right. Now let's run the command. You can see it will start asking for target URL. Let's put or provide the IP address, which is 11, as you can see, 1110. Yeah. So enter the name of the file, which is what we have on the current directory. But remember, this must be in the current working directory of the program or of the directories.py. So yeah, you can see that. Yeah, discovered directory at this. because I already know there is something called like that, and discovered PHP my admin. All right. So actually, if we have a long list of words and we want to test them out, we can put it and use this long list of words. Okay, and it will start looking and searching for directories inside this. Okay. All right. And by the way, you can customize it wherever you want. So you can, instead of putting please input or please enter the target or please enter the containing directories, no, actually, you can just provide this as a sys.argv, as what we learned in the port scanner section, and use this actually, again, sys.argv2 or sys.argv3 or whatever. And you can just use this instead of writing it like this. No, you can put the IP address here and provide the name of the directory or the list of the directories that's supposed to be here, okay, or the suggested directories. Okay, by the way, you need to provide your Python program here with a very huge list so it can search everything possible for this URL. And again, I'm using Metasploitable. I recommend you to install it, to download it as a virtual machine and run your program on this Metasploitable. Don't use that on real machines or real servers because you will get in trouble. All right, I warn you, actually, you need to be cautious in these situations. All right, thanks for watching. Now it's time to create our login brute forcer, okay, for the web application. All right. Now, actually, I already uploaded this file, which is the brute force.py, so you can download it and writing the code step by step or tracing the code step by step. And already I have this file, which is rocku.txt, and actually this is the file. Yeah, as you can see, it is here. So this is the file, the same file as the Kali Linux file, which contains a lot of text files. So if I cat it here, it will take a lot of time. As you can see, it's still bending. As you can see, yeah, let's copy that. So if I get here the u-h, this is to see the size of the file. You can see it is 144 megabyte. And by the way, I already uploaded that for you if you want to use it. This is a huge word list. And by the way, if you have Kali, you can find it there. It's okay. But if you don't have it, you can download it and start with me. And by the way, I will use this rocku.txt as a word list so we can check the users or the password, I mean, for this specific user that we provide. Don't worry, we will handle that right away. But follow me for now. Okay? Now, but again, please don't use these to attack people, to damage systems and so on. Okay, I warned you, I'm not responsible for anything of that. Okay, please use it for you as a white hacker, to have a career, to have a job, to defend people and so on. Okay, now let's start. So this is the first thing, which is the import request. We already talked about this in the previous section. Now here I'm using something new, which is term color, and it is no big deal. Actually, it is just print a color for a specific text or something, because as you can see from term color, we imported colors here. So the colored function, as you can see, this found username or found password will be printed as a green, and you can see that where it is. Yeah, you can see that here, the trying with the password, it will be printed as red. Don't worry, we will handle that right away, step by step. But for now, these are used just for coloring the text. Okay, just to give you the vibe of a hacker or something. Anyway, no big deal. All right. So now let's have this. This is the first thing, URL. This is a variable. We input, please enter a page URL. So you put the full URL here, okay, that you want to try and brute force on it. Okay. Now we have the username here. Please enter the username for the account to brute force. So you are using user, root, admin, user1, whatever. Okay. So it depends on you. And by the way, we can have a list for this as well, but actually it will be exponential, so it will take forever actually. Anyway, but we are assuming that we know the username, so that's why please enter the username. Okay. Now here we have the password file, and here you can see enter the password file to use. So you put the name of the file, but by the way, which is the rocku.txt. This is the text file or the word file that has all the passwords inside it. and you can see that they are in the same level as the brute force.py, which is the program we are writing or we are interpreting. Okay. Now, finally, we have this variable, which is the login failed string. So here you can see that please enter a string that occurs when login fails. So when you type root and with the password tour, for example, which is the inverse of root, it will give you login failed or invalid credential or access denied or something like that. So you need to know the target machine, what will give you when you put a wrong credential. Okay, don't worry, we will handle all of that in this lecture. So just follow me for now and we will reach that level. Okay, now we have this function, which is the diff cracking. But before I go into it, actually, this is the main logic of the brute forcing. Before I go through it, I want to check here, or I want to have a look here, so to understand this more. So you can see here, actually, this will be executed before, or interpreted, let's say, before the diff cracking, because we call the cracking from here. Anyway, follow me for now. So you can see that here, with open, and here you can see that we are using the with and as statement. Okay, so with this function, which is open password file, the file we opened for the password, as you can see, which is this one, and as a read mode. So with that as a password, so which means that everything you opened here as a read, or all the passwords that you have it here, open it as a password here. So store them there, and we will start that right away. Okay, so after that, you can see that we have a colon here with this as this. Inside that, inside the with as statement, we are calling the cracking function. Okay, which is cracking the username that we insert here. We assuming it is user, admin, root, whatever. And with the URL, which is the URL we input here, enter a page URL. Okay, so we are calling the cracking function with these arguments or these variables that we stored here, and using the with as statement by doing with open this file, which is the password file, as a readable and as a password, make it as a password, okay, variable. Okay, now actually after we use the with as statement and we call the cracking function, so now it is time to handle the cracking function. So you can see that we define the cracking function. This is the first parameter. By the way, I'm using username here. By the way, this is not the same variables. This is only for the scope of the cracking, not for this one. Don't get confused, please. Okay, and the URL here is not the same for this URL. I mean as a variable, not as a value. Yeah, by the way, because we are passing this username as, which is this one, as you can see, this variable that we are passing to the cracking function here, but we defined it, the name here is username. By the way, I can put username too, okay, and user and URL too, and I need to change the necessary here inside this function, okay, because this is username, or this variable is not the same as this variable. They do not point to the same address. Okay, anyway, for now just follow me. Let's let it as is, which is username and URL. Now here we have the for password in passwords. Okay, now we already talked about the for statement, and by the way, we are using the passwords that we use it with the with open password file read as a passwords. All right, cool. Now we are handling the passwords one by one. So you can see that we open this password file, that the rockview file, and you can see it is very huge file. So if I cat it here, yeah, you can see it's still printing. Yeah, so I interrupt it. All right, so you can see that it will start using this password one by one. So, and all of that will be inside the for loop, which is this one. Okay, so it will start with this one, for example, until it reach or complete or whatever. It will start with this one, this one, this one, until we got what we want. Or anyway, we will handle that right away. So here we have, after the first statement, which is the password now, it will be password.strip. Again, we already saw that in the previous section, as we don't need white spaces or whatever, so we are using this one. Okay, now print. Now as you can see, now we are using the colored function here that I mentioned, which is using the term color library. So colored, by actually this is a function accept a tuple, and with the first thing, which is, as you can see, the first thing, and the second thing, which is as you can see. So the first thing, which is trying with the password, and the other thing, which is the color of this text, which is red. All right, don't worry, we will handle that as a hands-on right away. But currently, let's understand the code first, then we can try it out. All right, so we just printing trying with the password, which is we have it here after we strip it, and we have it as a red. So this to tell that we are trying this password currently. So we don't need something or utility so to give me a black screen and it is still rendering. We don't know the progress about it. No, we need to know where are we currently, what is the password that we are currently trying on, and so on. So that's why we are printing trying on this password. So now we have data, and this is a variable, and inside it you can see that we have these things, and you can see that the username is username, the password is password as a dictionary if you noticed, and the login as a login, or the login here is as a submit. Okay, because here this is used for the login button when we put the username and when we put the password and so on. And you can see that the username here is the username, we have it here. Actually, we got it from the username, and the password here is the password we got it after we strip it. Okay, all right. Now you may get confused, but follow me. In the next step we will understand, actually in the next line. So here you can see we have a response variable, and we are using the request.post this time. Okay, we don't use the get, and we have the URL, which is the URL we inserted here, which is this URL, by the way. Yeah, and data equal data. So the data here, this is used for the post function, and the data this time will be this data, which is this one that we have, that includes the username, as you can see, which is the username, the password, which is the password after we strip it, and the login, which is submit. Okay, because this is a post request. Now you may get confused or you don't know what we are talking about, but don't worry, when we try this code, you will understand everything. Okay, now if this login failed string in the response.content.decode, and you can see that the response here, which is this one, after we got it from the request.post, so the response.content.decode. So if we find the login failed string that we entered here, that occurs when we login fails, which means that we need to pass, which means that this didn't work. Else, which means that yeah, we found it, we didn't found it, we didn't found the login failed string, which means that yeah, we connect successfully, which means this time we need to print with the colored function, yeah, found this username, and we will put the username we found with a green this time, not a red, and yeah, print found the password, and again the password we have here after we strip it out, yeah, as a green as well. And let's exit from this function, so as we don't need, as you can see, this is an infinite loop, or maybe actually it's not an infinite, but it is a very huge, actually it is the same as the number of lines here inside this file, which is the roq. So if I use this command, which is the word count -l, so this is to count the lines inside the roq text, you can see that we have a huge number of lines. Yeah, actually you can see there's a huge number of lines. So we will wait until that. Doesn't make sense. If we find the password and the username, or the password for this username, then we are good to go. We don't need the other things, right? Okay, now imagine, or let's assume that we didn't found anything. We still inside the pass until we reach the last command or the last password in this file, which is this number. Okay, so after we finished the roq.txt file and still we didn't found the password, it will get out from this cracking function and it will print password not in the list. Okay, so that's why we put the exit function here. So this exit function, it will exit from the current brute force.python, which is this one. Okay, so if we find it, it will exit. If we didn't find it, it will still keep pass until we get out from this cracking function, and then we will print this password not in the list. By the way, this is my logic. You can use your own logic. Actually, there are a lot of logics how to do that and how to do such as things. Actually, let's try this out. Actually, it's getting boring here, so let's time to do this. So yeah, Python 3, so brute force.py, and let's press enter. please enter the page of the URL. By the way, I recommend you to download and install the Metasploitable, which is the Metasploitable machine. And here you can see that we have this thing, which is the DVWA, or the Damn Vulnerable Web Application. And actually, this is something very popular to test your web application and so on, to test your skills on hacking the webs. So actually, this is very good. So for the username, we have this one, anything, and the password, anything. So you can see that we have a login failed. All right. Now let's return here. So what is the page for the URL? As you can see, I just copy and paste it like this as is. Press enter. Now what is the username? So actually, by the way, if you can see that the username is maybe root, maybe admin, I don't know. So let's try admin. I think it is admin here, yeah. And for the password, by the way, actually this is something very simple, because the username is admin, by the way, and the password is password. So it is something very simple and easy. I don't need programmed actually to find this out, but let's assume that it is something complex. Anyway, now enter password file to use, which is rocku.txt file that we have, and enter the string that occurs when login fails, which is login failed, like this. So let's put it like this, and yeah, you can see that trying this, until we reach the password. So you can see that trying password, yeah, admin password. So let's try this out. All right, time for testing. Password, yeah, everything working as expected. So you can see that, yeah, actually you change your password because it is very simple and very easy. Stupid actually password, not just simple, it's stupid password. Anyway, now you can see that we are able to log in to the page with this username and this password, and with very you can see cool way. As you can see, this will give you the vibe of a hacker. As you can see, this is the color here is red and the color here is green, but you can see that because I'm using already a green color here, so you can see that this is why it is green. But actually the green scale here, or the green color, is not bright like this one. This is just for it to be fun. Okay, and by the way, one last thing I want to mention, please, I warn you to use this on a real target or real machines. Okay, so actually I'm not responsible for any attacks, damages, or anything that happened. I'm teaching you an ethical hacking to use it to good for you and good for your company, your organization, country, institution, whatever. Okay, so don't use it for bad purposes. Thanks for watching.
Now, what is a port? The port is a virtual location where networking communication starts and ends in a nutshell. Okay, so for more in-depth explanation, we need to establish a little background information. There are two kinds of network ports on each computer: 65,536 of each, for a total of 131,082 network ports. And this considers as TCP and UDP. Okay, now each computer has an internet protocol, the IP address, which is how the network knows which computer to send packets to. So if you send a packet to the IP address, the computer knows what port to route the packet to based on application or packet contents. Each service running on the computer needs to listen on a designated port. So the first 1023 TCP ports are the well-known ports reserved for applications like FTP, the 21, HTTP 80, or SSH, the 22. And the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, the IANA, reserves these points to keep them standardized. TCP ports from 1024 to 49,151 are available for use by services or applications, and you can register them with IANA. So they are considered semi-reserved. Ports 49,152 and higher are free to use. Now let's start with port scanning basics. A port scanner sends TCP or UDP network packet and asks the port about their current status. The three types of responses are below, which is open or accepted. The computer responds and asks if there are anything it can do for you. Closed or not listening. The computer responds that this port is currently in use and unavailable at this time. Or filtered, dropped, blocked. The computer doesn't even bother to respond. So we either have a respond or without respond, or we have a respond that the port is currently in use. Okay. Now let's start with port scanning techniques. Now, by the way, this is just a general idea about the scanning techniques. We will have in-depth about the Nmap scanning techniques, no worries, and in a theory way, okay? And we will have the hands-on later on. First, the ping scan. This is the simplest scan. A ping scan looks for any ICMP replies, indicates if a target is alive. TCP half open, a fast and common scan that requests an ACK or ACK or acknowledge packet from a computer, also called a SYN, which means a synchronization or synchronized scan, okay? TCP connect, similar to the TCP half open scan, but the TCP connect scan completes the TCP connection. UDP, which is slower than TCP scan. A UDP scan works best when you send a specific payload to target, such as DNS request. And we have the stealth scanning, quiet and unobvious. Stealth scanning is commonly used by hackers for this reason. Now, what are the difference between TCP and UDP? Now, we learned that we have TCP connect, UDP, stealth scanning, TCP half open, SYN, SYN-ACK. What is that? We will talk about it right away. TCP and UDP are the two most common protocols used for the IP networks or the Internet Protocol networks. TCP or Transmission Control Protocol is a nice orderly transaction protocol. TCP sends each packet in order, complete with error checking, verification, and three-way handshake to confirm each packet is successful, which is the SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. Now, I'm assuming that you have a simple idea of how TCP works, okay? So I will move on. Now, UDP doesn't have any error checking, but tends to be faster. And live streaming and online video games often use UDP for this reason, because it is faster. UDP is a connectionless protocol, so programs that use UDP just send the data, and if you miss a packet, you will never get it again, because it is a connectionless. There are no three-way handshaking, as we learned from here, the SYN, SYN-ACK, ACK, okay? So that's why it is faster and connectionless. Now again, I'm assuming that you are familiar or have a simple idea what is the TCP, what is the UDP, and how they works, okay? In a nutshell, let's say. So if you are not, please, you can just Google it, how TCP works. Just read a simple article. It's no big deal. What we need here is you need to have just a simple idea how TCP works. The three-way handshaking, verification, checking, the connection list, and the difference between TCP and UDP. Just as simple as that. Just type difference or TCP versus UDP and read a simple article and you will be fine. What is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner utility used for port scanning, host discovery, and vulnerability scanning. Most of its functions are based on using IP packet analysis to detect and identify remote hosts, operating systems, and services. Nmap is used by large companies as well as smaller size organizations for port auditing, host monitoring, penetration testing, and similar tasks. Now, even with Nmap constantly being updated with the new features since decades, its core function remains as a port scanner, helping users gather data by sending packets to local or remote ports. This is done by waiting for packet responses to determine if ports are closed, open, or filtered. The most popular method of using Nmap is via the terminal command line console by performing Nmap full scan command. Now don't worry, we will handle all of that in the hands-on in this course. Okay, now it's time to prepare the environment. The first thing, we want to download and install VirtualBox. So from Google, download VirtualBox, go to the downloads, and from here, choose the version you want regarding the platform you want. So Windows or host, OS X for Mac, Linux distribution, Solaris, and so on. In my case, I am using Ubuntu, so I will choose Linux distribution, and I will have Ubuntu 20, which is this one, okay? And then after you install it, just follow the instruction, as you can see from here, and you can just install it as simple as that. The same thing for OS X, the Mac, and the same thing for Windows, okay? Now, this is the first thing. Now, the second thing, we want Kali Linux, okay? Now, by the way, we can install Nmap for Windows or for Mac or for Ubuntu by the way. But actually, for you as ethical hacker, it's better to have Kali Linux, because Kali Linux is an operating system used for penetration testers and ethical hackers. Okay, so yeah, it is better to have Kali Linux installed. So from here, you can go to the Kali Linux downloads, and from here, I want to choose a live boot, which is this one, and here you can download it, which is 3.7 gigabyte, which is Kali Linux 2021. Okay, or torrent, and you have the sum just in case to make sure that you have the right distribution or the right ISO file. Okay, now the second thing, or the third thing actually, not the second, we want to have an environment to test the Nmap on. So we want to scan the port, the host, vulnerabilities, and so on. So actually, it's better to have a local machine or a testing machine for that purpose, not to test on a live targets like google.com or Amazon or whatever. No, actually, this is bad. So we will have Metasploitable. Okay, so from here, Metasploitable, you can download it from SearchForge, or you can have it from Rapid7, which is this one. Okay, but of course, you need to provide information, name, email, the company you're working with. You can put arbitrary values, by the way. Okay, so you don't need to register and all of that. Okay, now after VirtualBox is downloaded and installed, now we want to have Kali Linux operating system. Now you may ask me, but why we need Kali Linux? Because by default it has the Nmap already there. Okay, and by the way, as again we are as ethical hackers, we have to learn the right way, which is using a Kali Linux, because this is used mainly by ethical hackers. Okay, or hackers generally. So from here, open the VirtualBox, new, and let's name it Kali or Kali Linux. And here you can choose Linux, and let's choose other 64. Okay, and you can choose next, put it as much as you want. By the way, 512 megabyte will be enough, but in my case, I have a lot of RAM on my laptop, so I can put 2 giga, no problem. And here you can create a hard disk. Next. In my case, I will put it as 50 gigabyte, or no, actually it's better to have it as 20. Now it depends on your hardware again, because I have a lot. Okay, now this is the first step. Now here, let's go to the setting. While I'm choosing Kali Linux, let's go to the network. Make sure it is a bridge adapter, and make sure you are using the adapter you want. In my case, this is the Wi-Fi, not the Ethernet. And then go to the storage. So here, choose the empty and choose the disk file and choose Kali Linux, okay, which is this one, and press OK. Now after this is done, let's click on start. And as you can see, it will select, we want to select the Kali Linux 2021, which is this one. And let's start. And here in my case, I can put live. You can just run it as live, or you can just start the installer, which is this one. I will choose English, continue, United States, continue. Now for the host name, choose Kali or whatever you want. Domain name, leave it as empty. The full name for the new user, because by default Kali doesn't support the root by default, so you need to put a user here. So in my case, I can put Kali. Username for your account, Kali, it will be, and it will be Kali, the Kali 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now I know it's simple, just this is for the sake of this course. Okay, this is the password. By the way, you need to provide a secure password. This is just arbitrary password for the sake for this course. Okay, now if you got stuck on the configure the network part, make sure that you have the NAT first. From here, from the setting, return it back to the NAT. Then after it is done, you can return it back to the bridge. Now, why we need the bridge, not the NAT? Because we want to be on the same network. Okay, so the Kali Linux will have an IP address on the same network of the metasploitable machine, which is that we want to use for testing. Okay, don't worry, we will handle that right away. Continue, continue, and you can choose either separate or all files in one. In our case, it doesn't matter. So continue and finish. And yes, continue. Okay, now you see this use a network mirror and could choose yes, continue, continue. Now you will see that install the grub bootloader. Yes, and you can choose this device, which is the main device, which is our main device. Continue. Now the installation is complete. Now let's select the first one. Here's let's put the user that we created previously, Kali, and the password is Kali123456. Now we have the Kali Linux is ready. So from here, let's go to the full screen. Yeah, I think this is better. And from here, if I click on it, so here if I type ifconfig, you can see that this is the IP address, which is inside the NAT network. So from here, from the machine setting to the network, and select bridge adapter. Press OK. If I type ifconfig again, you can notice that it is still the same problem. So for that, ifconfig down to the EF0, or actually it's F0 down. And of course you need a sudo permission, so sudo this and Kali123456. So you can notice that if I type ifconfig again for this, you can see that the network is down. So you will notice that, yeah. So again, up, sudo ifconfig. Actually, I think I must. Yeah, I think it's better to increase the font size. So sudo ifconfig F0 up. Okay, like that. So sudo ifconfig. You can see that now we have the IP address, which is this one, which is inside the network, and this is what we want. By the way, you can see that nmap is here, right? As you can see, nmap is here. And by the way, if you don't like the opacity like this, just from here, from the file, the preferences, from the from the application transparency, put it to 0 and apply. You can see that now there are no transparency at all. And you can change, and by the way, you can change the color. So from here, green on black, if you like this. Actually, I prefer this because it's not just like I am hacker or something. No, to feel that like that. No, actually it's better for your eyes, or at least for my eyes. I think this is better, comfortable for my eyes. Okay, now the next step, we want to prepare the environment. We want to download and install the metasploitable, or we already downloaded it, so we want to install it so we can test nmap against it in the next lectures. Okay, now after we prepared the Kali Linux, we want to prepare the metasploitable, which is the machine that we want to run the nmap against to test port scans, vulnerability, host discovery, and all of that. So from the Metasploit, make sure you are downloaded the Metasploitable 2, okay, which is you already downloaded. Now from here, new, name anything. So let's name it Metasploit or Metasploitable 2, and choose Linux, choose other Linux 64, 512 megabyte will be enough. Create, next, yes, 8 giga is enough, or more than enough actually. Now click on the setting for this machine, make sure it is a bridge adapter, and from the storage here, so actually we want to remove this, and we want to add a new hard disk. So from here, add, so let's choose it. Yeah, the VMDK file here, choose it and click choose. So you can see that we only have this one and the empty. So we have this one and it adds a primary device 0. Click OK and just start it, as simple as that. Now, after it is booted, you can see that it is only CLI, command line, or a terminal. And it will ask for a login, username, and password. By the way, you can find them on the same Rapid7, which is the MSF admin, which is this one. So if I go here, MSF admin, and again MSF admin, you can see that now we are logged in as MSF admin. And if you type ifconfig, you can see that, yeah, we are inside the same network, which is what we want. Now here, the environment is ready. Now we have the virtual box. Inside it, we have Kali Linux, the attacking machine, or the machine that has Nmap that we want to run the scanning techniques and all of that. We will handle it right away in the next lectures. And we have the test machine, or the hacked machines that we want to run Nmap against it to test, scan, check the vulnerability, host discovery, and all of that. So you will not run that on a live machines or live targets, which is bad practice or bad thing. You may get in trouble. Okay. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture where we'll start handling the Nmap scanning. Okay. Now, the first thing, boot the Metasploitable and Kali Linux, and we will start. Now, if I type ifconfig inside Metasploitable, you can see this is the IP that ends with 110. And here, inside the Kali ifconfig, it ends with 109. Okay, cool. Now, the first thing, we will use Nmap utility and the IP address, which is 168.8.110, which is 110 for the Metasploitable machine. So if I type like this, you can see that Nmap, simply with IP address, it will give me all of the open ports. And in my case here, you can see the FTP, SSH, Telnet, and a lot of ports. The same thing if I want to do for a host name, but don't do this actually. So for example, google.com, and if I press enter, so Nmap, the IP, Nmap, the host name, google.com, amazon.com, Cloudflare, whatever. But actually, don't do this on a live target, because you may get in trouble. Now, of course, not just simple Nmap scan, it will get you in trouble, but it's better to do that on a local machines or test machines. Now you can see google.com has 443 HTTPS and HTTP open only. Okay, now it's time to talk about how to detect hosts. You will use the ping scan technique. So Nmap -S and P is capital, and this time we want to provide the range or the subnet of the IPs. So 8.0/24, like this. So S means or stands for service, and the service will be P, which means ping. It will send ICMP packets, and it is Internet Control Message Protocol. I recommend you to read more about it, the type of the packets, echo reply, echo request, and so all of that. Just a simple article will do the job, okay? And press enter. Now this will start scanning the whole network inside, or the whole network for this specific range. Okay, so in my case, I found 4 hosts are up. As you can see, this is the first host, the second host, this is for the Kali Linux, Kali machine. Oh, sorry, this is for my Metasploitable machine. This is for the Kali Linux machine. This is some machine on the network, and this is for the router. Okay. Okay, now it's time to scan all the ports. By default, when we run the Nmap, this one, okay, remember when we run it like this, it will scan the first 1000 port. So in my case, I don't need that, or one specific ports. In my case, I need to scan all of the ports. How to do such a thing? The same command, but this time, let's increase the font size a little bit. This time, it will be -p-, like this, and you can see it will take longer time. Okay, this time, it scanned and find that there are other ports like these ones, as you can see. So it scanned all the ports. By the way, we have other options or other shortcuts like -p 1 slash, which means 1 from 1 to 6 5 5 3 5, like this. It will do the same job. So either to provide the port range or to put it like this -b dash. Okay, P stands for port, it's simple. Or you want just to check if the port 80, port 443, the HTTPS is open, so you can put that like this 80 slash, or sorry, comma, then put 443 or put 112, for example. Okay, so it will start scanning only these 3 ports. So as you can see, the 80 is open, the 443 HTTPS is closed, and the 112 is closed. All right. Okay, now how to scan multiple IPs? We can do this and map, put the first command, or the first IP I mean, and put the second IP. Okay, so I want to scan the Metasploitable machine and my machine, the Kali machine, like this. These are the ports for the first machine, which is the Metasploitable, and the reports for our machine or the Kali machine is all host. The host is up, but all the 1000 scanned ports on this are closed. Again, you can put another command, which is -p dash, so it will scan all the ports for these 2 machines. Let's wait a little bit. So you can see that the first machine, or the first target, which is this one, these are the IPs or the ports opened, and all of the ports, as you can see, all of the port range are closed. Okay, to scan the top ports, okay, so we will use this command top ports, and we want to put the number of ports, so 100 top ports, and for the IP address of my machine, the Metasploitable, which is this one. So you can see that it will start scanning the first 100 top ports, including these, as you can see, by the way. So if I change this to top 1000, top 10,000, and so on, you can see that the number will be increased. So here the one unknown, but here we have this MSG SRVR, whatever. Okay, now to read from list, first let's create the list. So touch list.txt, vim list.txt, and here let's put our IP address, and let's put microsoft.com, amazon.com, and cloudflare.com, or anything. Again, it's better to have a test machines rather than live targets. Okay, but this will do the job. So yeah, we have it here, list.txt. So nmap -il capital list.txt. So here it will start scanning the ports, the hosts inside this list. So you can see that 4 IP addresses, 1 host is up, scanned. Okay, by the way, we can put -sp capital as well. So you can see that here are the first IP address, which is the Metasploitable, here for Microsoft.com. There are other addresses for Microsoft.com, of course. The same thing for Amazon.com and Cloudflare. Okay. So what we learned, that we can create a list of the IP addresses we want, and we can specify everything we have learned on this, for this list of IPs, okay, or hosts. Here you can see that we have the parameter needed to get from my list, and before it we can put anything we learned, -sp capital, -p dash, -p specific ports, and so on. Okay, now to save to a file, so nmap -o n capital, and put the IP address we want. Sorry, I have to put output.txt, for example, and you can see that if I type here, we have output.txt. So if I type output.txt, yeah, you can see that all of the result will be here in this file. So we can use -o n capital like this. So let's increase the font size a little bit. So output.text, and here is the IP address, and we can put an, instead of an X, and here instead of text XML. So if I type here cat output.xml, we can see that this time it is in the form of XML. Now it depends on what your needs. Now it's time to disable the DNS, and that's to speed up your scanning. So nmap -n, we will use -n, and the IP address we want to scan. So here without -n, by the way, this will work fast because this machine is within the network we have. So without -n, it is much longer. So we will use -n. So if I type man nmap or nmap help and put -n, you can see that this is to never do DNS resolution, always resolve. Okay. Now here nmap -a. So if you see man nmap here, -a capital, and we will use it with T4. So -a here actually to enable OS detection and version detection, skip scanning, and transroute. So let's test it out. Nmap -a on 192.168.110 for the Metasploitable. And you can see it is taking longer, but it gives us every details possible that needed. So you can see that there are a lot of information, the version of the FTP, for example, here, and we have anonymous FTP allowed, whatever. Okay, so you can see that there it will start detecting the versions and the OS used there. Now, but it is taking longer. So to make it faster, T4, type the T4 option, as you can see. Now to get the version, we can also use this command, nmap -s v capital, and put the IP address that we want to scan, like this. Sorry about this, I have to put dot here. And this will give us the version as well. So actually, if I remove the -sv, you can see that it will give us port, state, and service. But with -sv, port, state, service, and version. So you can see that FTP, but which version? This is the version. As such, which version? This is the as such. And Debian, Ubuntu, whatever. Okay? Okay, now it's time to run the using TCP or UDP. So nmap, as simple as that. S for service, T for TCP, or U capital, T is capital or U capital, by the way, for UDP. So T, and let's put the IP address. So this is will scan. So this will scan TCP ports only, and using the U capital here, this will scan on UDP. But you can see that it needs root privilege. So sudo shift1 like that. So you can see it's still working because it will take a longer time. Okay, now it's time to talk about the NSE scanning vulnerabilities, CVE, or common vulnerability exposures. So the command will be nmap. We will use -p capital N. Now this is, it will assume that all hosts are online, so it will disable the host discovery. By the way, if you type man nmap and /bash pn like that, you can see that it will treat all hosts as online, and it will skip host discovery. Okay, so nmap -p capital N, and here we will put --script. Now this is used with the NSE, the nmap scripting engine. So here you can choose or use the script that you have created using the LUA or the Lua language. So vuln and the target. Now this vuln, it will scan for vulnerabilities. this is a script used and created to scan for vulnerabilities. So like that, put the IP address. In my case, it will be 105. The IP address has changed, by the way. It's okay, no problem. And press enter. By the way, this will take a lot of time because you can see that the progress is moving a little bit. Now, I already make a scan for the Metasploitable 2 machine, which is this one. And you can see in my case, it took 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So here we can see that we are using the FTP, and you can see the FTP version is vulnerable and it has a backdoor. So as you can see, it is exploitable using this CVE. So which means that we are in the wrong. So this FTP server must be upgraded. By the way, this is a Metasploitable 2 after all. It is deliberately used to be hacked or to be vulnerable after all. Okay, so you can see that there are other vulnerabilities, like here we can see in the SSL there are some problem, whatever. Okay, and if I keep scrolling down, you will notice that we have Diffie-Hellman problem, TCP. I think you can see that the Apache server has problems, whatever, as you can see. So you can see that it scanned for vulnerabilities, and this what makes Nmap a very powerful tool. Okay, now it's time to talk about the DOS attacks, denial of service. Now Nmap, thanks to the NSE, the Nmap scripting engine, we can use this tool as DOS tool. By the way, don't use that to harm others. Use it to help your companies, organization, whatever, in a good ways, okay? And to harden your system, okay? So it will be used like that, Nmap, and we will use it on this port or this IP, I mean this host. Okay, we will use -pn, we will use -- script, and we will use the DOS, the slow loris attack, and this is very common type of DOS attacks, and it's very powerful, by the way, because you cannot distinguish between the real attacks and the real users, because after all it is HTTP request, right? So slow loris and -- script args, because we want to put arguments, and we will put the HTTP -slow loris dot run forever equal true. By the way, this will be very exhaustion for our machine, so we have to put something before it, which is the max parallelism. So -max parallelism, so it will be like that, and press enter. And by the way, this will keep running until exhausting the machine we are hosting, which is the Metasploitable machine. So after a long time, you will notice that the HTTP server there, when you go to your browser and put this IP, you will notice that it will become slower and slower, which means that the attack worked. So if you keep press enter, you will see that 2% is done. Like that, as you can see. Now, Nmap is very powerful. You can see that it has the brute force utility. So Nmap -- script, and you can choose, as I provided in the theory part, we can have a brute force attack against WordPress, SQL, and FTP server. So in my case, I will choose it on FTP server. So FTP -brute, and the IP address of the machine, which is the Metasploitable machine. So if I press enter, it will work. But it's better to have -p option, which is the port, and put the 21, which is the port for the FTP server. So like that. So Nmap -- script FTP brute -p, it will be 21 for the FTP, and the IP address for the host or the machine. Now actually it will take longer time. So for now, as you can see, it is not moving at all. But with that, you can brute force the FTP if it is vulnerable, by the way. But this will take longer time. You know that because it is brute forcing after all. So it will take a lot of time. By the way, the brute force attacks is not the modern way to do the hack, to be honest. Because unless you have a supercomputer, don't do the brute force at all. Well, at least that's my opinion. Why is that? Because it will take forever. That's it. As simple as that. Okay, now to detect a malware on your site or on the site, so we will use this. So nmap -- script, and it will be http -malware -host, and then put the IP address of the machine, which is like that. Okay, and it's better to have nmap -s a small v capital, which is to service to version, to get the version of the machine. And you can see that it start scanning, and we got the following results. So you can see that here there are some information, and you can see that this RPC bind is somehow vulnerable or whatever. Okay, well, I'm not saying that nmap is 100% accurate, but it is one of the best tools you can find out there. After all, for you as ethical hacker or as a hacker, you need to write your own tools. Depends on the targets you are attacking. Of course, I'm not saying about black hat things. I'm talking about white hat things to protect your organization or the companies or organization you are protecting or you are working with. Now, other ways actually is to use the Google malware detection. So -- script, it will be Google. It will be http -google -malware, and instead of typing the --sv, which we will use the -p, which is port 80. Okay, or we can put it as that. It will do the job. So like that, and press enter. By the way, you can see that because we are using a local machine, and this is not accessible from the world. So let's put another machine here or another IP. So let's put Amazon.com, for example, because Amazon is a competitor for Google. I'm just kidding, by the way. So here you can see that it will show us something like that. So actually, it's better to have a public IP instead domain, because you know we have a load balancers and all of that stuff. So here you can see it didn't detect any malware or whatever. Now, what is Wireshark? Now, Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at microscope level and is a standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark development thrives thanks to the volunteer contributions of networking experts around the globe, and is the continuation of project started by Gerald Comp in 1998. Now the question is, why to use Wireshark? Now Wireshark provides many features, and very important features, like deep inception of hundreds of protocols, with more being added all the time, live capture and offline analysis, standard 3-pane packet browser, multi-platforms, so it runs on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Solaris, FreeBSD, NetBSD, and many others. Captured network data can be browsed via GUI, graphical user interface, or via the TTY, teletyper mode, which is the CLI, the T-Shark utility. Also, it is the most powerful display filters in the industry. Rich VoIP, which is voice over internet protocol analysis. Capture files compressed with gzip can be decompressed on the fly. Live data can be read from Ethernet, IEEE 802.11, PP, HDLC, ATM, Bluetooth, USB, token ring, frame relay, FDDI, and others, depending on your platform. Also, decryption support for many protocols, including IPsec, ISAKMP, the Kerberos, SNMP version 3, SSL-TLS, WEP, and WPA and 2. The OSI model. The OSI model, it stands for Open Systems Interconnection Model, is a conceptual framework used to describe the functions of a networking system. The OSI model characterizes computing functions into a universal set of rules and requirements in order to support interoperability between different products and software. In the OSI reference model, the communications between a computing system are split into 7 different abstractions layers: the physical, data link, networking layer, transport layer, session, presentation, and application. So let's have a look here. As you can see, so here are the 7 layers we have. We have the application layer, the end user layer, HTTP, FTP, IRS, SSH, DNS. We have the presentation layer, the syntax layer, which is SLSL, SSH, IMAP, FTP, and you can see that the presentation, like the FTP, exists in the presentation and the application. We have the session layer for sync and send to port, API sockets, WinSock, and so on. Transport layer, so here is responsible for the TCP and UDP, exist in the transport layer, end-to-end connections. We have the network, the packets, IP, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP. We have the data link like frames, Ethernet, PPP, or triple P. We have switch and bridge, so you can see it is inside the data link. We have the physical finally, which is the physical structure, the coax, fibers, wireless hubs, repeaters, and so on. Okay. By the way, the routers will be here inside this layer, or categorized inside this layer. Now let's start with the physical layer. Now this is the lowest layer of the OSI model, which is concerned with electrically or optically transmitting raw and structured data bits across the network, from the physical layer of the sending device to the physical layer of the receiving device. Okay, so from sending to receiving. It can include specifications such as voltage, pin layout, cabling, and radio frequencies. At the physical layer, one might find physical resources such as network hubs, cabling repeaters, network adapters, or modems. Now for the data link layer. At the data link layer, directly connected nodes are used to perform node-to-node data transfer where data is packaged into frames. So the data link layer also corrects errors that may have occurred at the physical layer. And the data link layer encompasses 2 sub-layers of its own. So the first, media access control, which is the MAC, provides flow control and multiplexing for device transmission over a network. The second, which is the LLC, the logical link control, provides flow and error control over the physical medium as well as identifies line protocols. For the network layer, the network layer is responsible for receiving frames from the data link layer and delivering them to their intended destinations based on the addresses contained inside the frame. The network layer finds the destination by using logical addresses, such as IP, the Internet Protocol. At this layer, routers are crucial component used to quite literally route information where it needs to go between networks. And by the way, the router categorized in this network layer, or in this layer. The transport layer. It manages the delivery and error checking of data packets. It regulates the size, sequencing, and ultimately the transfer of data between systems and hosts. One of the most common examples of the transport layer is the TCP, or the Transmission Control Protocol, or the UDP. So TCP and UDP are here. The session layer. Session layer controls the conversations between different computers. A session or connection between machines is set up, managed, and terminated at layer 5, which is the session layer. So session layer services also include authentication and reconnections. For the presentation layer, the presentation layer formats or translate data for application layer based on the syntax or semantics that the application accepts. So because of this, at times also called the syntax layer, this layer can also handle the encryption and decryption required by the application. And finally, we have the application layer, which is at this layer, both the end user and the application layer interact directly with the software application. This layer sees network services provided to end user applications such as web browser or Office 365. The application layer identifies communication partners, resource availability, and synchronizes communication. Okay, now it's time to install Wireshark. Now I want to make it as simple as that. How to install it? Just Google it, how to install Wireshark on Linux, on Kali Linux, on VirtualBox, on Windows, on Mac. As simple as that, and follow the steps. But for now, let's follow this. So actually, if you go to the main website of Wireshark, so type Wireshark here. So from here, go to the download or go to the wireshark.org. From here, you can see that we have some platforms like for the Windows. Just install the installer, the .exe or .msi here, 64, 32, or portable apps if you want, or you can have the source code, or if you want, you can have the Mac OS. Then just next, follow the instructions, as simple as that. By the way, if you want it for Apple Mac OS or Alpine Linux or Ubuntu, you can have these from here. So you can see here are the sources for the Red Hat, for Solaris, Oracle, and FreeBSD project, Debian, whatever. Okay, all of that is ready. By the way, if you already have Kali Linux, which is I recommend you to do that, by the way, so you can see that you can find it already there installed. If it is not installed, we can download it and install it, as simple as that. Just type how to install Wireshark on Kali Linux and follow the steps. By the way, this is not a big deal. It is just a simple steps. Just follow them, or commands. Just follow them, press enter, next, and that's it. Okay. Now in the next lecture, we will start handling Wireshark. I will see you there. Okay. So like this, from Kali Linux, I have Kali Linux. So here, type Wireshark. And by the way, if you can have it here, you can choose the interface next, which is in my case, it is EF0. And to make sure, type ifconfig command. You can see that I'm using F0, and this is the IP address of this machine. Okay, so I will choose F0. And here you can see it will start capturing the packets. So for example, if I go here, if I open the browser, I just want to show you something. Or before that, let's open the terminal. Actually, it's better. And you can see, yeah, actually I opened the browser, but you can see that there are packets being captured, like the TCP packets and whatever. Okay, now again, let's open the machine here. So if I type restart this time, okay, so I want to quit from the browser. Let's restart the capturing. So you can see there are nothing here. So if I type bing google.com, you can see that we have a lot of traffic going on. Okay, so Ctrl C, Ctrl D to quit from this. And don't worry, in the next lectures, we will start handling how to capture specific traffic. Depends on the IP, protocol, the request, specific data inside this request, and a lot of filters, powerful filters actually, and straight to the point, no fillers at all. I will see you there. Okay, now it's time to start using and looking for a specific IP address. Now, if I open my terminal, if I type ifconfig, you can notice that this is my IP address. So actually, let's increase the font size like this. Yeah, I think this is better. And you can see that this is my IP address. So I want to filter the packets that being recorded here or being captured here. I want to filter them to only show that these packets have this IP address. Okay, so I want it from here, apply the display filter ib.adder, and by the way, you can see that it is very elegant. You can see that it will start showing you some suggestions and whatever. So if I click in it, so ib.adder, which is address, equal this IP address, okay, which is this one, my IP address. So if I type enter, okay, and here I want to bing google.com, for example. So if I type bing google.com, you can see that it will start showing all the packets that has this IP address. So here the source is like this, the destination is like this, here the source is like this, the destination is like this. So you can see every packet, even this one, as you can see this one, you can see that it has the IP address that we put it here. Okay. Now, what if I want to put it depends on the source or destination? How to do that? Now, we will talk about this in the next lecture. Now, we want to show the source to be this IP address only. So, which means that the IP address must be coming from us. So, ip.src, as simple as that. So, ip.src equal, now put the IP address, which is, in my case, here it is. So put it here and press enter. You can see that from here, the tab resource, you can see all of the buckets have this IP address, which means it starts capturing this bucket. The same thing for the destination. It will be ip.dst, okay? Equal, don't forget to put a space here and put the IP address. So the destination will be like this. So as you can see, all of the destination has the same IP that we put inside the filter. Okay. Now, what if I want to be the IP address or the source IP and the destination IP to be specific? So how to do such a thing? We can use the shift 77, which means the and like that, and put ip.src equal and put whatever. Okay. Now, by the way, this will not work because the source and destination cannot be the same IP address. Anyway, let's put one in our case, and this will work. Okay. So or you can put here or shift backslash, which is this one. This means that it is or. So it means that either the IP, the destination is like that, or the source is like that. By the way, I'm just giving you the idea. So it depends on you now how you want to work. So I just provide you with the filter and the skills needed for your job or your work. You are the engineer, you are the hacker. Prepare the filters you want depends on the analysis you want. Okay. So ip.destination, ip.source, you can put or, you can put and, or you can put ip.adders, which is adder, which means whatever. So it is a source or destination. Okay. Now, if you want to capture the traffics of HTTP request or specific protocol, you can provide the protocol here. So if I type HTTP, in my case, as you can see, HTTP, HTTP2, HTTP3, but in my case, I will use HTTP, and you can see there are nothing here. So if I open my browser here, sorry, my terminal, and if I type curl HTTP as google.com, you can see it will not show anything because it is HTTPS. Now, if I type curl HTTP, by the way, the curl, it is the CURL. So actually, this is tool. If I type man curl, this is to transfer a URL. It is a tool to transfer data from or to a server. Okay, and this is used with specific protocols like FTPS, FTTP, FTP. I mean HTTP, HTTPS, whatever. Okay, cool. So this time it will be curl HTTP. Okay, like that. Oh, cool. You can see that, yeah, the source, it is coming from my machine, which is this IP, and it is going to the destination, which is the public IP of Google. And now it is coming from, as you can see, this is the link or the information. Here it is get slash the HTTP version 1.1. And we got the response, which is this one, the 2. The response is the source. You can see that the source here coming from google.com and going to our destination, which is my IP address, and the protocol is HTTP as we put in the filter. And here you can see it will show us that it is moved permanently or whatever. Okay. Now this is the same thing for DNS. So you can type DNS and you can put or show all the DNS requests or packets. So you can see that here we are going to somewhere or whatever data we are receiving. All right. The same thing for HTTPS, by the way, but you can see that HTTPS will not work because here it will work if we type SSL or TLS. Okay, TLS like that. Okay, so the same thing. All right, cool. Okay, now what if I want to see a specific port for the TCP? So we know that TCP is in layer 4, which is the transmission layer, and the transmission layer or the TCP use ports, right? So in that case, I will use TCP dot port. By the way, if you can see TCP dot a lot of things. So dot port, dot analysis flags, initial RRT, duplicate acknowledgement. There are a lot of things, out of order, analysis, whatever. But in our case, we will use TCP dot port equal, and it will be port 80. Okay, so I press enter. After that, you can see there is nothing. Again, if I go to the curl HTTP, which is the port 80, you can see that, yeah, we start receiving a lot of traffic. So if I go actually to the port, so if I'm using this time telnet, and let's go to the google.com, and on port 888. So here, let's change that to 888. You can see that, yeah, it start receiving. So actually, let's restart that. So let's delete this, and let's restart this, continue without saving. You can see that port or 888 not found. If I type telnet google.com on port 888, you can see that, yeah, it will start sending the traffic from the source, which is my laptop or my machine, to the destination here, which is the IP address of, or the public IP of google.com. And here you can see that it is not working, by the way, because this port is not opened from Google side. Okay, cool. Now the same thing for udb.port, the same thing, it will work as expected. Now what if I want to see the packets that with TCP contains a specific thing? So TCP contains, as you can see, for example, get. Press enter, and if I open here, if I try to go to curl HTTP, you can see that the get is not inside this TCP. Now what if I want it to be get capital? You can see that, yeah, because here what we have done in the curl command here, we are sending a get request. So get request, so you can see that get capital here is found. Yeah, here you can see this is the bucket, and inside it we have the get, this one, we have the get request. So get slash. Now what if I want to search for slash? Yeah, by the way, you can see it is found either in the request or either in the response. And you may ask me, how did I know this is a response? Yeah, you guessed it right, from the source destination address. So the source is this IP. This IP is not my IP. The destination is my IP, which is this one. So I assume that this is for google.com. Cool. Now don't worry, we have other stuff. How did I know this is for google.com? So from here, you can see that from here, you can see or search for the host. So yeah, from the request or HTTP request, you can see that the location is like that. So the location is google.com. Cool. So far, so good. Now to filter out all the HTTP GET or POST requests, we can use this one. So HTTP.request. So you can see that HTTP.request, press enter. And here you can see that you can choose the method, the line, the URI, the version, or whatever. In my case, I will use the method, and equal, it will be get. Press enter. Now let's go here. Let's type curl, the HTTP, and you can see that, yeah, it is captured. Now here it is a get request. Now if I want to put it as a post request, so -x, I will use the -x option with the curl here and put the post capital. Press enter. You can see that it couldn't resolve this. Yeah, actually it is x capital, by the way, not x small here. Yeah, cool. But you can see that it is not captured. So how? Now if I type post this time, yeah, you can see that it is here. Now again, let's restart that so I can show you live. So here it is. Again, yeah, you can see that it is captured. So you can see post slash and it is working fine. The same thing for bot or other HTTP request. Okay, now to filter out specific protocols. So for example, I don't want to capture the DNS or the ARP or whatever. So how to do such a thing? I will use the shift1, which is this exclamation mark, so which means not, and open the brackets and open or type inside it DNS, or you can choose or shift // ARP, for example, and press enter. And you can see that this will not work. So I think, or not DNS like that. So you can see, yeah. So if I type like that, DNS or ARP, okay, it must be a small letter because this is a case sensitive, by the way. So shift 1 exclamation mark, open the bracket. So either DNS or ARP, don't display them. So how did I know it is working or not? You can just kern to HTTP, and here you can see that it will start capturing all of the protocols. You can see TCP, SSDP, HTTP, or whatever, but DNS is not here. Now, how to know that is DNS here, by the way, or is DNS being captured from the first place? Just remove it and you can see that, yeah, it is captured. So remove it like that, press enter, yeah, DNS is here. Okay, so if I type not DNS or ARP, DNS is not here. So we filtered out the DNS and ARP. So this or inside it, so which means either DNS or ARP. You can put and here. Okay, so DNS and ARP are here, not, so you can see that it will start capturing. Okay, so ARP is here and DNS is here. So you must type it as or. So either DNS or ARP, don't, because this is shift 1 or exclamation mark, not, don't show them here. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now it's time to talk about NC Netcat utility, how to capture password. Now Netcat is a plain text way to see things. So if I type NC-L for listening -P 9999, so right now I'm listening on the port 80, sorry, on the port 9999. Now open Wireshark here, and from here let's choose any, like that. So let's put it like that. So from here, actually I start capturing. I want to connect to our machine, so I will put the IP address, my network interface IP address, so which is this one. So unsee this IP with this port. Okay, so you can see that, yeah, it start capturing. As you can see here, it is the packets. Now if I type hi, this is my password 1 2 3 4 5 6, for example. Okay, so we receive it here. Now if I click here actually, and if I right click follow TCP stream, you will find out we can find the text as plain. As you can see, hi, this is my password, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. So using ANSI for communication is a bad way. Okay, now ANSI, of course, we use it just as a client to connect to endpoints or check the connectivity, you know, like the Swiss knife, as they called it, Swiss army knife for networking. Okay, so but don't use it for secure communication. Okay, now let's talk about the FTP. Now FTP is a protocol, file transfer protocol, and it is born in 1971 or whatever. It used the port 20 and 21. Okay, now although it is a very old protocol, but some organizations still use it today. Imagine that. Okay, so FTP is a plain text protocol, and therefore any man in the middle attack will compromise your data or your passwords. So let's start doing here. Okay, so let's start capturing. And by the way, by default FTP is not installed, so just Google it, how to install FTP on Kali Linux. Okay, by the way, it will be like that. So sudo apt install vsftpd. Okay, like that, and put the password, and you can see that, yeah, sftp is already installed, by the way. Now sudo systemctl status for the vsftpd, and you can see that, yeah, it is inactive by default. So let's enable it. So start, so sudo systemctl start vsftpd. Now let's check it. Now it is run. now it is running. So net state dash ntlp, you can see that, yeah, the port 21 is running right now. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now if I type FTP, press enter, this is the FTP client, O for open connection. Now put our IP address, which is this one. Now put Kali, put the password, which is the password of my Kali user, Kali123456. Okay, and here you can start get files, receive, bot, whatever. Okay, now you can see that we have captured a lot of traffic here. So if I click on the TCP, right click, follow TCP stream again. Oh, you can see that we are capturing secure data. So you can see, please specify the password, and you can see that the password is like that. Imagine that. So we are seeing the password. So of course, then, okay, now please, if you are working, if you are an engineer working with a company, organization, or whatever, and you are still using, or they are still using FTP, please, you suggest that you should replace it with something more secure like SFTP or the SSH, because as you can see, the password is here, and which is something very dangerous. Okay, now this is for the password using FTP. Now what if I want to capture files? Okay, so for example, let's quit from the connection. So for example, let's touch a file, and let's call it file.txt. Okay, then this file, okay, let's put some content inside it. So this is the first line, this is first line, second line, third, etc, blah blah blah, or whatever. Okay, so this is our file. Okay, file.txt. Now let's restart the capturing. Okay, so we can have a nice page or clear page. So here, FTP, open the connection to our IP address. Okay, now put Kali123456, and here if I type ls or dir, you can see that we have the file. Sorry, I need to increase the font size like that. So dir, you can see here is the file.txt. Now I want to get it, so get the file.txt. Okay, and put it /, which means on my current directory, or actually let's put it on the desktop so we can distinguish, because if I put it on the current directory, it is the same Kali home directory. So / desktop. So you can see that transfer is complete. Now if I go to Wireshark here, if I right click on the first, as you can see, the first TCP, follow TCP stream, you can see we are start receiving. This is Kali password, here is the port, some information, and finally we are receiving, as you can see, retrieve the file.txt, and here are some values, transfer complete or whatever. So how to do and how to get the content of the file, which is FTP-data. Press enter, you can see that, yeah, it is here. So from here, right click, TCP stream, you can see that we are receiving some data. This is, remember, when I type dir, so we received the directory or lists. Okay, again, let's put FTP-data here, and here you can see we have the retrieve the file list, and here retrieving the file. So follow TCP stream, and here, oh my god, you can see that we are seeing the plain text here completely. So you can see that this is the file as explained, or as a plain text, which is something very dangerous to use FTP at all. Okay, so far so good. Now, what if we want to capture password using HTTP? So imagine that there are still websites using HTTP instead of HTTPS, the SSL TLS protocol. And this is very dangerous thing. So if I go to my browser, and if I go to this website, now actually this is just an arbitrary website, but the main point here is to talk about HTTP and HTTPS. So techpanda.org, go to it. Now actually this is a website intended for such a thing, and here let's put admin@google.com, and the password will be P capital password 2010
and press enter. And here you can see that, yeah, it is here. Okay, we are connected or logged in successfully. Okay, now here is the thing. Now if I go here, if I type HTTP, press enter, you can see that we are capturing all of the data here. Now you can see that if you follow the info here, you can see we have a post. Now this post, inside it, open the hypertext protocol or start searching about some information, or from here, from the HTML form URL, you can see we are seeing the username or the email and the password as a plain text, which means this is a bad idea to use a website or even to create a users on a website, on such websites. Like websites that are not using HTTPS, don't use it at all, because you may get hacked. As you can see, I am seeing the email or the username, I mean, and the password as plain text. This is something very dangerous. Now the same thing for the HTTP website. Okay, we can capture files or images, videos, whatever. So actually, if I return back to panda.com or techpanda.org here and go to it here, or actually if I go open Google, I typed list of HTTP websites, okay, whatever, and I went to site list, for example, here. And if I go to any website, arbitrary website, just choose anything that are not using HTTPS, like that, for example. Here, the first thing, you can see that there are a lot of images, a lot of stuff, okay? And here the same thing, and see, and so, and all of that. So here, if I type JPEG, you can see that there are nothing. But if I type PNG, for example, oh my God, you can see that we are seeing a lot of PNG images. Now, how to capture these? So from here, from file, export object, and we will use HTTP. But the first thing, we must stop the capturing. So stop it, file, export object HTTP. And here you can see we have a lot of objects like the JSON, JPEG files, whatever. So if I type JPEG, nothing. PNG, yeah, there are a lot. So if I type save all, and let's save them on the desktop for now, and choose yes, and let's go to the desktop actually. Oh my God, you can see that we have all of the images. So the images of the birds, the logo, whatever data we have. So which means that if I am using HTTP, I can see the traffic as a plain text. Okay, I can see the traffic as a plain text. So don't ever use HTTP websites either for login, or don't develop such websites. And this is as something very serious. Now, the course structure, we will go like this. Now, Ron's copy scene. So actually, in this scene, when Elliot said that he started intercepting all the traffic in... Now, in this scene, what we will learn? We will learn what is the deep web. This picture will explain. So you can see that here is the service web. We have Google. We will assume that this is the network infrastructure. All right, this is it, the whole infrastructure. So for the Tor server, we will have Ubuntu 18, and we will install Tor there, and we will run a simple Tor website. Now for Elliot, we will have Kali Linux.
HTTP flood attack. Bot 1, 2, 3. We will get the server here, and here is the client. The ping or ICMP flood DDoS attack. Low and slow attack. SYN flood attack. DDoS attack tools. Now the first one, which is low, and here is the IP, and as you can see, charging my laser as it is. And here you can put the target, the power booster, and actually depends on the programming language you have. But here, now how can I defend against DDoS or DOS tools? Mr. Robot TV show in real life. We will learn cybersecurity with practice step by step and exactly as in the show. Well, not exactly 100% because after all it is a TV show, and of course it will have imaginary tools, techniques and technologies, of course, for the sake of the TV show after all. But we will distinguish between the real attacks and the fake attacks or the hacking scenes, and we will learn the real tools. Now, the course structure, we will go like this. So we will have a separate section for each scene. So for example, we have Ron's coffee scene, and for this scene, well, again, it's not just only this scene, we will have a lot of scenes, okay? A lot of scenes from the series, and we will have, for this Ron's coffee scene or this specific scene, we will have a separate section. Now, inside this section, we will learn everything needed to do the hack for this scene. So as well as the technologies, techniques, tools that use there, all right? Now, some of these tools, by the way, are imaginary, only in the show. So for that, we will see what is equivalent in real life, all right? So some tools, some techniques, technologies are imaginary just for the sake of the show, right? We will have what is equivalent in real life. Now, this is the same thing for the other scenes as well. So again, don't worry. Even if you are still new or barely knows the basics, it's okay. I got you. Well, not new. I mean, you need to know the basics, like what is computer, what is the mouse, what is the keyboard, not like that. But if you are new to the hacking or to the ethical hacking, to the cybersecurity, it's okay. I got you. All right? No worries. Now, what is next? So, in the next lecture, we will start handling the Ron's coffee scene. And there, we will start see how Elliot managed to hack Ron's coffee and the website or whatever happened there. All right? Are you excited? I will see you there. Now, Ron's coffee scene. Let's start with it. So actually, in this scene, when Elliot said that he started intercepting all the traffic in his network or in your network, and that's when I noticed something strange. So, and then Tor website difficult to see, but I saw it when he said that actually. Whoever in control of the exit node, also in control of the traffic, which makes me the one in control, all right? Now, he said that actually. And when he said, I own everything and all your emails, files, pics, all of the website content, he owned everything, all right? And then he called the FBI or the police, okay? Now, for Ron's coffee scene, is it real or accurate? Okay, now, I don't want to say it is 100% accurate or real, because that sounds stupid, right? Well, actually, it is real, somehow. And it is somehow accurate. Not 100%, of course. Okay? Now, again, is this hack possible in real life? Again, I'm not saying it is 100%. It is possible. Yes, this hack is possible. And we will do that actually in this course. How to build the environment and how to hack such environments. All right? Of course, don't do that to harm others or damage the systems. Please do that to defend yourself, defend your company, your cafe, your business, whatever, okay? Now, in this scene, what we will learn? We will learn what is the deep web, what is the dark web, what is the difference between them, and what is Tor, or the Onion router, how this Tor thing works, how to deploy a simple website on the deep web, all right, using the Tor project. We will learn man-in-the-middle attacks and a lot of its techniques, and we will learn the packet sniffing and what it is using the Wireshark, and finally we will build the scene in real life. Okay, so we will build the scene or build Ron's coffee environment, then we will start hacking this environment, okay, using real tools, real techniques, and something can be applied on real life. All right, now don't worry, we will handle everything actually. How Elliot managed to do such attack and what are the technology there. Alright, I will see you in the next lecture. Now, deep web versus dark web. Now, actually, they are not the same. Now, first of all, the deep web and the dark web are not the same thing. Please don't get confused. Though they can overlap significantly. Alright? So, what is the deep web? This is the first thing. Now, the deep web refers to all pages which are not indexed, which means that most search engines will not return them to you after a search. Their crawlers do not see these pages, making them de facto invisible to these search engines. This means that in order to access one of these pages, you need to either know their exact address, link, or to click on another link once you get in the deep side of the web. Also, the deep web can include significant parts of the legitimate mainstream web like Netflix or Amazon pages or whatever, okay? So simply because they are personalized for users and not all URLs are meant to be indexed, okay? Now, on the other hand, what is the dark web? Now, the dark web is a layer even deeper. Technically, also part of the deep web, by the way, which makes it inaccessible unless you know exactly where to go. So, but it is focused on illegal activities and services. It can be pretty gruesome. Some people call it the place where humanity's darkest side surfaces. Alright? Why is that? What is exactly on the dark web? Well, there are marketplaces for various drugs, from mild, recreational, and borderline illegal ones, like weed to the hard stuff. And there are a marketplace for various fire weapons and ammunitions, obviously unregistered. There are software needed for deeper browsing, like on your browser, and listening directories, list of other deep web, dark web websites and their links, so you can access them. Again, what is exactly on the dark web? There are a few rare books scanned. There are a lot of blueprints for 3D printing stuff, for legal things to illegal things. So, for example, some of them a blueprint for how to build the guns. A blueprint for building guns in 3D using plastic or whatever. And actually there are a lot of these. There are some building plans boasting to offer undetected access via secret tunnels to important buildings. Okay, again, there are WikiLeaks documents. There are a so-called hidden wiki portal claiming to be the original Wikipedia plus its mirrors. And there are files claiming to contain nude photo of various celebrities, all behind a Bitcoin wall and probably fake, of course. Now, there are websites with videos depicting abuse towards children, animals, war prisoners, etc., etc. There are child pornography content, okay? So actually this is the subject of what Elliot did capture from Ron's Coffee Bandwidth. He captured there are a website that running a child pornography content. Don't worry, we will talk about or how Elliot detect this website. Don't worry, we'll talk about this in detail, all right? And there are racist content and content promoting violence against various minorities like Ku Klux Klan propaganda or videos of actual hate crime being perpetrated and so on, okay? Now, there are recipes on how to cook human meat and video footage. There are a marketplace for hiring hitmen. Though, for the most part, these services are reported to be yet more Bitcoin scams. Still, some of them are for real. And there are rumors of so-called the red rooms, okay? Like video footage of torture and murder. They require a Bitcoin fee to enter, but they are also scams, just an urban legend. But there are a lot of bad things for bad people, to be honest. Now, this picture will explain everything. So you can see that here is the surface web. We have Google, we have Bing, Wikipedia, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. This is the surface web. It is legal. Now here, this is the deep web. Now deep web is not illegal. As you can see, these are websites that are not indexed, like academic information, medical records, legal documents, scientific reports, subscription information, conference proceeding, government, organization-specific repositories, and so on. All right. Now, on the other hand, the dark web actually here were the illegal stuff. So illegal information, Tor encrypted site, drug trafficking sites, private communication, and so on. Now all of that actually is illegal. Okay, so deep web and dark web, they are different. Now of course, deep web and dark web, the same technology. These are websites that cannot be accessed directly. You need the address for it, okay? Or websites are not indexed. But the deep web is something legal. The dark web is something illegal, okay? Now, is it illegal to access the deep web or the dark web? Now, obviously, it's no. No, it is not illegal to go browsing on non-indexed page, all right? Now, or to use a high privacy like Tor. Don't worry, we will talk about Tor in details. Even you will understand how the system works, how Tor works. Now, again, like Tor, traditionally associated with the browsing, the deep web and dark web. And in fact, part of the deep web might include your old blog from 10 years ago, which search engine failed to index because it's very old and devoid of content. Okay? Now, what is illegal actually is not just to access and browse the overlay network called the deep web or dark web, but to look into the illegal services sold on these networks, or to attempt to hack things without permission. That's what can get someone in trouble, not just simply the browsing. Okay? So here is a list. What is the difference between deep web and dark web? Deep web is the portion of the internet is hidden and not shown from conventional search engines. Now the dark web is a subset of deep web which is intentionally hidden. Now deep web, to access this you require password encryption or special software. Dark web, to access this you require Tor project or similar browser. Alright? Now for the deep web, it is larger than the surface web. Of course, we saw that in the picture. Dark web, it is a subset of deep web, but it is size immeasurable. Why is that? Because we don't know. We don't know. Because it is illegal. It is hidden. It is intended, as you can see, intentionally hidden. Alright? Now, the deep web, they are usually used for legit purposes that require anonymity. Okay? Like political stuff, university research, medical records, and so on. We saw that actually. But in the dark web, sometimes used for illegal activities, drug, child pornography, weapons, ammunition, and so on. Deep web, it includes all unindexed web pages. The dark web, it only includes subset of unindexed web pages inside the deep web. Now in the deep web, you can access it with a VPN, it's okay. But the dark web need lots of precautions to access this data. Okay, alright. Now in the next lecture, we will start handling what is Tor. Now what is Tor and how the Tor works. And actually Tor is this thing that needed to create a Tor website, to create a dark website. Now actually I'm not telling you to do a dark website or to do some bad stuff like child pornography or weapons websites or something like that. No, but we need to understand the technology and to know how this technology works, so to capture the bad people that doing bad stuff. All right, we need to know how bad people think. All right, and by the way, this is what Elliot did in the show when he captured the Tor website that running on Ron's Cafe or using the bandwidth of Ron's Cafe. Now what is Tor and how it works? Now what is Tor? Now the name Tor can refer to several different components. Now Tor is a program that you can run on your computer that helps you or helps keep you safe on the internet. It protects you by bouncing your communications around a distributed network of relays run by volunteers all around the world. It prevents somebody watching your internet connection from learning what sites you visit. Okay? So actually this set of volunteer relays is called the Tor network. The way most people use Tor is with Tor browser, which is a version of Firefox that fixes many privacy issues. Now the Tor project is a non-profit or charity organization that maintains and develops the Tor web software. It has received funds from the US government primarily, and additional aid from Swedish government and different NGOs and individual sponsors. All right. Now, who created Tor? Now, actually, Tor uses the principle of onion routing, which was developed by Paul Severson, Michael G. Reed, and David Goldsklag. Now, I'm sorry, maybe I mispronounced the names. So again, I'm so sorry about this. At the United States, they created that or developed that at the United States Naval Research Laboratory in 1990s. Now, again, you may say, now this is boring stuff, please. I know this is somehow boring, but please follow me for now, because when the real hack start, it's very important to have a history of Tor. Now, because somebody may say, no, oh, Tor, yeah, they have a connection with the NSA, and they are spying others. Now, this may sound true. Now, maybe this is true, or this is false. I'm not sure actually. But I want for you to know all of the history and every details about it. Now, further development was carried out under the financial roof of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the EFF. Okay. Now, here is the most important part. Actually, I know that was a very boring part, a history of Tor project, but this is the most important part, and this is required to focus here to understand what Elliot did. Okay, now Tor uses the concept of the onion router method, in which the user data is first encrypted and then transferred through different layers present in the Tor network. Okay, now here is the first step. Now here actually, Tor makes it possible for users to hide their location while offering various kinds of services, okay, such as web publishing or an instance messaging server. All right, so Tor using something called rendezvous points, okay, and the other Tor users can connect to these onion services, or formerly known as hidden services. Okay, all right. Now here you can see that in the step 1, Bob, here we have Bob, we have Alice, we have this DB or database server, we have this as you can see from the Tor cloud or the Tor network, there are a lot of relays or nodes, and these nodes called the IB or introduction points, as you can see, IB, which means introduction points. And here, the green lines here is Tor circuit, which means that there are a network between those three for Bob, okay? And here is the public key, and here is the rendezvous point, okay, or the RP, okay? Now, the step 1 is that Bob picks some introduction point, as you can see, IB 1, 2, 3, and build circuits to them. All right? All right. And he will ask them to act as introduction point by telling them its public key. Okay? But note that in the following figure here, the green links are circuit rather than direct connection. Okay? So by using a full Tor circuit, it is hard for everyone to associate an introduction point with the onion server's IP address, okay? So these are not connection, these are circuit. And Bob share his public key with them, all right? All right. By the way, I got this from the official website of Tor project. If you are interested to read more, I provide you with the link to it. Please check the external resources here from this lecture. You can see it. Just go to it and read more if you want to. Actually, there are a lot of low-level detail of the protocol, if you are interested, okay? But I will try to make it readable and easy to understand as much as possible. The step 2, Bob advertises his service, which is the xyz.onion at the database, okay? So actually, here, Bob assembles an onion service descriptor, as you can see, this one, the dots square here. So actually, this descriptor containing its public key and summary of each introduction point, and sign this descriptor, which is this one, with its private key. Okay, so Bob will sign this descriptor, as you can see, that contains the introduction point and the BK, and after it signs with this pub key, this private key, it will go and it will be uploaded to the hash table that inside the database or the DB server, okay? Now, in step 3, here you can see that Alice hears that xyz.onion exists and she requests more info from the database. She also sets up a rendezvous point, though she could have done this before, okay? So here actually Alice will want to connect or to contact the onion service, which is the Tor or the Bob stuff, to learn more about the onion address first. So then Alice can initiate the connection establishment by downloading the descriptor from the distributed hash table. So it will get the descriptor that Bob uploaded. Remember in the previous, Bob upload this descriptor that's signed by his private key and he uploaded to the DB. By the way, it contains the introduction point and the public key. Then Alice retrieve it. Okay. Now Alice know the set of introduction points and the right public key to use. Okay. So around this time, the Alice will create a circuit to another randomly picked relay and ask it to act as a rendezvous point by telling it a one-time secret. Okay. Now in step 4, actually, Alice will write message to Bob, encrypted to BK, listing the rendezvous point and a one-time secret, and asks an introduction point to deliver it to Bob. So you can see that the descriptor, this time, it has the one-time secret, and it put it on the rendezvous point, okay? And it will request to be delivered, and Alice will request it to be delivered to the onion service. Okay, now the onion service here in our case is Bob. Okay, now in step 5, Bob connects to Alice rendezvous point and provides her one-time secret. Okay, so Bob will connect to the rendezvous for Alice and it will provide it with a one-time secret. So Bob will decrypt the Alice introduce message and it will find the address of the rendezvous point. Okay, so how Bob actually know about the rendezvous point? Actually, it got this encrypted key, this encrypted descriptor, and it decrypted, and it will find the address of the rendezvous point and the one-time secret in it. So the service creates a circuit to a rendezvous point and sends the one-time secret to it in a rendezvous message. Okay? Now finally, Bob and Alice proceed to use their Tor circuit like normal. So because the rendezvous point notifies the Alice about successful connection establishment by Bob, then after that, both Alice and Bob can use their circuits to the rendezvous point and communicating for each other. Okay? Now, actually, the complete connection between Alice and Bob consists of 6 relays. 3 of them were picked by the client, which is Alice, and 3 of them were picked by the onion service, which is Bob in our case. All right? So actually, it is secure. And each time, actually, it is randomized. Okay? So it creates multi-layered encryption, like the onion, and it is hard to follow back to keep the identity of the user safe. As a result, nobody can link your identity to any single point. Okay? Now, here is a simple graph actually. So you can see that we have this Tor client and this is the destination. Now, here is the entry guard and here is the Tor network. And inside it, we have a relays or middle relays. Finally, we have exit relay. And this exit relay, it will give the traffic to the destination. But you can see that the green is encrypted and the dotted red lines are not encrypted by Tor. Okay, so for this Tor network, the entry guard and the exit relay knows what is Tor client. Okay, actually, the entry guard know the IP of Tor client, but the exit relay know where is the destination. As you can see, these are not encrypted by Tor, so the exit relay will understand or know what is the destination. But actually, will exit relay know the IP of Tor client? No. Actually, the middle relay will not know the IP of Tor client. Only the entry guard will know the origin or the IP of the Tor client. Okay? But exit relay will not know. Middle relay will not know. Another question. Will the entry guard know the destination? No, actually. It will not know. The middle relay? No. It will not know. But the exit relay, yeah, it will understand and it will know the destination. Because this is the entry guard, it will know the origin. or the Tor client IP. And the exit relay, it will not know the IP of the Tor client, but it will know the IP of the destination. And the entry guard will not know the IP of the destination, only the IP of Tor client. Okay? Now I know you may get confused, but again, if you want to read more about Tor, actually you can check the link I provide you to the official Tor project and you can read more about it if you are interested. Here, what Elliot did actually is that he know that there are a destination or there are a server running behind or running on the Tor network, okay? And how he did know that, we will discuss that in details, no worries, okay? So one encryption layer is decrypted at each successful Tor relay and the remaining data is forwarded to any random relay until it reaches its destination server. So for the destination server, the last Tor node or exit relay appears as the origin of the data, okay? So it's thus tough to trace the identity of the user or the server by any surveillance system acting as the middleman. Other than providing anonymity to standalone users, Tor can also provide anonymity to your websites and servers in the form of Tor hidden services. Also, peer-to-peer applications like BitTorrent can be configured to use the Tor network and download torrent files. Now, is using Tor illegal? No, because Tor browser and dark web aren't illegal on their own. However, if you end up performing some illegal activity, obviously, on the dark web using Tor, that will surely invite trouble. So as always, we recommend, by the way, I got this from the official website. As you can see, we recommend that you use this technology to perform legal actions and enhance your privacy only. So of course, obviously, don't use it for bad stuff. Now, the NSA agent Edward Snowden used Tor to leak information about PRISM to the Guardian and the Washington Post. However, the story is not all good because Tor faces criticism for the reason that it acts as a medium for different illegal activities like data breaching, drug dealing, gambling, being home to dark websites, and so on. Okay? Now, Tor is also used by criminals' minds to communicate over the network or the internet while keeping their identity hidden, which makes it difficult for the security agencies to trace them. The US National Security Agency NSA has called Tor the king of high secure, low latency internet anonymity. And it has received similar comments by Business Week magazine, like perhaps the most effective means of defeating the online surveillance effort of intelligence agencies around the world. Okay? Now, another speculation made is that Tor takes its funding from the US government, which may lead to the assumption that NSA may have compromised the identities of individual Tor users. However, Tor's former executive director, Andrew Luhmann, disclaimed any confederations with NSA. Well, I'm not saying to believe that or not. I'm just reading you. You are the one to judge if this is true or not true. So, is Tor browser safe? There are various of claims that have been made about compromising Tor's anonymity and security from time to time. The most famous one was the Bad Apple attack, in which the researchers claimed to have identified around 10,000 IP addresses of active BitTorrent users who were connected via Tor. And the Heartbleed bug was behind another major compromise in April 2014, which halted the Tor network for several days. Okay? There are traffic fingerprinting method that used to analyze web traffic by analyzing the patterns, responses, and packets in a particular direction. This technique can be used to attack the Tor network by making the attacker's computer act as the guard. Okay? So the attacker's computer will act as the guard, or the entry guard, the entry point that we saw previously. The main vulnerability was found at its exit points, where the level of security is very low as compared to the rest of the Tor network. Man-in-the-middle attacks, or MITM, okay? Now, what is man-in-the-middle attack? Now, it is a common type of cybersecurity attack that allows attackers to eavesdrop on the communication between two targets. The attack takes place in between two legitimately communicating hosts, allowing the attacker to listen to a conversation they should normally not be able to listen to, hence the name man in the middle. As you can see from this graph, we have Alice and we have Bob, and Alice will send a message to Bob. Now we have Eve, which is the eavesdropper, and it will start listening to the message and intercepting the traffic. And actually, this is what Elliot did in the scene when he started intercepting the traffic and he noticed the Tor website. Don't worry, we will talk about this later on in details, how he managed to do such a thing. Technically, I mean. Now here you can see that Alice and Bob are having conversation and Eve wants to eavesdrop on the conversation but also remain transparent. Now Eve could tell Alice that she was Bob and tell Bob that she was Alice. This would lead Alice to believe she's speaking to Bob while actually revealing her part of the conversation to Eve. And Eve could then gather information from this and alter the responses, pass the message along to Bob, who thinks he's talking to Alice. As a result, Eve is able to transparently hijack their conversation. So the types of man-in-the-middle attacks. We have the roach access point. So devices equipped with wireless cards will often try to auto-connect to the access point that is emitting the strongest signal. Attackers can set up their own wireless access point and trick nearby devices to join its domain. All of the victim's network traffic can now be manipulated by the attacker. This is dangerous because the attacker doesn't even have to be a trusted network to do this. The attacker simply needs a close enough physical proximity. We have the ARP spoofing. Now ARP is the address resolution protocol and it is used to resolve the IP addresses to physical MAC or media access control addresses in a local network area. Okay, now when a host needs to talk to host with a given IP address, it references the ARP cache to resolve the IP address to a MAC address. If the address is not known, a request is made asking for MAC address of the device with the IP address. Because after all, this is a layer 2, the data link layer, which is MAC address. So we need the ARP to resolution or to map the IP to MAC and vice versa. Actually, we have something called reverse ARP as well, RARP. This is to do the vice versa thing, okay? Now, actually, this is the thing that Elliot used to hijack the traffic, technically, okay? But again, we will talk about this, how he managed to do that, what are the tools, and how to do such attack. Don't worry, we will do that. And we will build the environment for that, actually. Now we have also the attacker wishing to pose as another host could respond to request. It shouldn't be responding to it with its own MAC address. So with some precisely placed packets, an attacker can sniff the private traffic between two hosts. Valuable information can be extracted from the traffic, such as the exchange of session tokens, yielding full access to application accounts that the attacker should not be able to access. Now we have the MDNS spoofing or the multicast DNS. So the multicast DNS is similar to DNS, but it is done on local area network, the LAN, using broadcast like the ARP. This makes it perfect target for spoofing attacks, and the local name resolution system is supposed to make the configuration of network devices extremely simple. Also, the user do not have to know exactly which addresses their devices should be communicating with. They let the system resolve it for them. Devices such as TVs, printers, and entertainment systems make use of this protocol since they are typically on trusted network. So when an application needs to know the address of a certain device, such as tv.local, an attacker can easily respond to that request with fake data, instructing it to resolve to an address it has control over. So since devices keep a local cache of addresses, the victim will now see the attacker's device as trusted for a duration of time. We have the DNS spoofing. Similar to the way ARP resolve IP address to MAC address on a LAN, DNS resolve domain name to IP. Okay, I think you are familiar with that. If you are not, it's okay. This is the domain name system or server. This is to map domain names to IP or IP to domain names. So when using DNS spoofing attack, the attacker attempts to introduce corrupt DNS cache information to a host in an attempt to access another host using their domain name. Okay, so this leads to victims sending sensitive information to malicious hosts with the belief they are sending information to trusted source. An attacker who has already spoofed an IP address could have a much easier time spoofing DNS simply by resolving the IP address, by resolving the address of a DNS server to the attacker's address. So we have man-in-the-middle attack techniques. The first thing, which is the sniffing. Attackers can use packets capture tools to inspect packets at a lower level using specific wireless devices that are allowed to be put into monitoring or promiscuous mode can allow an attacker to see packets that are not intended for it to see, such as packet addressed or to other hosts. Now we have the packet injection. An attacker can also leverage their device's monitoring mode to inject malicious packets into data communication streams. The packets can blend in with valid data communication streams, appearing to be part of the communication but malicious in nature. And packet injection usually involves first sniffing to determine how and when to craft and send packets. We have the session hijacking. Most web applications use a login mechanism that generates a temporary session token to use for future requests to avoid requiring the user to type a password at every page. So an attacker can sniff sensitive traffic to identify the session token for a user and use it to make a request as the user. And the attacker doesn't need to spoof once he has session token. We have the SSL stripping. Since using HTTPS is a common safeguard against R or DNS spoofing, attackers use SSL stripping to intercept packets and alter their HTTPS-based address requests to go to their HTTP equivalent point, forcing the host to make requests to the server unencrypted. Sensitive information can be leaked in a plain text. Now, how to detect man-in-the-middle attack? Now, detecting man-in-the-middle attack can be very difficult without taking the proper steps. If you aren't actively searching to determine if your communication have been intercepted, man-in-the-middle attack can potentially go unnoticed until it is too late. So checking for proper page authentication and implementation, some sort of tamper detection are typically the key methods to detect possible attack. So the tamper detection. But these procedures might require extra forensic analysis after the fact. Okay? So it is important to take precautionary measures to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks before they occur, rather than attempting to detect them while they are actively occurring. Being aware of browsing practices and recognizing potentially harmful areas can be essential to maintaining a secure network. Okay? Now, what is the best practices to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks? The first thing, strong web or web encryption on access point. So having a strong encryption mechanism on wireless access point prevents unwanted user from joining your network just by being nearby. A weak encryption mechanism can allow an attacker to brute force his way into a network and begin man-in-the-middle attack. So the stronger the encryption implementation, the safer you are. Another thing, which is strong router login credentials. Of course, don't use admin. So it is essential to make sure your default router login is changed. Not just your Wi-Fi password, but your router login credentials. If an attacker finds your router login credential, they can change your DNS servers to their malicious servers, or even worse, infect your router with malicious software. We have virtual private network, the VPN. So VPNs can be used to create a secure environment for sensitive information within a local area network. So they use a key-based encryption to create a subnet for secure communication. This way, even if an attacker happens to get on a network that is shared, he will not be able to decipher the traffic in the VPN because it is encrypted. We can force HTTPS. So HTTPS can be used to securely communicate over HTTP using public-private key exchange. This prevents an attacker from having any use of data he may be sniffing website. So you should only use HTTPS and not provide HTTP alternatives. Users can install browser plugins to enforce always using HTTPS on requests. The public key pair-based authentication. Man-in-the-middle attacks typically involve spoofing something or another. So public key pair based authentication like RSA can be used in various layers of the stack to help ensure whether the things you are communicating with are actually the things you want to be communicating with. Thanks for watching. Now, what is packet sniffing? Packet sniffing is the practice of gathering, collecting, and logging some or all packets that passes through a computer network regardless of how the packet is addressed. So in this way, every packet or a defined subset of packets may be gathered for further analysis. You as a network administrators can use the collected data for a wide variety of purposes like monitoring, bandwidth, and traffic. Now, a packet sniffer, sometimes called a packet analyzer, and it is composed of two main parts. First, a network adapter that connects the sniffer to existing network, and second, a software that provides a way to log, see, or analyze the data collected by the device. Now, how does the packet sniffing work? A network is a collection of nodes such as personal computers, servers, networking hardware that are connected. The network connection allows data to be transferred between these devices. The connections can be physical with cables or wireless with radio signals. Networks can also be a combination of both types. Now, as nodes send data across the network, each transmission is broken down into smaller pieces called packets. Okay? The defined length and shape allows the data packet to be checked for completeness and usability. Because a network's infrastructure is common to many nodes, packets destined for different nodes will pass through numerous other nodes on the way to their destination. So to ensure data is not mixed up, each packet is assigned an address that represents the intended destination of that packet. A packet's address is examined by each network adapter and connected device to determine what node the packet is destined for. Under normal operating conditions, if a node sees a packet that is not addressed to it, the node ignores that packet and its data. Packet sniffing ignores this standard practice and collects all or some of the packets regardless of how they are addressed. Now, types of packet sniffers. We have hardware packet sniffers. A hardware packet sniffer is designed to be plugged into a network and to examine it. A hardware packet sniffer is particularly useful when attempting to see traffic of a specific network segment. By plugging directly into the physical network at the appropriate location, a hardware packet sniffer can ensure that no packets are lost due to filtering, routing, or other deliberate or inadvertent causes. Now we have soft packet sniffers. And most packet sniffers these days are the soft variety. While any network interface attached to a network can receive every bit of network traffic that flows by, most are configured not to do so. A software packet sniffer changes this configuration so that the network interface passes all the network traffic up the stack. This configuration is known as promiscuous mode for the most network adapters, or the monitored mode. Once in promiscuous mode or monitored mode, the functionality of a packet sniffer becomes a matter of separating, reassembling, and logging all software packets that pass the interface regardless of their destination addresses. Now it's time to understand the Ron's Cafe scene, the real hack, what happened there. Now actually, from the dialogue, we will assume that this is the network infrastructure. All right, this is it. Now, this is the whole infrastructure. So we have client 1, 2, 3 through the Ethernet. By the way, this is a gigabit. This is a fiber, all right? Gigabit lines or wires. Here we have access point for the Wi-Fi, like the laptops or the mobile phones or whatever. And we have Tor server hosted through the network. And we have exit node as well through the network, okay? And here is the router, and here is the internet, which is, or the ISP, whatever, okay? Now this is the first topology actually. We have another topology that we assume that there are no exit node here. There are Tor server here, okay? Only the Tor server here, physically here. Or not necessarily physically, but it uses this bandwidth, the bandwidth of Ron's Cafe. Anyway, Now you can see that we are going from the internet to the router, the traffic go to the switch, then it will go to the exit node. Now from the exit node, it will go again to the switch and it will go to the Tor server. Now from previously, we learned that all of that here, you can see that here, from the internet to the exit node, all of it is encrypted through the Tor network. But from the exit node to the Tor server, it is not encrypted. So that's why we assumed, depends on the dialogue of Elliot in the show, that Elliot, as you can see, he able to hack the traffic between the Tor server and the exit node, okay? So he make man-the-middle attack and he start intercepting the traffic. Then he start sniffing and he noticed that there are a Tor server inside the network. Now, please don't worry. We will have that in details. What are the tools and how to do that? Actually, before that, by the way, we will build the infrastructure. So we will build that Tor server and we will have the Elliot or the Kali machine, Elliot machine. And don't worry, we will talk about this in the next few slides. Okay. Now this is the first topology, actually. Now the second topology is without having exit node. Now Elliot has controlled the exit node through the internet. Okay. Now this is the second assumption. Okay. But the previous assumption, by the way, here, actually this is much easier. Why is that? Because the exit node, that the traffic going from it to the Tor server, Elliot compromise it, and then Elliot will control everything. And it will see, he will see everything. All right. And he will control the server, whatever traffic going to or in. All right. But the second topology is that there are no exit node here in the bandwidth of Ron's Cafe. The exit node is on the internet, on the dark web or the deep web. All right. And he managed to hack this arbitrary or this random exit node through the deep web. And then he noticed the Tor server. Okay. Now, I will not talk about how he managed that or how right now. We will talk about it in Start the Hacking lecture. Don't worry. And in details, everything possible, how he managed to do that. And we will put a lot of assumptions, by the way. So don't worry. But this is the infrastructure or another assumption for the infrastructure. Depends on the dialogue. All right. Which is we have a Tor website running through Ron's Cafe bandwidth network. And the exit node is something on the deep web, all right? And the traffic going from it, and then Elliot, he managed to intercept the traffic and he know that there are a Tor server here, okay? Now, for the Tor server and for the Elliot machine, all right? Now we see here that we have Tor server, we have exit node, and we have Elliot. Okay, the switch, the access point, the clients. Now, all of that, actually, we will not talk about it because this is the infrastructure or the clients. We will not talk about the clients. We will talk about the Tor server and how to build it and the Elliot, okay? So, for the Tor server, we will have Ubuntu 18.04 LTS, long-term support. Now, why is that? Because Tor actually can be installed on Ubuntu 18. And we will install Tor there, the Onion router service as a hidden service, and we will run a simple Tor website on the Tor server. So we will be able to manage or to actually simulate the actual hack. All right, cool. So far, so good. Now for Elliot part or the hacking machine, we will have Kali Linux, okay, and we will do the man-in-the-middle attack using the EtherCap tool, and we will start sniffing using the Wireshark tool, and we will scanning using Nmap, all right? Now, please don't worry. We will have all of these infrastructure built with a step-by-step in the next lecture. So we will start with the Tor server. We will start installing Ubuntu from the scratch. Don't worry. And we will start installing Tor. We will run the Tor website. And then we will have the Elliot machine ready by installing it as a Kali Linux machine. And we will start hacking and we will start doing the hack. Okay? So don't worry at all. By the way, all of the infrastructure will be built on a virtual machine. I am using VirtualBox and I will show you how to install it, how to install and run Ubuntu machine, install the Tor and run the Tor website, install and run the Kali Linux and do the hack as well. Okay, so don't worry at all. Even if you are new to the hacking or to the cybersecurity field. Finally, we will have ways to hack the Tor website. Okay, now actually, by the way, this hacking a Tor website, by the way, it's not impossible. It's possible. Yeah, I know it is possible, but actually it is very hard. It is near to impossible. Near to impossible. Okay, but by the way, I will provide all the possible ways to hack the Tor website, or all the known ways to hack the Tor website. Okay, are you excited? In the next lecture, we will start the real fun will start there. Thanks for watching. Alright, now for the first thing, we will start building the Tor server. So we will have Ubuntu 18 and we will install Tor for it, and we will run a simple Tor website, and it will represent the disgusting website for the child pornography thing, alright, that Elliot captured. Now for that, we will install and we will start installing VirtualBox, then we will start installing Ubuntu ISO image, the Ubuntu 18, then we will install Ubuntu, and we will start installing Tor, then we will start deploying that Tor website. So from Google, let's go to the virtualbox.org, to the downloads, and from here, depends on the host machine you have. So actually, currently I am having Ubuntu machine, which is Linux machine. So I will go to the Linux distribution from here, okay? And from here, I have Ubuntu 20, which is this one. So I will go to it and I will download it as this, okay? Now I have it here downloaded. So I will open the terminal like this, and I will type this sudo dpackage -i, then the name of the package, the .deb or Debian package, and press enter. But by the way, I already have it installed, so I will not install it. And by the way, the D package or the Debian package, which is the package manager. So here, and -i option, by providing the -i option, sorry, let's increase the font size. So yeah, you can see that here. So -i, which means install. So the package, install this package. Okay. Now another way, sometimes this will not work. Another way, by typing sudo apt install, but not putting anything, just put /virtual. By the way, /, which means that the current place, and this is the package. Okay, and this will install the package here. All right. But by the way, I already installed it, so you are good to go. Now here, if you are Ubuntu user or Linux user, now if you are Windows user, it is okay, or it is easy actually. Just install here from Windows, and next, and so on. The same thing for Mac OS X. Next, nothing. All right. Or you can just follow the steps like brew install or something, or like that. So if I go to the OS X here, you can see that I am installing that .dmg package, and just double click on it when you are a Mac user, and it will go smoothly. The same thing for Windows, it is exe or executable file. Just double click on it, next, until it is finished. All right. Now let's go to Ubuntu. So Ubuntu 18 download. Okay, like this. Here is the official website for it. So actually, if I go to it, you can see we are using Ubuntu 18 LTS Bionic Beaver. All right. Now here we want to install the desktop image. By the way, we can install the server image, and the difference between those two actually, well, they have some differences, but the main difference actually, the desktop, it has a desktop environment, which means a GUI, graphical user interface. But here the server will not come with as a GUI. Now there are other differences, but we will not talk about it. No big deal. All right. So from here, just download this, which is the .iso image. Okay. By the way, you can scroll down and you have it as a torrent if you prefer a torrent. By the way, it's up to you. Okay. And again, I already installed this. Okay. Now, if you download and install VirtualBox successfully, you will see this interface. Now from here, let's add here. Okay. Or we can actually, let's go to the new. So new, let's name Tor. Let's name it Tor, and the type is Linux. And here is the version. It will be Ubuntu 64 or 32, depends on what you installed. But I installed 64. Let's go next. Now we will give it 1 giga RAM or memory. It will be 10 giga enough. Create. And yeah, we'll choose the default settings, which is VDI, dynamic. And here is 10 giga. create, and we are ready to go. Now we have two things to do here. The first thing, which is the storage. So go to the storage from the control IDE, from the empty here, choose from here and choose Ubuntu 18 and press OK. Okay, but before that, go to the network and make sure the adapter 1 is only enabled. 2, 3, 4, we don't need them. We need only one, and make sure it is enabled, and make sure it is bridge adapter. Okay, and choose the adapter you prefer. Currently I am using Wi-Fi, the wireless card, so I am using this interface or this adapter, not the Ethernet, the ENP1. Okay, so the WLP. Okay, now we are ready to go. Now let's go start like this, and here it will ask you for which one to use. Actually I will use Ubuntu 18, this disk. Okay, now we will have this page, so we will choose install Ubuntu, and we will choose English and install Ubuntu. Then we will continue US, English US. Now here we will choose minimal installation, and we will uncheck this actually, because we don't need actually all of that. And by the way, we can have the server without using the desktop version actually. Remember when we have the option to download either the desktop Ubuntu or server Ubuntu? No, actually we can have the server Ubuntu, so we will not have this graphical interface, but it's okay. It will do the job. So minimal installation, and uncheck the download updates while install Ubuntu and continue. Erase disk and install everything. We can enable the encryption, the LVM, but we don't need that actually. So let's install now, and we will go to continue. Now choose the time zone, or leave it as is, like New York or California or whatever. Continue. Now name it anything, but I will name it Tor, and as you can see, Tor-VirtualBox, and the name will be Tor, and the password Tor123123. The same thing for Tor123123. Okay, and require my password to login and continue, or login automatically. It's up to you. Actually, these are not important currently, because after all, this is just a simulation for the server, for the Tor server, because actually it's better to have a server Ubuntu, so without the graphical user interface, but it is the same actually. Again, the differences between them is the graphical user interface, the desktop environment, which is this, what we are seeing currently. Let's wait until it is finished. Now, after it is finished, you will see this message. So we will restart now, like this. Now we will wait until the Ubuntu boot again. So here you can see remove the installation medium and press enter. So we will press enter. Now here we choose Tor 123123. Now from here, actually I want to increase the display, increase the resolution. Okay, now the Ubuntu machine is ready. Now it's time to install Tor inside it. Okay, now the first thing, let's open the terminal. So actually from the activities, and then type terminal or Ctrl-Alt-T. All right. Actually, I got two terminals. Let's close the first one. So we will have it like this. So here we will put sudo apt update. Now this is the first thing. Now type Tor 123123. Now one thing I want to mention, you can see that the virtual machine is very slow. So actually I put the RAM to be 1 giga, but actually it's, if you have a lot of RAM in your host machine, you can increase it a little bit to 2 giga. It's okay, no problem. So from here, from the system, here we want to increase it to 2 giga, but of course we can't do this while it is running, right? So we need to stop it first. So actually to stop it, I need to go from here, and I can power off the machine or save the machine state. So actually I want to power off the machine, and from here, from the setting, go to the system and increase it to 2 giga, okay, which is like this. Now press OK, and let's run the machine again. Now it will be much faster, by the way. As you noticed, it is much faster now. So Tor 123123. So the first step was to open the terminal and to type sudo apt update, and we already did that, but it's okay to do that again, no problem. Okay, now after it is finished, let's open the Firefox or the browser. Now in Google, let's type install Tor. As you can see, now here we want to go to the official documentation. So from here, actually, we want to go to the documentation, which is from here, from the menu. Go to the documentation, and from here, go to the expert guides. And let's go to the install Tor on Debian or Ubuntu, which is like this. Now you can see that we can apt install Tor like this. So let's copy that, and actually let's put it here. So sudo, don't forget that, apt install Tor. Let's try if this will work or not. Yeah, actually it worked. As simple as that. No worries at all. So it will start installing. Let's wait until it is finished. All right, cool. Now this is the first step. Now if I scroll a little bit up, you can see that it will start installing a lot of packages, including the Tor stuff, all right, which is this one. The Tor GeoIP, Tor socks, whatever. Okay, now the second thing, we want to install Nginx. So sudo apt install Nginx and press yes. All right, cool. Now actually we will follow the official documentation. So from here I will go to the expert guides. I will go to the configure an onion service, and from here you can see that we can read that how to install, how to get Tor working, and here we need to install Nginx or a web server locally, and in our case it was Nginx, and here to configure the onion service. So actually let's start with this. So the first thing we want to go, I will have Vim. By the way, Vim is not installed by default, so we need to install Vim quickly. Now I will Vim etc Tor, and from here I will have Tor rc. Okay, so Tor rc, and from here if you scroll a little bit down, you can see that we will have something called from the documentation here, which is hidden service dir. Okay, now let's search about it. Yeah, you can see it is here. So I will uncomment this. By the way, if you can see that this is a read only. So if I type ls-l here, you can see that it is read only for the group and for the others, which is this one. All right. So we will have the same command vim, but this time with sudo. Okay. So yeah, actually let's delete the comment or the hashtag. So hidden service dir var lib tor hidden service. Actually I want to copy this. This is the place where the hidden service will be, and I will put hidden service on port 80, and it will be on port 80, or actually if you want it to be more secure, you can put another port which is 8080, but we will leave it as is. Okay, so the hidden service port, it will be 80, and the Nginx or the local web server, it will be 80, or here we can change it to 8080. Okay, but we want to change it from the Nginx, but for now let's leave it 80 on the local 80. All right, so let's save that actually, and actually let's go here. So cd to this place, you can see that permission denied, so I need to go as a root user, which is sudo su dash. Okay, now I want to go to this place, and you can see that there are no such file or directory because the hidden service directory is not created yet. So if I go to the varlib cd, so if I go to the varlib tor, you can see that yeah, we have it. We have the cache microservice, we have the Tor services here. Actually, how to create this directory? We need to restart Tor for it to take the effects. Okay, because the effects that we made to the Tor rc file here to be propagated, we need to restart the Tor. Because we made changes, we need to restart the Tor service, obviously. Okay, but before that, let's go to the Nginx, which is etc Nginx sites enabled. Okay, the default. Now this is the default place where the sites will be. So, or the configuration for the server. So you can see that by default it is listening on port 80 on this root var www.html. We will go there, by the way. We will go there because this is the index or the default index file or the default index page actually. So yeah, everything is as expected. So if I go here actually to the var whtml index.nginx-debian, here we can see, or we can edit actually a lot of things. So instead of welcome to Nginx, let's name it welcome to Tor website. Okay, now let's save it actually. If the browser, and if I typed 127.0.0.1 on port 80, which is by default, it will give us welcome to Tor website. Now this is from the Nginx, as you can see. This is from the Nginx, which is from this place, all right? As we saw in the Nginx configuration file. Okay, now this is not a Tor website. Now to run the Tor website, we made the changes on the etc tor rc file. We removed the comment, remember? And then secondly, we want to restart the Tor service. So systemctl restart. By the way, we need a root user or the sudo permission for that. And then choose Tor. Okay, so now we are ready. Now remember when we looked for this hidden service and we couldn't find it, no such file or directory. Now it should be here. If I type ls, yeah, you can see it is here. So if I go to it, let's see what is inside it. You can see that we have two things here, the host name and the private key. The host name, if I cat it, which means let's see the content of this text file, you can see we have the URL for the service. All right, so far so good. Now actually, if I open this and put it here, will this go? No, actually, you can see, because this is a regular browser, Firefox. It will not find this website. Actually, this website is currently available. Now, this is the Tor website, but you can see that it is not here. Nothing here, actually, as you can see. We have a problem finding that site. Now, for that, we need a special browser, which is the Tor browser. And we can install it from here, by the way. So yeah, if you can see, you can install Tor browser. And I want to install it for Linux, as you can see, because I have Ubuntu. By the way, it's not mandatory to install it from here. You can install it from anywhere you want. Okay, so let's save it. So for example, you want to install it from Windows, from Mac, on your host machine, on your mobile phone, it's okay. It will do the job, no problem. And by the way, it doesn't require you to have a public IP address or something like that, by the way. Even if you are not inside the network, you can access this Tor website if you have the address for it. Now, let's go to it. Let's extract it here. Okay, now let's open it from here. As simple as that. Now, right click here, open the terminal, type ls. You can see that we have executable file here, or script. Now, just / start the Tor browser and open it. It will start launching, as you can see. Now, you can see we will have this. All right, so you can configure the connection to adjust a network settings, or you can just press OK or connect, and it will negotiate and will start establishing the encryption and the connection, as we learned previously from the theory part. It was in our example, this is Alice and the server is Bob. All right, cool. Now you can see that now it is here. Now again, let's go to the terminal here. Actually, I want to close from this and I want to go here. I will copy and paste the onion URL. Now remember when we put it here, it gave us server not found. Now what will happen if we put it here? Let's see. And by the way, Tor is very slow. Keep that in your mind. Why is that? We already know that. Now you can see that, yeah, welcome to Tor website. So you can see that the Tor website are not able to be accessed from a regular web browser. We need a special browser, which is Tor web browser, one of the example. And here we are able to access this website. So no one can access actually this website unless he has the address for it, the .onion address, okay? So to make sure that, yeah, we are going to the same website, so let's change something here. So welcome to Tor website. Let's put another thing here. So let's go to vim var www html the index Now let's change welcome to Tor website testing or something like that. So let's save that and let's refresh if it will work or not. Yeah, you can see welcome to Tor website testing. So which means that we are going to the exact website that we are serving. And so we are ready to go. Okay. So actually, let's change or put something here. So instead of like that, let's say this is the Tor website, or let's say here Tor website, and here let's put some disgusting content. Okay, like this, because it was child pornography, by the way. So yeah, let's put that and let's refresh to see here. Yeah, you can see that it is here. So it's here Tor website, some disgusting content. Okay. All right. Now for the Tor web server, we are ready to go. Now in the next lecture, we will start building the Elliot machine or the hacking machine, and then we will start the real stuff or the real hacking. All right. I will see you there. All right. For the Elliot or the hacking machine, we will start installing Kali Linux machine, the Kali Linux ISO from the official website. Then we will start see the tools that we will use. Let's start. All right. Now the first thing, go to Google Kali Linux. Now go to the downloads, and here we will start installing our Kali Linux machine. So actually we will use a Kali Linux 64-bit, and we will have it as a live. Okay. And by the way, we can have it as installer. It's okay. So we will have it either as a live or as an installer. For that, I will use Kali Linux 64 for as installer, and I will download it from torrent or from the ISO. Okay, so for the ISO, and we will have it like this. By the way, I already download that. So after this, let's open VirtualBox and let's press new and let's name it Kali machine, for example, and it is Linux, and it is because Kali Linux is not under one of these, so let's put other Linux 64 and press X. Now let's put 2 giga, or you can put 1 giga, but if you have a resource or you have a lot of RAM on your computer, laptop, PC, whatever, it's okay. Choose 2 giga or more. I will choose 2 giga, create, next, dynamic, next, the default values. All right. Now from here, go to the two things. Remember the storage and what? Yeah, you're right. The network. So the storage from here, choose Kali Linux live or installer. Depends on what you choose. All right. Now this is the storage, and then choose the network. Make sure only the adapter 1, and make sure it is bridged adapter, and choose the adapter you want and press OK. Now press start. So it will start here, and choose this time the Kali Linux. All right. For the disk. Here I will choose a graphical install. So actually let's, yeah, graphical install. So from the view here, actually let's put this, the virtual machine, to be scaled to 200% like this. Yeah, actually it's not good like that. Let's put it to 150. Yeah, this is better. So I will put English and United States, American English. Now here it will ask you for the host name. Leave it as is, Kali, no domain name. Now full name for the user, let's use it Elliot. Okay, continue. The username for the account, Elliot, and here we can choose Elliot as well. So the show password, Elliot as well. By the name, by the way, you can name it whatever you want. I'm just putting an example here because Elliot did the hack and we are using Elliot. All right, so it's up to you if you want to put your name, put a nickname, whatever. Okay, so continue and let's see. All right, now choose whatever time zone you want, or just press continue. Now we will use guided, use entire disk, continue, and choose the hard disk, all files in one partition. It's okay, and finish partition, continue. Right, change to the disk, press yes and continue. Let's wait a little bit until installing the system is finished. All right, now we got this problem, installation step failed. Now actually this is because maybe of the hard disk is too low or the size is very low. 8 giga is not enough maybe. So how to do such a thing? Actually, we want to quit from it, power off the machine, and from here, let's press in setting, and let's increase the storage. Okay, now a simple solution for that, actually, to remove it, delete all files, and just create a new one. Actually, this is the fastest solution. This time, let's create, but this time, don't choose it 8 giga. Let's have it for 25 giga or 30 giga. Okay, like this. So 30 giga like this. So create, and again, from the setting, let's go to the storage, and let's choose the Kali Linux we have, the image, and let's press OK. And the network, by the way, don't forget the network. We will have it as a bridge, but for now, leave it as NAT. We can change it again, okay, later on. So run that, and now just follow the steps like previously, all right, until you reach the install the system. All right, now we will start to this step. Use network mirrors, continue, and continue for none. So here it will ask you for install grub bootloader. You can say yes, continue, enter device manually, or actually choose the device you want and continue. Now you can see that finally installation complete, continue. Now it will start rebooting. So you can see that, press enter. Here we will choose Elliot and Elliot as a password. By the way, Kali Linux, the latest 2021 is now available, but I have actually 2020. Anyway, all right, now we are ready. So actually I want to go to the setting, to the display here, the display, and I want to increase the resolution a little bit. All right, now in the next lecture, we will start the hacking and the real fun using Kali Linux machine as what Elliot did, and the real fun will start from there. I will see you there. All right, now it's time to start the real hack. Now the first thing, make sure that your machines are active and running, and don't forget that the network must be bridged. So from here, make sure it is bridged, and make sure you choose the exact interface that you have. All right, so this is the Tor, and this is for the Kali, which is the Elliot machine, the hacking machine. It is for bridge as well. All right, now open it. Now here is the Ubuntu machine. Now actually make sure that the Tor service is running and active. Sudo su dash, actually to go as a root user, Tor 123.123. Yeah, if there is a mistake here. All right, yeah, cool. Now systemctl status, actually let's I want, yeah, to increase the font size. Systemctl start seat status Tor, yeah, it is running, but it's better to restart it actually to make sure everything is working as expected. The same thing for Nginx. All right, now let's run this tool, or this netstate-ntlp. Yeah, you can see it is not here, so let's install it. Now we have this tool ss-ntlp, so you can see that, yeah, it is running on port 80, which is the Nginx, and here on this port we have the Tor. By the way, sorry about this, because actually, yeah, this is better, I think. So you can see that here it is the Tor, where it is, yeah, here it is, the user is for Tor here, all right, which is running localhost on this port. All right, cool, so we are running. Now actually let's go to the etc Tor, or actually not the etc Tor, it is var lib Tor hidden services, and inside it we have the host name. So let's go to host name, let's copy it, and let's open the Tor browser. And actually I download it here in the downloads. Here it is. So I will go to it, and here open the terminal here, and /start the name of the browser, which is the bash script, by the way, or shell script, let's say. So here it will open in a moment. Yeah, here it is. You can see that it is now running. Now let's paste that to see if it is working or not. All right, cool. Now you can see that, yeah, it is running successfully. Now you can see that Tor website. Here are some disgusting content or whatever, the child pornography website that Elliot captured. All right, now here it is. Okay. All right, cool. Now let's clear the screen and let's go to the another machine, which is the Kali Linux machine. Now here, if you open the terminal like this, so actually, let's increase this font size. So actually, if I type ifconfig, you can see that here is the IP address, which is, as you can see, the subnet is .192.168.8 and 113, so 8.1.103. But here, actually, if I type ifconfig like this, you can see that, yeah, it is 8.114, which is the same subnet or the same network. Okay, cool. Which means that we are serving the Tor website on the same bandwidth. As in the show, they serve the Tor website on Ron's Cafe network or bandwidth. All right, so we are ready to go. So from here, actually, the first thing we want to make the man in the middle attack. So for that, we will use the technique ARP spoofing. Okay, and for that, the tool we will use, actually, let's go sudo dash, so which is Elliot 123.123, or actually it is just Elliot. All right, now we will use the tool called ettercap. So you can see that ettercap like this, and if I man it, so he will open the manual. This is a multi-purpose sniffer content filter for man in the middle attacks. All right, now there are a lot of tools for man in the middle attacks. By the way, there are ARP spoofing, man in the middle framework, a lot of things actually. You can read more, but this one is good. So for it, we will use the -T option, which is the text-only interface, as you can see. Also, we will use the -M capital, and the M here actually is the man in the middle attack. As you can see, -M or -MITM, which is man in the middle attack. And for that, we will use ARP, okay, which is this one, all right? And we will use remote. So by the way, you can read more about this tool, what is remote, what is one way, but briefly, remote, which is two-way. One way, which is one way, all right? So from this IP to this IP, or from as one direction or multi-direction, okay? Don't worry, we will handle it. Now, the first thing, ettercap, and then -T, which means text and as a verbose, -I, the Ethernet or the interface actually. And how to do that? Just type ifconfig. And you can see that here, the Ethernet or the interface I'm using is ETH0, Ethernet 0. And by the way, this is inside the virtual box. Okay, so I will use F0. And here we will use -M capital, as we learned previously, ARP, like this, and we will choose remote. Okay, now remote here, we will provide the first IP address, as you can see here, and then the second IP address. Okay, all right. Now the first IP address, which is the IP address of the network or of the router actually. Now how to know about it? Now remember when Elliot actually connected to the Ron's Cafe. So, and Ron's Cafe access point or the switch will have the DHCP protocol enabled. So it will give him an IP, as well as we will understand that this is the network and here is the subnet for it. So we understand that these are the network part and these are the host part. So most likely it will be 192.168.8.1. All right, cool. And to know the IP address of the network, we will use the route command, route-n, and you can see that the gateway we are going to, which is this one. If you notice here, this one is the same as this one, as the subnet, this first part, which is the network part. So actually, let's increase the font size. So here 192.168.8, here it is 192.168.8.1, which is, this is the gateway or the IP of the router. So from here I will put it, okay, and put // then / the IP of the victim, okay, which is the IP of the Tor machine. Cool, which is this one, okay, Tor 123.123. Now you may ask me, but I don't have access on this Tor machine. How should I know it? All right, it's okay, I got you. So if I type ifconfig, this is the IP of it, all right? But how should I know this is the IP for this specific machine? All right, for that we will use a tool called netdiscover. Okay, so actually let's go sudo su dash to go as a root user, Elliot user. So here we will have command called net discover, okay, like this. And if I type enter, it will start scanning all the IPs inside the network. So let's give it some times until we got the IPs. Okay, now after a time, I got these IPs. So this is the IP of the router. You can see Huawei technology, whatever. Here is one of the clients, Intel Cooperate, whatever. Here is another client, which is BCS and system, whatever. Now, how Elliot knows that this is the IP for this machine? Actually, he will try guessing here, okay? And actually, it took him a lot of times to detect if there are a lot of clients, what are the clients today. He came to the cafe a lot of times actually, and he starts scanning until he reached to the conclusion that this is the IP of this store server. Okay, so I can stop it right now and I can take this IP. So let's make sure that it's 114. Actually, if I go here, yeah, it is 114, which is the same one. All right, now actually remember this virtual machine, this one, the Kali machine, is completely separate from the Tor server, by the way, because we are using a virtual machines. So how did I know that? Because they are in the same network, and using the net discover tool, we discover that this is the IP of the machine. All right, now let's copy it and let's put it here. And again, the same syntax, which is // So the syntax will be like this. Ettercap, again, a quick recap here. We will use the command, which is ettercap -t capital, which means text or verbose, -i the interface, which is F0 that I'm using on Kali Linux on my hacking machine, -m capital, which means man in the middle attack, and the technique will be ARP with remote, and the difference between remote and one way, which means remote, which means that we will send traffic and intercept the traffic between this IP and this IP, and we will send the traffic between them, not as a one way, as a bi-directional, all right? Which means from this to this and from this to this, all right? And this is the IP of the gateway or the router or the switch in our topology. And this is the IP of the Tor machine. How did we know about this? We used the net discover tool and we found it here. Now, it is not as simple as that, because there are, imagine we have 10 or 15 clients that are connected to the network. So actually it took him a lot of time, maybe 1 month, maybe 2-3 months, I don't know actually, until he discovered that this is the IP, or this is the static IP. So the first day he found that there are 10 or 20 IP, and the other day there are another IPs, and he made a list, okay, with the IPs he found, and he found out that this IP keeps showing over and over in the list he made. So he assumed that this is the IP of the machine. So he will start doing it. So actually, before that, he will start intercepting the traffic. All right. Now, by doing that, I will start intercepting the traffic and doing man the middle attack. Again, I warn you to do that to harm others. Please do it to defend yourself, your business, cafe, or wherever, okay, from such attacks. All right. Press enter. Now you can see that it will start showing. So here actually we are starting intercepting the traffic and so on. So this is the first step. All right. Now if I go here, actually, if I open the browser, which is Tor website, if I refresh it and it is opened. So if I go here, actually it got that and intercepted here through our network card. So it's time to start sniffing the traffic. Now here, to intercept the traffic, now it's time to sniffing the traffic. How to do that? Actually, we will use sudo Wireshark, okay? Or open the Wireshark from here, okay? It's okay, but I prefer it to run it as a root, actually, like this. Cool. Now we will choose the traffic interface or the network interface, which is F0. And here actually is the network interface that we are running the attack on, or that we are intercepting the traffic, man in the middle attack. All right. So we will choose it. And from here, we'll start intercepting everything. So actually there are a lot of information, a lot of data, and so on. Now actually, how to detect a Tor website? Okay, now the first thing, there are a lot of methods or way to detect a Tor website. The first thing, using the Tor port number. By default, the Tor port number is the TCP.port. Actually, I'm using the filter here. Equal 9001. Okay? Yeah, we got it. Okay? From our first try, we got that there are a Tor website running on Tor server. Okay? Now, how actually did I know this is the default port number for Tor website? Now, actually, it's not from me. I just read about it. This is the default port number. How it is the port 80, the default for HTTP. This is the default port for Tor. Simple. Now, this is one of the way to detect a Tor website. Now, some people change this default because they want to make it very hard to capture the traffic or capture there is a Tor website running. So they change this default port to something else. So we cannot use this method. We need another method. And what is the method? Actually, by typing the IPs. All right. Now, remember from the topology, from the theory side, from Tor or how Tor works, that we mentioned that there are exit nodes or entry guards, right? And they have a public IPs available. All right. Now, if we have a list of the known public IPs for the entry guards or the exit nodes and compare it here, then we can find it. And you can see that this is the IP. You can see that. So if I remove this, so let's remove this filter. So you can see that there are a lot of traffic. All right. Now I am intercepting that the source is coming from this and going to this arbitrary destination public IP address. Okay. And the protocol is TLS, whatever. Okay. So for the source IP, I know that this is the IP of the Tor machine. We saw that 8.114. We saw that. Now the destination, what is this IP address? All right. So I want to make sure that this IP is not one of the entry guard or exit nodes. Okay. So if it is one of these, so we make sure that this is a Tor website. So we are communicating, or this Tor server, the Ubuntu server, I mean this one, is communicating with a Tor website, and he got connection from an exit node or wherever. Okay. Now, by the way, I used the Tor browser or Tor client from the same machine. So if I have it from another machine, it is okay. It will be the same actually. Okay. Because we got connection through our network from some IP address through this. So either it is coming from the same network of Ron Scuffy, or it is coming from a network from outside Ron Scuffy through the internet, as we saw previously. Okay, it's okay. It is the same after all. Either running or seeing if it is a TCP port on port 9001, or we can see that there are some public IPs address. You can see that there are some public IP address, and let's start checking these public IP addresses. For that, actually, I provided you with these links. Actually, I got this from the official documentation, the relay search. We already know that the relay or the nodes in Tor network are running as a volunteer around the world. All right. So some of these bad people are using these relay or these nodes as entry guard or as exit nodes. Okay. So we will assume that in the show that the Tor website was using one of these nodes, okay, from these, and Elliot, he captured this. So actually, let's take this IP for example. So actually, if we have this IP address, which is this one, okay, so let's search about it, 219, okay. Now you can see that it is not here, okay. Now let's find here in the entry guard. So this is for the entry guard, by the way. As you can see, the search is, oh, sorry, for the exit guard, for the exit node. The flag is exit. Here, for the entry guard or the guards. So if I found it here, if I search about it here, oh, you can see we found it. So which means that this IP address is used as a guard. Where it is, here it is, yeah. As entry guard or as a guard, which means that, yeah, this traffic, where it is, yeah, here it is, that this means that this IP address, which is the IP address of Tor, is contacting an entry guard or exit node with this public IP address. We assumed now that 90% or more actually, let's say it is 97%, we are seeing a Tor traffic, okay? By the way, we already assumed that by seeing the TCP port, which is 9001. We already saw that, but imagine if that the default port has been changed, okay? So this is the other way, which is by looking or by searching for the public IP we are talking to. So the public IP of the entry guard or the exit node We found it here. We search about it here. And I provide you, by the way, with these links. And actually, you can search it here from the official documentation or the official website. And we noticed, or we know that this is our Tor website that are running on this specific port, okay? Now, not specific here on this specific IP, because this IP is the IP of the Tor server itself, all right? Because we are running the Tor client or Tor browser from the same server. All right, so far so good. Now, we noticed that this is the IP of the server that are coming or going to this one. So we came with a conclusion. This IP is the IP of the server that we are contacting an exit node or entry guard, whatever, which is used in the Tor network. So we will assume that this IP address is the IP address. So let's stop that. So we will assume that this IP address is the IP address of the Tor server. Or maybe Tor client. I don't know actually. We don't know. So how to make sure? We will start scanning this IP address. So actually, let's stop that by typing Ctrl+C. All right. We don't need to intercept anymore. Okay. Let's quit from this. Let's quit from the Kali, from the Wireshark. Let's quit from it. We don't need it anymore. Now, we assume that this is the IP address, which is this one, .168.8.114. This is the IP address of this suspicious Tor server. Maybe Tor server, maybe not. How to make sure? We will start using the nmap utility or tool. So nmap to start scanning. So nmap this IP address, and you can see that it will show us only the port 8000 because by default this is the first 1000. So let's type this time -p- to scan all the ports, and let's give it some time because the port 9000 is not within the first 1000. By the way, you can see not shown, 999 closed. All right, cool. Now you can see that even though we scanned everything, as you can see all ports, so you can see that all the ports are closed. Now why the port 9001 is not opened here? Because if you noticed here in the Tor server, yeah, I know we don't have access yet on this server, but we already know the technology. So from here, actually, if you go to the vim etc Tor rc or Tor rc, you can see that if I go to the dir something, where it is, yeah, the hidden service dir, you can see that it is running 80 on the local host 80. All right. So here it is. So you can see that it is running locally. So you can see that here it is. So the port that are running 9000, you can change it, by the way. Okay. So we didn't. So by that, actually, we made sure that, yeah, it is running on port 80. So this is HTTP Service Engine X. And why we use it? Why we use that? On port 9001. Okay. So you can see that it is on this IP address and on this 9000 port, which means that, yeah, it is a Tor website 100% on this IP address. All right. Now here's come the part of how to hack the machine. Now actually hacking Tor website or Tor exit node is very hard. So how Elliot managed to hack this specific server? Now they didn't give much details about how he hacked it, but maybe he found some vulnerability on this machine, okay? So maybe he was able to access it through the network, as you can see, because it is port 80. So, or he can find there is a bug or vulnerability running in this server, and he compromised the system by that. But from the dialogue, he said that he is the one in control of the exit node, which makes me the one on control. So from this dialogue, we understand that he compromised not the Tor server, he compromised the exit node, which is actually harder than compromising the server itself. So if he said that, yeah, we noticed that the server in the same network, and I scanned it, I found there are some vulnerability and start hacking it, though actually this is a better. But he said that no, he compromised the exit node, that referring to this machine. Now how to compromise a Tor exit nodes or entry guard? Actually it's very hard. You need to compromise almost 90% of the Tor relay networks around the world, and then you will start capturing the traffic on each one, and then you can detect that it is going to Tor on Ron's cafe, and this what makes it hard actually. So this is just for the show, this is not real 100%, to be honest. So theoretically it is possible, but actually it takes a lot of dedication, effort, time, and on top of that you need a lot of luck. Actually 90% you need luck, to be honest, because from the theory part I showed you that choosing the relay or choosing the circuit for this Tor network, it requires randomization, and to know exactly that the traffic going from this place to this Tor server is very hard. So how he managed to do that, I don't know actually, but I think this is for the sake of the show. After all, they need some drama, right? By the way, I provided you the method how to hack a Tor website, the ways to hack a website, Tor website. Well, it sounds insane or impossible, let's say hard, but just as a theory part, okay? So we will assume that actually to be a real life, that in the Tor, in Ron's cafe, the Tor server exists, and here it is the IP address of it, and he managed to find a vulnerability here inside this server, and he start hacking it, and he managed to hack it by exploiting that vulnerability, and which is clearly they didn't show us and they didn't give much details about it. All right, thanks for watching. DDoS attack scene. We saw that Elliot is brought in to stop the DDoS attack. So he discovered that the attack is a vehicle for more serious attack, which is a root attack or rootkit program, a stealthy sort of malicious program that hides its presence well on the system, and it grants the cybercriminal privileged access to a computer or network. So in this case, the attack threatens to infect multiple E-Corp servers. Alright, now DDoS attack scene. Is it real or accurate? Is this hack possible in real life? Now I want to say yes, because DOS or DDoS attack actually is a real life, and it happens commonly. And it is one of the most dangerous attacks that happen in the cyber world. So is it accurate 100%? No, I will not say it is 100% accurate, because the tools that used in the show or some of the techniques are not accurate 100%, or the commands actually used in the terminal are not real. Or maybe if they have their own commands for this specific server or their own operating system, now this is another story. All right? Okay, now here in this scene, in this section, we will learn what is a DDoS attack and how does a DDoS attack works, and how to identify a DDoS attack, what is a DDoS botnet, what is the botnet, so how this botnet thing controlled, and how to protect from becoming part of a botnet. I mean your computer, your IoT devices, smart TVs, whatever. And common DDoS attacks, we will handle it. DDoS attack tools, we will see the available known the DDoS attack tools. We will see a famous real-life DDoS attacks that happened, and the countermeasure for the DDoS attack. Alright? Now, what is a DDoS attack? Now, the distributed denial of service or DDoS attack is a malicious attempt to distribute the normal traffic of a targeted server, service, or network by overwhelming the target or its surrounding infrastructure with a flood of internet traffic. So, DDoS attacks achieve effectiveness by utilizing multiple compromised computer systems as sources of attack. So actually, we have DOS and DDoS. So DOS, denial of service, the extra D for distributed, which means we have a lot, as you can see that, a lot of compromised systems, network of that. And exploited machines can include computers and other network resources such as IoT devices like smart TVs, fridges, whatever. Now, from a high level, the DDoS attack is like an unexpected traffic jam clogging up the highway, preventing a regular traffic from arriving at its destination. By the way, I got this information from a trusted source. How does a DDoS attack works? Now, DDoS attacks are carried out with networks of internet-connected machines. These networks consist of computers and other devices, such as IoT devices, which have been infected with a malware allowing them to be controlled remotely by an attacker. And these individual devices are referred to as bots or zombies. And a group of bots is called a botnet. Don't worry, we will talk about botnet in details. Now, once a botnet has been established, the attacker is able to direct an attack by sending remote instructions to each bot. So when a victim's server or network is targeted by the botnet, each bot sends requests to the target IP addresses, potentially causing the server or network to become overwhelmed, resulting in denial of service to normal traffic. Because each bot is a legitimate internet device, separating the attack traffic from normal traffic can be difficult. Why is that? Because these are normal devices, and maybe they are normal users, by the way. So how to distinguish between normal traffic and DDoS traffic? It is very hard. Well, actually there are a lot of ways, but it is not 100% accurate. Okay? We will see them in the next lectures. How to identify a DDoS attack? Now, the most obvious symptom of DDoS attack is a site or service suddenly becoming slow or unavailable. But since a number of causes, such as a legitimate spike in traffic, can create a similar performance issues, further investigation is usually required. So traffic analytics tools can help you spot some of these telltale signs of DDoS attack. Suspicious amount of traffic originates from a single IP address or IP range. A flood of traffic from users who share a single behavioral profile, such as device type, geolocation, or web browser version. Unexplained search in request to a single page or endpoint. Odd traffic patterns such as spikes at odd hours of the day or patterns that appear to be unnatural, for example, spike every 10 minutes. DDoS botnet or bot networks. Now, what is a botnet? A botnet refers to a group of computers which have been infected by malware and have come under the control of malicious actors. The term botnet came from the words robot and network, and each infected device is called a bot. Botnets can be designed to accomplish illegal or malicious tasks, including sending spam, stealing data, ransomware, fraudulently clicking on ads, or distributed denial of service attacks. How is a botnet controlled? Now, a core characteristic of botnet is the ability to receive updated instruction from the bot header. The ability to communicate with each bot in network or in the network allows the attacker to alternate attack vectors, change the targeted IP address, terminate an attack, and other customized actions. Botnet designs vary, but the control structures can be broken down into two general categories. The first one, which is the client-server botnet model. Now, the client-server model mimics the traditional remote workstation workflow, where each individual machine connects to a centralized server or small number of centralized servers in order to access information. And in this model, each bot will connect to a command and control center, which is CNC, called CNC, resource like a web domain or an IRC channel in order to receive instruction. Now, a web domain or an IRC channel in order to receive instruction by using these centralized repositories to serve up a new commands for the botnet, an attacker simply needs to modify the source material that each botnet consumes from a command center in order to update instruction to the infected machine. So the centralized server in control of the botnet, maybe it is a device owned and operated by the attacker, or it may be an infected device. So the first topology, actually, which is the star network topology for this client server, as you can see, bots, here we have bots, okay, and here is the server, which is the CNC server centralized. We have multi-server network topology, which is like this, but we don't have just a single CNC or a server. We have multiple server, okay? Also, we have the hierarchical network topology, which is we have the CNC server and we have bots, and these bots have bots and so on. All right, cool. Now we have the other model, which is the peer-to-peer botnet. To circumvent the vulnerabilities of the client-server model, botnets have more recently been designed using components of decentralized peer-to-peer file sharing. Embedding the control structure inside the botnet eliminates the single point of failure present in a botnet with a centralized server, so making mitigation efforts more difficult, because this is a peer-to-peer after all, not like this client server. If the server go down, then the whole infrastructure go down. No, peer-to-peer. So we have a massive amount of infrastructure or nodes and works as, or devices, let's say, works as a botnet. Now peer-to-peer bots can be both clients and command centers. So that's what makes peer-to-peer is very dangerous. So working hand in hand with their neighboring nodes to propagate data. Also, peer-to-peer botnets maintain a list of trusted computers with which they can give and receive communication and update their malware. By limiting the number of other machines the bot connects to, each bot is only exposed to adjacent devices, making it harder to track and more difficult to mitigate. Lacking a centralized command server makes a peer-to-peer botnet more vulnerable to control by someone other than the botnet's creator. To protect against loss of control, decentralized botnets are typically encrypted so that access is limited. Now here is a graph for the botnet peer-to-peer. As you can see, all of them is working either as a bot or as a CNC server. So that's what makes the peer-to-peer is very dangerous. So it's not just if we get rid of the CNC server, then everything go down. No. Actually, each device infected with this malware will act as CNC or as a bot, which is a huge problem we have here. Now, how can you protect your devices from becoming part of the botnet? The first thing, create a secure password. So for many vulnerable devices, reducing exposure to botnet vulnerability can be as simple as changing the administrative credentials to something other than the default username and password. And creating a secure password makes brute force cracking difficult. Creating a very secure password makes brute forcing cracking virtually impossible. The other way, allow only trusted execution of third-party code. If you adopt the mobile phone model of software execution, only allow application may run, granting more control to terminate software deemed as malicious, botnets included. So only an exploitation of the supervisor software or the kernel may result in exploitation of the device. Periodic system wipe restores. Restoring to known good state after a set time will remove any gunk a system has collected, botnet software included. This strategy, when used as preventative measure, ensures even slightly running malware gets thrown out with trash. Implement a good ingress and egress filtering. Other more advanced strategies include filtering practices at network router and firewalls. A principle of secure network design is layering. You have the least restriction around publicly accessible resources while continually beefing up security for things you deem sensitive. HTTP flood attack. What is an HTTP flood attack? It is a type of volumetric distributed denial of service attack designed to overwhelm a target server with HTTP requests. Once the target has been saturated with requests and is unable to respond to normal traffic, denial of service will occur for additional requests from actual users. So here you can see that, here is, we have bot 1, 2, 3, we will get, the server here, and here is the client. Here is a normal client or normal user, but here is a malicious botnet. From the botnet, we have a malicious bot. So you can see the server will receive HTTP GET flood from the bots. So when the client trying to access the server, he will not be able to access it because it is already overwhelmed. How does a HTTP flood attack works actually? In details, HTTP flood attacks are type of layer 7. Now the layer 7 is the application layer of the OSI model and refers to internet protocols such as HTTP. Now HTTP is the basis of browser-based internet request and is commonly used to load web page to send from content over the internet. Mitigating application layer attacks is particularly complex as the malicious traffic is difficult to distinguish from normal traffic. Now the types of HTTP flood attacks. The first one, which is the HTTP GET attack and the HTTP post. So let's start with the HTTP GET attack. In this form of attack, multiple computers or other devices are coordinated to send multiple requests for images, files, or some other assist from a targeted server. When the target is inundated with incoming requests and responses, denial of service will occur to additional requests from legitimate traffic sources. The other type is HTTP post attack. Now, typically, when a form is submitted on a website, the server must handle the incoming request and push the data into a persistence layer, most often a database. Now, the process of handling the form, data, and running the necessary database commands is relatively intensive compared to the amount of processing power and bandwidth required to send the post request. So this attack utilizes the disparity in relative resource consumption by sending many post requests directly to a targeted server until its capacity is saturated and denial of service occurs. So how can an HTTP flood attack be mitigated, or how to protect ourselves from such attacks? Mitigating layer 7 attacks is complex actually and often multifaceted. One method is to implement a challenge to the requesting machine in order to test whether or not it is a bot, much like the CAPTCHA test commonly found when creating an account online. So you put the CAPTCHA there and make sure you are not a robot or I am a human test, alright? Now, by giving a requirement such as JavaScript computational challenge, many attacks can be mitigated, alright? Now, this is not 100% because if you have your botnet intelligence or AI, artificial intelligence, maybe you can bypass this CAPTCHA by the way. But this will mitigate it. Actually, it will mitigate a lot of the attacks. Now, other avenues for stopping HTTP flood include the use of a web application firewall, which is the WAF, managing an IP reputation database in order to track and selectively block malicious traffic. And actually, this will mitigate a lot actually, and this is commonly used nowadays, running the WAF in front of your servers. It will mitigate a lot of the attacks you will get. SYN flood attack. Now, what is the SYN flood attack? It is a type of denial of service attack which aims to make a server unavailable to legitimate traffic by consuming all available server resources. By repeatedly sending initial connection requests SYN packets, the attacker is able to overwhelm all available ports on a targeted server machine, so causing the targeted device to respond to a legitimate traffic sluggishly or not at all. So it uses the TCP protocol. So how does a SYN flood attack work? SYN flood attacks work by exploiting the handshake process of a TCP connection. Under normal conditions, TCP connection exhibits three distinct processes in order to make a connection. First, the client sends a SYN packet to the server in order to initialize the connection. Then the server responds to that initial packet with a SYN ACK packet in order to acknowledge the communication. Finally, the client returns an ACK or acknowledgement packet to acknowledge the receipt of the packet from the server. After completing this sequence of packet sending and receiving, the TCP connection is open and able to send and receive data. So here you can see that here is the server and here is the client, for example. So here is the client actually. So if you can see that the client will go, this is SYN to the server. The server will respond with SYN ACK, which means synchronization. As you can see, SYN synchronization, ACK acknowledgement. So SYN ACK, and it will respond with ACK. All right. Now, to create a denial of service, an attacker exploits the fact that after an initial SYN packet has been received, the server will respond back with one or more SYN ACK packets and wait for the final step in the handshake. So here you can see this is the target, and here is the bot, and the attacker will control this bot. So you can see that it will spoof SYN packet to this target or to this innocent machine or device, and this will start sending SYN ACK to the server. Okay, so we have the server here, and we don't need to directly go to it. by typing SYN-ACK. No, or SYN actually. We will not start that. We will spoof a SYN packet, and we will assume that the source IP is coming from this server, but actually it is coming from the bot. So the target here, or the innocent target, will thought that, yeah, I will go with SYN-ACK to this server, okay? Which will let this server or this machine respond to a different people or different machines, which actually they didn't initialize a connection on the first place. So the attacker sent a high volume of SYN packets to the targeted server, often with the spoofed IP addresses. Spoofed, which means that the source IP address has been changed. The server then responds to each one of the connection requests and leaves an open port ready to receive the response. While the server waits for the final ACK packet, which never arrives, the attacker continues to send more SYN packets. So the arrival of each new SYN packet causes the server to temporarily maintain a new open port connection for a certain length of time. And once all the available ports have been utilized, the server is unable to function normally. So how a SYN flood attack mitigated? So how to protect ourselves from such attacks? Now this is a dangerous attack, by the way. You saw. So the first thing, increasing the backlog queue. Now each operating system on targeted device has a certain number of half-open connections that it will allow. One response to high volumes of SYN packet is to increase the maximum number of possible half-open connections the operating system will allow. Now, in order to successfully increase the maximum backlog, the system must reserve additional memory resources to deal with all the new requests. And if the system doesn't have enough memory to be able to handle the increased backlog queue size, system performance will be negatively impacted, but that still may be better than denial of service, of course. Now, recycling the oldest half-open TCP connection. Now, this is another method. So another mitigating strategy involves overwriting the oldest half-open connection once the backlog has been filled. This strategy requires that the legitimate connections can be fully established in less time than the backlog can be filled with malicious SYN packets. This particular defense fails when the attack volume is increased, or if the backlog size is too small to be practical. SYN cookie. Now we have the SYN cookies method. This strategy involves the creation of a cookie by the server. In order to avoid the risk of dropping connection when the backlog has been filled, the server responds to each connection request with a SYN-ACK packet, but then drops the SYN request from the backlog, removing the request from memory and leaving the port open and ready to make new connection. If the connection is a legitimate request and a final ACK packet is sent from the client machine back to the server will then reconstruct, with some limitation by the way, the SYN backlog queue entry. And while this mitigation effort does lose some information about the TCP connection, it is better than allowing denial of service to occur to legitimate users as a result of attack. So we have the client and the server. So the server will receive the SYN, then the server will respond with SYN-ACK. Now he will drop that from, as you can see, he will drop it from the backlog. So you can see that he will drop the SYN request from the backlog, but the server, by the way, he respond with SYN-ACK. So if he receive ACK, I mean the server, if he receive, as you can see, a final ACK, so the server will reconstruct the connection, but by the way, with some limitation. Well, actually, you can read more about this, which is the SYN cookies. DNS amplification attack. What is DNS amplification attack? It is a DDoS attack, and it is a reflection-based volumetric distributed denial of service attack in which an attacker reflects the functionality of open DNS resolvers in order to overwhelm a target, server, or network with an amplified amount of traffic, rendering the server and its surrounding infrastructure inaccessible. Now, how does this DNS amplification attack works? The first thing, the attacker uses a compromised endpoint to send UDP packets with a spoofed IP addresses to a DNS recursor. The spoofed address of the packets points to the real IP address of the victim. After receiving the request, the DNS resolvers, which is trying to be helpful by responding, sends a large response to the spoofed IP address. After receiving the request, the DNS resolver, which is trying to be helpful by responding, sends a large response to the spoofed IP address, and the IP address of the target receives the response, and the surrounding network infrastructure becomes overwhelmed with the deluge of traffic, resulting in denial of service. How to mitigate the DNS amplification attack? The first thing, reduce the total number of open DNS resolvers. So an essential component of DNS amplification attack is access to open DNS resolvers. By having a poorly configured DNS resolvers exposed to the internet, all an attacker needs to do to utilize a DNS resolver is to discover it. So ideally, DNS resolvers should only provide their services to devices that originate within a trusted domain. In the case of reflection-based attacks, the open DNS resolvers will respond to queries from anywhere on the internet, allowing the potential for exploitation. Restricting a DNS resolver so that it will only respond to queries from trusted sources makes the server a poor vehicle for any type of amplification attack. The other method, by source IP verification to stop the spoofed packets leaving the network. So because the UDP request being sent by the attacker's botnet must have a source IP address spoofed to the victim's IP addresses, a key component in reducing the effectiveness of UDP-based amplification attack is for internet service provider or the ISPs to reject any internal traffic with spoofed IP addresses. So if a packet is being sent from inside the network with a source IP address that makes it appear like it originates outside the network, it's likely a spoofed packet and can be dropped. The ping or ICMP flood DDoS attack. Now what is the ping or the ICMP flood attack? A ping flood is a denial of service attack in which the attacker attempts to overwhelm a targeted device with ICMP echo request packets, causing the target to becoming inaccessible to normal traffic. The ICMP is Internet Control Message Protocol that used to check the connection, for time synchronization, and a lot of things actually. So when the attack traffic comes from multiple devices, the attack becomes a DDoS or distributed denial of service. So how it works actually? The first thing, the attacker sends many ICMP echo request packets to the targeted server using multiple devices. Then the targeted server sends an ICMP echo reply packet to each requesting a device IP address as a response. So here you can see, here is the attacker controlling the botnet or the bot, and here is the target. So the bot will send ICMP echo request, and the target will reply with ICMP echo reply, and the same thing, echo request, echo reply, echo request, echo reply. And imagine that we have 100 bot here, actually not 100, 100k, 100,000 actually, or 1 million bot, and we are going to the same target or the same server. It will cause it to go down or denial of service. Now, how this can be mitigated, how this attack can be mitigated, or how to protect from such attacks. The first thing, disabling a ping flood is most easily accomplished by disabling the ICMP functionality of the targeted router, computer, or other devices, which I think by default nowadays it is disabled by default. Now a network administrator can access the administrative interface of the device and disable its ability to send and receive any request using the ICMP, effectively eliminating both the processing of the request and the echo reply. And the consequence of this is that all network activities that involve ICMP are disabled, making the device unresponsive to ping request, trace route request, and other network activities. Low and slow attack. Now what is low and slow attack? The low and slow attack is a type of DDoS or DOS attack that relies on a small stream of very slow traffic targeting application or server resources. So unlike more traditional brute force attacks, low and slow attacks require a very little bandwidth and can be hard to mitigate, as they generate a traffic that is very difficult to distinguish from normal traffic. So while large-scale DDoS attacks are likely to be noticed quickly, low and slow attacks can go on undetected for a long period of time, all while denying or slowing service to real users. So how this low and slow attack works? The slow LoRa's tool connects to a server and then slowly sends partial HTTP headers. This causes the server to keep the connection open so that it can receive the rest of the headers, tying up the thread. Another tool called Rudy, or Are You Dead Yet? And actually we saw it in the show when Elliot say, oh, that's awesome. So this is tools actually used to generate HTTP post requests to fill out form fields. It tells the servers how much data to expect, but then sends that data in a very slowly, so the server keeps the connection open because it is anticipating more data. Yet another type of low and slow attack is the suck stress attack. Suck stress attack, which exploits a vulnerability in the TCP/IP three-way handshake, creating an indefinite connection. So how to detect low and slow attack? The rate detection techniques used to identify and stop traditional DDoS attacks will not pick up on a low and slow attack since they look like normal traffic. So the best shot at detecting them is careful monitoring and logging of server resource usage combined with behavioral analysis. Compare traffic and user behavior during normal times to traffic and user behavior during the potential attack period. So if servers are performing slowly or crashing and a low and slow attack is suspected, one sign of such an attack is that normal user processes take much longer. And if a user action such as filling out a form typically takes a few seconds but is instead taking minutes or hours, occupying far more server resources than normal, a low and slow attack may be the cause. So how to stop low and slow attack? Actually, one way to mitigate a low and slow attack is to upgrade your server availability. The more connections your server can simultaneously maintain, the more difficult it will be an attack to clog your server. The problem with this approach is that an attacker can attempt to scale their attack to meet your server's availability. And another solution is a reverse proxy-based protection, which will mitigate low and slow attacks before they ever reach your origin server. DDoS attack tools. Now the first one, which is LOIC, or the Low Orbit Ion Cannon. Now the LOIC is an open source stress testing application, and it allows for both TCP and UDP protocol layer attacks to be carried out using a user-friendly WYSIWYG interface. Maybe I pronounce it wrong, sorry about this. Due to the popularity of the original tool, derivatives have been created that allow attacks to be launched using a web browser. So you can see that this is the tool actually. So you can see that it has an interface. This is the URL to log on. And here is the IP. And as you can see, charging my laser as it is a Canon or Canon, as you can see here. The timeout, the HTTP subsets. Actually, it has a lot of options and a lot of functionality. Now the second one, which is the HOIC, the High Orbit Ion Cannon. This attack tool was created to replace the LOIC by expanding its capabilities and adding customizations. Using the HTTP protocol, the HOIC is able to launch targeted attacks that are difficult to mitigate. The software is designed to have a minimum of 50 people working together in a coordinated network effort. So you can see that here it is. Now it is more updated, as you can see, but by the way, yeah, fire the laser as well. And here you can put the target, the power booster, and a lot of options as well. The Slow LoRa's. Now Slow LoRa's is an application is designed to instigate low and slow attack on a targeted server. It needs relatively limited amount of resources in order to create a damaging effect. So by the way, here is the tool. By the way, this can be using Perl, Python, Java. Actually, depends on the programming language you have. But here is one of the example using the Perl language, by the way. Now we have the Rudy. Are You Dead Yet? And we already talked about it. mentioned in the show actually. So Rudy is another low and slow attack tool designed to allow the user to easily launch attacks using a simple point and click interface. And by opening multiple HTTP post requests and then keeping those connections open as long as possible, the attack aims to slowly overwhelm the targeted server. And you can see, by the way, again, the Are You Dead Yet or Rudy tool, you can have it with multiple programming language. So here, one of them actually, which is a Python, by the way. Now, how can I defend against DDoS or DOS tools? So since that DOS or DDoS attacks take a variety of forms, mitigating them requires a variety of tactics. Common tactics for stopping DDoS attacks include like this: the rate limiting the number of requests a server will accept over a certain time window. Web application firewalls, tools that filter web traffic based on a series of rules. And Anycast network diffusion, placing a large distributed cloud network between a server and incoming traffic, providing additional computing resources with which to respond to requests. Famous DDoS attacks and the largest DDoS attacks of all time. Now the first thing, which is February 2020 attack reported by AWS. So AWS reported a massive DDoS attack in February of 2020 at its peak. This attack saw incoming traffic at a rate of 2.3 terabytes per second, which is very huge actually. And AWS didn't disclose which customer was targeted by the attack. So the attackers responsible used hijacked connection, less lightweight directory access protocol, the CLDAP web servers. And the CLDAP is a protocol for user directories. It is an alternative to LDAP, an older version of the protocol. CLDAP has been used in a multiple DDoS attacks in recent years. Now we have the February of 2018, the GitHub DDoS attack, and here is one of the largest verifiable DDoS attacks on record targeted GitHub, a popular online code management service used by millions of developers. So this attack reached 1.3 terabytes per second, sending packets at the rate of 126.9 million per second. So the GitHub attack was memcached DDoS attack, and here, by the way, we didn't mention it actually, but it is one of the DDoS attacks types. You can read more about it. Okay. So there were no botnets involved. Instead, the attackers leveraged the amplification effect of a popular database caching system known as memcached. And by flooding memcached servers with spoofed requests, the attackers were able to amplify their attack by magnitude of about 50,000. Luckily, GitHub was using a DDoS protection service which was automatically alerted within 10 minutes of the start of the attack. This alert triggered the process of mitigating, and GitHub was able to stop the attack quickly. The massive DDoS attack only ended up lasting about 20 minutes. The 2016 DIN attack, and another massive DDoS attack, was directed at DIN, a major DNS provider, in October of 2016. This attack was devastating and created distribution for many major sites, including Airbnb, Netflix, PayPal, Visa, Amazon, the New York Times, Reddit, and GitHub. This was done using malware called Mirai. Mirai creates a botnet out of compromised Internet of Things IoT devices such as cameras, smart TVs, radios, printers, and even baby monitors. To create the attack traffic, these compromised devices are all programmed to send requests to a single victim. Fortunately, DIN was able to resolve the attack within 1 day, but the motive for the attack was never discovered. Activist groups claimed responsibility for the attack as a response to WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange being denied internet access in Ecuador. But there was no proof to back up this claim. There are also suspicions that the attack was carried out by a disgruntled gamer. The 2013 spam house attack, sorry, maybe I mispronounce it. Another largest ever at the time attack was 2013 attack directed at Spamhaus, an organization that helps combat spam emails and spam related activity. So SpamHose is responsible for filtering as much as 80% of all spam, which makes them a popular target for people who would like to see spam emails reach their intended recipients. So the attack drove traffic to SpamHose at the rate of 300 gigabit per second, and this attack didn't achieve its goal, but it did cause major issue for Linux, the London Internet Exchange, and the main culprit of the attack turned out to be a teenager hacker for hire in Britain who was paid to launch this DDoS attack.